It was supposed to be a simple weekend. The forest wasn't even that deep. Hell, it wasn't even far from home. You could hear cars sometimes if the wind blew right. Suburbia wrapped around the edges of the trees like a tight belt. But that's what I liked about it. Just close enough to civilization, but far enough to pretend I was out in the wild. The first day went fine. I pitched the tent near a clearing where I could still see the stars. It was quiet, peaceful. I grilled a couple of hot dogs over a small fire and let the night settle in. A few crickets, maybe an owl somewhere out there. Normal stuff. When it got late, I climbed into the tent, zipped myself up in my sleeping bag, and let myself drift off. It started with the scream, not a human scream. At least, that's what I told myself. It was too high-pitched, too sharp. It tore through the quiet so fast I sat bolt upright before I even realized what I was doing. My heart was pounding, hard enough that I could feel it in my ears. I froze, straining to listen. Maybe it was an animal, a fox, a bird, something like that. But the sound didn't come again. I waited a long time, sitting there in the dark, my breath shallow, my fingers gripping the fabric of the sleeping bag. After a while, I convinced myself it wasn't a big deal. Animals make weird noises all the time, right? I lay back down, tried to force my body to relax. Then I heard the crunch. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the leaves, not far from the tent. I stopped breathing. My mind raced. It was probably a deer, or a raccoon, or a really curious squirrel. That's all it could be. But the sound didn't stop. It moved closer, circling. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Leaves, twigs, maybe a branch snapping. Heavy, deliberate steps. Too heavy. I grabbed my flashlight. My hand was trembling so bad I fumbled with the button twice before the beam clicked on. I unzipped the tent just enough to stick my arm out, the light cutting through the dark. Trees, shadows, nothing else. But the steps stopped. The silence was worse. Hello? My voice cracked, barely above a whisper. I cleared my throat and tried again, louder this time. Hey, whoever's out there, knock it off. I hated how shaky I sounded. Nothing. No answer. No movement. Just the wind brushing through the leaves. I told myself to calm down. It was nothing. An animal. Or maybe my imagination. I'd been camping enough times to know how your mind can play tricks on you in the dark. I pulled my arm back in and zipped the tent up tight. Then I sat there gripping the flashlight like it was a weapon, waiting for... I didn't know what. When the sound came again, it wasn't footsteps. It was running. Fast, pounding footsteps tearing through the underbrush. I whipped the flashlight back on and yanked the tent open. The beam caught something, a shape moving between the trees. Big. Too big. It didn't make sense. It was upright, but it wasn't human. The way it moved, the speed, it wasn't right. I froze, staring after it, my brain struggling to catch up with what I'd just seen. But it was gone before I could make sense of it. The woods were quiet again, except for the sound of my own breathing. I told myself to stay calm. Panic wouldn't help. I had two choices: stay in the tent and wait for morning, or get the hell out of there. Staying felt like asking for trouble. Whatever I'd seen, whoever it was, didn't feel like it was just going to leave me alone. I grabbed my boots and jacket, shoved them on as fast as I could, and stuffed my flashlight in my pocket. My hands were still shaking as I grabbed my phone, my keys, and the small hunting knife I'd brought along. Not much, but better than nothing. The plan was simple. Get to the car. It was parked maybe half a mile away, just past the trailhead. I'd be fine once I was out of the woods. That's what I kept telling myself. The trail was narrow and uneven, but I knew it well enough. I kept the flashlight low, pointing at my feet to avoid tripping. Every few steps, I'd stop and listen. The forest felt wrong now. Too quiet, like everything was holding its breath. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Then the scream came again. It was closer this time. It sounded like it was coming from the direction of the car. My stomach twisted. I gripped the knife tighter and kept moving faster now. I didn't care if I made noise. I just wanted to get out of there. The footsteps came back, not behind me, off to the side in the trees. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it, keeping pace with me just out of sight. It wasn't running anymore. It was following. I turned, shining the flashlight into the trees. For a second, I thought I saw something. Eyes, reflecting the light, low to the ground, like an animal's. Then they were gone, and the footsteps stopped again. "Leave me alone," I shouted. My voice echoed back at me, sounding smaller than I wanted it to. No response. Just silence. I turned back to the trail and started running. The path was uneven, roots and rocks sticking up everywhere. I almost went down twice, but managed to catch myself both times. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were full of lead. The car wasn't far now. I could see the faint glint of metal through the trees. Then I heard it. Behind me this time. Closer. I didn't look back. I couldn't. If I looked back, I knew I'd lose it. I just ran, every muscle in my body screaming at me to keep going. The flashlight bobbed wildly in my hand, the beam bouncing off trees and dirt. I hit the parking lot like a freight train, stumbling out of the trees and onto the asphalt. The car was right there, a dark silhouette against the night. I fumbled the keys out of my pocket and hit the unlock button. The lights flashed, and I sprinted the last few feet, yanking the door open and throwing myself inside. I slammed the door and locked it, my chest heaving. For a second, I just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring out into the trees. Nothing moved. The forest was still again. Then something slammed into the car. I screamed. It wasn't a conscious thing, just a raw, guttural sound that ripped out of me. Whatever it was hit the car again, rocking it hard enough that I thought it might flip. I could see the outline of it now, pressed up against the passenger window. Tall, massive, covered in something dark and rough like fur or bark. The details didn't make sense. My brain couldn't process it. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas. The tires screeched and the car shot forward out of the lot and onto the narrow access road. I didn't care about speed limits or potholes. I just wanted to get as far away as I could. The rearview mirror showed nothing but darkness. Whatever it wasn't following me. Or maybe it was, and I just couldn't see it. Either way, I didn't stop driving until I was back in my driveway, the car idling under the weak glow of the porch light. I sat there for a long time, staring at my own reflection in the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide, my hair plastered to my forehead with sweat. My hands were still shaking. Eventually, I forced myself out of the car and into the house, locking every door and window behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again. That shape in the woods. Those eyes. That scream. I told myself I'd never go back. No more camping. No more forests. Not ever again. But part of me knows it's not over. Whatever it wasn't just an animal. And it wasn't just passing through, it was watching me. Following me. And it's still out there. The night was dragging. My app had been silent for 20 minutes and I was fighting off the itch to call it quits. Driving late always had this edge to it. Empty streets, flickering streetlights, and the occasional drunk who thought puking in a stranger's car was part of their night out. But tonight felt different. Quiet, yeah, but heavy, like something was sitting on my chest. Then the notification popped up. Pickup, Maria. Distance, 7 miles. Destination, TBD. I stared at the screen. TBD. That was a red flag. Usually people plugged in an address and I had an idea of where I'd be heading. But whatever. It wasn't like I had a line of rides waiting. I tapped accept and followed the GPS. The pickup spot was weird. Not a house, not even a business. Just an empty stretch of road on the edge of town. No streetlights, just the faint glow of my headlights slicing through the darkness. The app said I was there, but there was nothing around. I almost canceled, figuring it was some glitch when I saw her. She was standing on the side of the road just past the beam of my lights. I wouldn't have noticed her if she hadn't moved. Pale face, dark clothes, just standing there. I rolled the window down a crack. "Maria," I called out. She nodded and walked toward the car. Her steps were slow, deliberate. My fingers tightened around the wheel as she reached for the door handle. The interior light clicked on when she opened the door, and for a second I got a good look at her. She was thin, maybe too thin, with long black hair that hung down her back in uneven clumps. Her skin looked pale, almost gray, and her eyes, they were dark, but not just the irises. The whole thing, like staring into two bottomless holes. She slid into the back seat without a word, shutting the door softly behind her. Hi," I tried, forcing a smile. "Where are we headed?" She didn't answer, just pulled her hoodie tighter around her shoulders and stared straight ahead. The kind of stare that wasn't looking at anything, just through it. "Okay, I'll just start driving," I mumbled, glancing at the GPS again. The app didn't show a destination yet, just on trip. Weird, but not unheard of. The car felt wrong. Too quiet. I fiddled with the radio, turning it to some low-volume classic rock, but it didn't help. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, she was sitting there like a statue. Not fidgeting, not scrolling through her phone, nothing. Just sitting, staring. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I could feel her eyes, even though she wasn't looking at me. I cleared my throat. "You, have a destination in mind? Or should I just keep heading straight?" "Take me to the crossroads," she said, her voice low, almost a whisper. "Crossroads?" I repeated. "Which one? There's like a dozen around here." She didn't respond, just kept staring forward. I gripped the wheel tighter, forcing myself to focus on the road. "All right, crossroads it is." We drove in silence for a while. The city lights faded behind us, replaced by stretches of empty fields and shadowy tree lines. The road narrowed, cracks and potholes catching my tires every few feet. My stomach twisted every time I glanced in the mirror. She didn't move. Her breathing was so shallow I couldn't even tell if she was breathing at all. I tried to shake it off. People are weird, I told myself. Late-night riders always had their quirks. This was just another awkward trip with someone who didn't want to talk. Then she spoke again. "Stop here." Her voice sent a jolt through me. I slammed the brakes without thinking, the car jerking to a stop in the middle of nowhere. No streetlights, no houses, no nothing. Just darkness stretching out in every direction. She opened the door and stepped out. Her movements were slow, deliberate, like she had all the time in the world. "Hey, I leaned over, craning my neck to see where she was going. "You okay? You need me to wait or—" She didn't answer, just started walking away from the car, toward the shadows on the side of the road. I stared after her, my pulse thudding in my ears. My gut told me to leave, but something kept me frozen there, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I saw it, in the mirror. At first I thought it was her, but it wasn't. The thing that stepped into view wasn't human. It moved on all fours, its limbs too long and thin to belong to anything normal. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over a skeletal frame. Its head, God, its head, was wrong. Too big, with a jaw that hung open, filled with teeth that didn't seem to fit. It looked at the car. At me. My breath caught in my throat, and I fumbled for the gear shift, slamming it into reverse. The tires screeched as I backed up, my headlights sweeping over the thing. It turned its head to follow me, its hollow eyes locking onto mine. I don't know how I didn't crash. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely keep the wheel steady. The thing didn't chase me, but it didn't need to. Its image was burned into my brain. When I was far enough away, I slammed the brakes again and sat there, panting. The car was quiet except for my ragged breathing. I glanced in the mirror, half expecting to see it standing behind me. Nothing. I gripped the wheel, my pulse hammering in my ears. I should have called someone. The cops, maybe. But what would I say? That I saw some kind of monster on the side of the road? They'd think I was drunk or high. The app was still running, showing the trip as in progress. Maria was gone. The thing was gone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me. I drove straight home, not even bothering to log out of the app. My hands wouldn't stop shaking and my throat felt raw, like I'd been screaming even though I hadn't made a sound. When I got home, I parked in the driveway and sat there, staring at the front door. My house didn't feel safe anymore. Nowhere did. I don't know how long I stayed in the car before I finally forced myself out. Every shadow on the way to the door felt like it was moving, and I didn't breathe easy until the locks were turned and the lights were on. But even then, I couldn't shake it. That thing, whatever it was, wasn't just some animal. It wasn't something you could explain away. And it had looked at me, like it knew me, like it was waiting for something. I didn't drive the next night, or the night after. I couldn't bring myself to open the app. Every time I thought about it, I saw her face, her empty eyes, the thing in the mirror. I started sleeping with the lights on. Not that I slept much. Every creak of the house sent me bolt upright, heart pounding, convinced it was outside, watching. A week later, I got a notification from the app. A rider had left a review. Quiet ride, driver was nice. It was signed Maria. I deleted the app. I never wanted to return to my family's farm. The place held too many bad memories. My father's angry outbursts, my mother's defeated silence, the endless chores that ate up my childhood. But when my father died last month and left me the property, I had no choice. The bank wanted answers about the mortgage, and someone needed to sort through 30 years of accumulated junk. The problem started on my third night there. I was sitting on the back porch drinking a beer and listening to the crickets when movement caught my eye at the edge of the woods. About 50 yards out, where our property met the tree line, something pale shifted in the growing darkness. At first I thought it was just a deer. We always had plenty of them around. But as I squinted to get a better look, my chest tightened. The shape was wrong. It was too tall, too vertical. A human figure maybe, but not quite right. It stood unnaturally still, slightly hunched over, paper white against the darkening trees. I grabbed the flashlight I'd been using to navigate the house's spotty electricity. By the time I got it pointed in the right direction, whatever I'd seen was gone. Just trees and shadows. I told myself it was nothing, probably just a trick of the light, my eyes playing tricks in the dusk. But I went inside anyway, locked all the doors, and double-checked the windows before going to bed. The next night I was more watchful. I sat in the same spot, flashlight close at hand, and scanned the tree line regularly. The sun had just set when I saw it again. The same pale figure standing perfectly still between two large oaks. This time I was ready with the flashlight. I switched it on and aimed the beam directly at the spot. Nothing. Just empty space where the figure had been seconds before. My hand trembled slightly as I swept the beam back and forth along the trees. The wood seemed to swallow up the light after about 30 feet. The figure was gone if it had ever been there at all. I spent the next day trying to convince myself I was being ridiculous. I was stressed about dealing with my father's estate, sleeping poorly in my old bedroom and letting my imagination run wild. But I couldn't shake the deep unease that had settled into my gut. That night, I sat inside instead of on the porch, watching through the kitchen window. I kept all the lights off so I could see better into the growing darkness. It appeared just after sunset, like clockwork. The pale figure stood at the tree line, but this time it was different. It had moved closer, maybe 40 yards from the house now. I could make out more details in the fading light. Its proportions were wrong, arms too long, neck bent at an unnatural angle. It swayed slightly, like a tree in a breeze, except there was no wind that night. My hands shook as I fumbled with the flashlight. The beam cut through the twilight, but once again the figure vanished the instant the light touched where it had been standing. I kept the flashlight trained on that spot, breathing hard, heart pounding in my chest. Minutes passed. Nothing moved. Then I saw it again, standing about 10 feet to the left of where I'd been looking. I swung the flashlight over, but it disappeared just as before. This time I caught a glimpse of movement as it vanished. Not running or walking away, but a strange sideways skitter, like a crab. The sight sent a jolt of pure animal fear through my body. I dropped the blinds and spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch, every light in the house blazing. I called the local police the next morning. The deputy who came out was professional but skeptical. He walked the property line, noting there were no footprints or signs of anyone moving through the underbrush. He checked the security of all my doors and windows, suggested I install motion sensor lights, and left me with the local dispatch number. Probably just kids messing around, he said. Or maybe coyotes. They can look mighty strange in the dark. But I knew it wasn't kids or coyotes. Kids don't move like that. Kids can't vanish into thin air. And coyotes don't stand upright on two legs. I spent that afternoon installing the motion lights the deputy recommended. I also bought 2 more powerful flashlights and fresh batteries. I told myself I was being practical, taking reasonable precautions. But my hands trembled as I mounted the lights, and I kept glancing over my shoulder at the woods. That night, I was ready. I had lights mounted on both the front and back of the house, covering the entire yard. 3 flashlights were placed strategically around the house. I sat in the living room, lights off, watching through a gap in the curtains. The figure appeared right on schedule as the last traces of sunlight faded from the sky. It stood 30 yards from the house now, closer than ever. In the better visibility provided by the motion lights, I could see more details that made my skin crawl. Its skin wasn't just pale, it was a sickly grayish white, like a corpse. Its arms hung down past its knees, ending in long spindly fingers. The head sat at an impossible angle, nearly sideways on the twisted neck. I hit the switch for the motion lights. Nothing happened. I flicked it several times, my breath coming faster. The lights remained dark. I grabbed the nearest flashlight and pointed it at the window. It clicked weakly but produced no beam. Dead batteries. Batteries I had just installed that afternoon. The figure took a step closer to the house. Its movement was wrong, jerky and uneven, like a puppet being pulled by strings. I scrambled for another flashlight. This one worked, and I shone it through the window. As always, the figure vanished the instant the light touched it. I kept the beam steady, sweeping it back and forth across the yard. A scratch at the window behind me. I whirled around, heart nearly stopping. Nothing there. But as I turned back, I caught a glimpse of that pale face pressed against the glass inches from where I had been sitting. The eyes were huge and black, the mouth a lipless gash stretching from ear to ear. I saw it for only a split second before it disappeared. I ran. Up the stairs into my old bedroom, slammed and locked the door. I huddled in the corner, flashlight pointed at the door, hearing things moving in the house below. Scratching sounds in the walls. Soft footsteps on the stairs. A quiet scraping at my bedroom door. The sun rose eventually. When the first rays of light crept under my door, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before finally working up the courage to leave the room. The house was empty. Nothing was disturbed. No marks on the windows or doors. No footprints in the yard. I packed my bags that morning, called a realtor and told her to list the property as is. Let someone else deal with my father's possessions in the bank. I couldn't spend another night in that house. As I threw my bags in the car, something made me look back at the woods one last time. There, in broad daylight, standing between 2 trees, the figure. It raised one impossibly long arm in what might have been a wave. Its face split into that terrible grin. I got in my car and drove away. I haven't been back since. That was 2 weeks ago. I'm staying in a small apartment in the city now, trying to forget what I saw. But every night I find myself checking the corners of my room before bed. And sometimes when I look out my 3rd floor window at dusk, I think I see something pale moving between the buildings across the street. Something with long arms and a sideways head. Something that's getting closer. I keep a flashlight by my bed now, but I'm starting to think the light doesn't make it go away anymore. I think it just makes it harder to see when it's coming. Last night I heard scratching at my bedroom window. When I looked, there was nothing there. But this morning, I found long, thin scratches in the glass, 3 stories up. And when I checked my flashlight, the batteries were dead. I don't know what that thing is or what it wants, but I know it followed me here. And I know that sooner or later the flashlight won't be enough to keep it away. One of these nights I'm going to look up and see that twisted face pressed against my window, that lipless mouth stretched into its terrible grin. And this time, there won't be anywhere left to run. I'm writing this down because someone needs to know what happened. If you're reading this and you see something pale moving at the edge of your vision, don't try to get a closer look. Don't bother with flashlights or motion sensors. Just run. Run as far and as fast as you can. But I'm starting to think that won't be enough either, because once it finds you, it doesn't stop. It just keeps getting closer, night after night. And eventually, the darkness comes for us all. I hear scratching at my window again. The sun is setting. My flashlight is dead. It's here. The scratches on my front door weren't made by a bear. I know what bear marks look like. I've been a park ranger for 12 years. These grooves are too precise, too intentional. They're at exactly the height a tall person would reach. I've spent the last 3 hours sitting in my living room with my service pistol on my lap, thinking about what happened 2 weeks ago at Shadow Lake State Park. I need to write this down while I still can. Maybe someone will understand. It started on a routine trail inspection along the North Ridge Path, October 14th around 2 p.m. The weather was crisp, mid-50s, perfect hiking weather. The maples were dropping their leaves, creating that satisfying crunch under my boots. I'd done this route hundreds of times, checking trail markers and looking for any hazards we'd need to clear. I reached the first lookout point when I heard the snapping of branches about 50 yards back in the trees. Nothing unusual. Probably a deer or maybe a black bear looking for berries. We get them all the time. I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the tree line. That's when I saw it. At first glance, it looked like a black bear standing on its hind legs. About 7 feet tall, dark fur, broad shoulders. But something was wrong. The proportions weren't right. Its arms were too long, hanging almost to the ground. And the way it moved. Bears will stand up to get a better look or smell, but they're awkward about it. This thing was different. It stood straight, shoulders square, head forward, like a person in a fur coat. When it took a step, its knee bent the wrong way, forward, like a human knee. I've seen plenty of bears in my career. This wasn't a bear. The thing turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out its face clearly through the trees, but I felt its eyes lock onto mine. My hand moved to my holster automatically. A cold sweat broke out on my neck. It took another step forward, and that's when I saw its hands. They weren't paws. The fingers were too long, too articulated. They looked almost human, except for the thick black fur covering them. I drew my gun. "Hey!" I shouted, using my standard bear warning voice. "Get out of here!" The creature didn't react like a bear would. It didn't run, didn't growl, didn't show any normal animal response. Instead, it tilted its head slightly like it was considering me. Then it smiled. I'm certain of what I saw. Its lips pulled back, revealing teeth that were too straight, too white to belong to any animal. It was a human expression on a face that shouldn't have been capable of making it. My hand started shaking. I fired a warning shot into the air, standard procedure for aggressive wildlife. The sound echoed through the trees. The thing didn't flinch. It took another step forward, its movement smooth and deliberate. Then another. Its footprints, I could see them clearly in a patch of mud, showed 5 distinct toes. Human toes. I fired another shot, this time into the ground in front of it. "Back off!" I yelled, my voice cracking. It stopped. For several seconds, we just stared at each other. Then it raised one of those horrible hand-like appendages and pointed directly at me. The gesture was so human, so deliberate, that I nearly dropped my gun. Finally, it turned and walked into the deeper shadows of the forest. Not the quick retreat of a scared animal, but the casual walk of someone who knows they can come back whenever they want. I radioed for backup immediately, told them I'd encountered an aggressive bear and fired warning shots. What else could I say? 2 other rangers arrived within 20 minutes. We searched the area but found nothing except those footprints in the mud. By then they'd started to fill with water and lose their shape. That should have been the end of it. Just another strange encounter in the woods. The kind you eventually convince yourself you imagined. But it wasn't the end. The next day I found fresh scratches on a tree near the ranger station. Not bear scratches. These were deliberate marks, arranged in a pattern. 3 vertical lines crossed by 2 horizontal ones. I took photos, but when I came back with another ranger, the bark had been torn away. 3 days later, I was locking up the visitor center at dusk when I heard something moving in the parking lot. There, in the failing light, I saw it again, standing upright between 2 cars, watching me. This time I could see more details. Its fur wasn't uniformly black. There were gray patches that looked almost like clothing. Its head was shaped wrong for a bear, too elongated with a distinct neck. When it moved, its spine stayed straight like a person walking. I reached for my gun, but by the time I drew it, the thing had vanished. I spent an hour searching the parking lot and surrounding woods with a flashlight. Nothing. But I found more of those strange markings carved into the information board by the trailhead. The incidents kept escalating. I'd find fresh scratches on trees every morning, always in the same pattern. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of it standing at the edge of the woods, always just far enough away that I couldn't get a clear look. It seemed to be getting bolder, coming closer to populated areas. A week after the first encounter, I was working the evening shift when a family came into the ranger station in a panic. They'd been setting up camp when their 6-year-old saw something watching them from the trees. The father described it as a person in a bear costume. They packed up and left immediately. I checked the campsite. The family's tent was still there, half set up. I found more scratches on nearby trees, and something else. Their cooler had been opened. Not torn apart like a bear would do, but carefully unlatched. The food inside was untouched, but arranged in neat piles, like someone was sorting it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside my cabin made me jump. Around 3 a.m. I heard footsteps on my porch. Heavy footsteps. When I looked out the window, I saw a dark shape moving past. It was walking upright, its movements fluid and purposeful. I grabbed my gun and flashlight, but by the time I got to the door, it was gone. In its place, it had left something on my welcome mat. A ranger's hat. One of our official uniform hats torn to shreds. The next day, I reported everything to my supervisor. He was skeptical but agreed to bring in a wildlife expert. The expert examined the footprints, the scratches, and the shredded hat. His conclusion, definitely not a bear, but he couldn't say what made the marks. He'd never seen anything like it. We organized a team to sweep the area. 5 rangers, 2 wildlife experts, and a local hunter who knew these woods better than anyone. We found nothing except more scratches, always in that same pattern. The hunter pointed out something disturbing. The marks appeared in a perfect circle around my cabin, each exactly 100 yards from my door. That night I heard it again. Not just footsteps this time, but a sound that made my blood run cold. Knocking. 3 distinct knocks on my front door. When I looked through the peephole, I saw it standing there, fully illuminated by my porch light. It was horrifying. The proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, legs too straight. The fur wasn't fur at all, but something else. Something that moved wrong. Its face was the worst part. Not quite bear, not quite human, but some impossible combination of the two. And it was wearing fragments of a ranger's uniform. Torn pieces of the standard issue green shirt and pants, like it was mocking us. I watched, paralyzed, as it raised one of those terrible hands and knocked again. 3 more knocks. Then it leaned closer to the door and spoke. Yes, it spoke. The voice was rough, like someone who hadn't used their vocal cords in years, but the words were clear. "Let me in, Ranger." I grabbed my phone and tried to record it, but the screen was black. When I looked back through the peephole, it had its face pressed against the glass, those two human eyes staring directly at me. Its breath fogged the glass. "I've been watching you," it said. "Learning from you." I fired through the door. 4 shots, center mass. The impacts shook the whole cabin. When I finally got the courage to open the door, 10 minutes later it was gone. No blood, no tracks, nothing. Just 4 bullet holes in my door and a scrap of green fabric, definitely from a ranger's uniform, caught on a splinter. That was yesterday. I called in sick today. Haven't left my cabin. The scratches appeared on my door an hour ago. Precise, deliberate lines forming that same pattern I've been seeing on the trees. I can hear something moving around outside, circling the cabin. Every few minutes it knocks. 3 times. Always 3 times. My radio crackles occasionally with static, and sometimes I think I hear a voice in the white noise. That same rough voice saying my name. The other rangers don't respond to my calls anymore. I tried calling the station's landline, but it just rings and rings. The sun is setting now. Through my window I can see dark shapes moving between the trees. More than one. They're all walking upright. The knocking has started again. It's coming from all sides now, a perfect rhythm. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause. And now I can hear them speaking, all of them, in that same rough voice. "Let us in, Ranger. We've learned so much from watching you. Now it's time for you to learn from us." I'm writing this as a record, a warning. If you're reading this, stay away from Shadow Lake State Park. And if you're in the woods and see what looks like a bear standing too straight, walking too smoothly, don't stick around to get a better look. Just run. They're getting louder now. The knocking, the voices. My gun is loaded, but I know bullets won't stop them. They've learned too much, become too much like us, and now they want to teach me something. I think this will be my last night as a ranger. Or maybe my last night as a human. I never wanted the graveyard shift at Oakwood Cemetery. The pay was decent, $3 more per hour than the day shift, but something about walking those grounds alone at night always felt wrong. I took the job because I needed the money after my divorce cleaned me out. 3 months in, I learned why the position had such high turnover. It happened on a Tuesday night in October. The air had that sharp autumn chill that makes your nose run and your fingers ache. I was doing my regular rounds at 2 a.m., flashlight beam sweeping across the headstones as I walked the winding paths between the plots. My boots crunched on the gravel. A half moon hung in the sky, casting just enough light to make the shadows deeper. The old section was always the worst part of my rounds. Some of those stones dated back to the 1800s, all crooked and crumbling. Management kept talking about restoration work, but it never happened. I checked my watch, 2:17 a.m. 4 hours and 43 minutes until dawn. I just wanted to finish my circuit and get back to the heated security booth. That's when it hit me. 1 second I was walking, the next I was face down in the dirt. It felt like someone had shoved me hard between the shoulder blades with both hands. But there was nobody there. I knew because I scrambled up and spun around, heart pounding, flashlight beam cutting wild arcs through the darkness. "Who's there?" My voice came out higher than I meant it to. The beam caught nothing but tombstones and dead leaves skittering across the ground. My back burned, not like muscle strain from the fall. This was different. It felt like someone had pressed a hot iron between my shoulder blades. I reached back to touch the spot and my hand came away dry. No blood, no torn jacket. Just that intense, burning sensation that made me grit my teeth. I did another sweep with the flashlight. Still nothing. The burning got worse, spreading across my upper back like hot water running under my skin. I radioed into the main office. "This is Mike in Section C, possible trespasser, requesting backup." Static crackled for a few seconds before Jerry's voice came through. "Copy that. Coming your way. Stay put." I didn't stay put. I backed up until I hit one of the larger monuments, some fancy angel statue for somebody named Harrison. At least nothing could sneak up behind me now. The burning had settled into a steady throb. Jerry showed up 5 minutes later, huffing and puffing from the walk. We searched the whole section together but found nothing. No footprints in the soft dirt between the plots. No broken branches or disturbed leaves. Nothing. Maybe you tripped? Jerry suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe it. He'd been working here longer than me and had that look, the one that said he knew something but wouldn't talk about it. I finished my shift somehow, though every step made my back flare up. By the time I got home at 7 a.m., I could barely stand up straight. I stripped off my shirt in the bathroom and twisted around to look at my back in the mirror. The skin between my shoulder blades was red and swollen, with clusters of small blisters forming. It looked like the world's worst sunburn, but in a perfect rectangular shape about the size of 2 handprints. I called in sick that night. Spent the whole day lying on my stomach, trying not to let anything touch my back. The blisters got bigger, filled with clear fluid that made them shine under the bathroom lights. I should have gone to the doctor, but what would I tell them? That a ghost pushed me? That's when I started seeing them. Just glimpses at first. Movements at the edge of my vision that vanished when I turned to look. A shadow passing through a doorway when I was alone in the house. The feeling of being watched, all the time. By day 3, the blisters had burst and started to heal, leaving raw pink patches on my skin. The shadows got bolder. I'd catch them standing in corners, human-shaped but wrong somehow. Too tall or too thin, or with limbs that bent at strange angles. They never moved when I was looking directly at them. But the moment I turned away, I could feel them inching closer. I went back to work on day 4. Jerry took one look at me and shook his head. "You got marked," he said. "Happened to Wilson last year, that's why he quit." "Marked? What does that mean?" Jerry wouldn't say more, just told me to watch my back and stay out of the old section after midnight. Fat lot of good that advice did me. The shadows followed me to work. I'd see them sliding between the headstones, always keeping pace with me on my rounds. Sometimes I'd hear whispers. Not words exactly, but sounds that almost made sense, like someone talking underwater. A week after the incident, one of them touched me again. I was checking the locks on the maintenance shed when something cold brushed against my neck. I spun around and there it was, a figure about 7 feet tall, so black it looked like a hole cut in the night. No features, just a general human shape with too many angles. I ran. Dropped my flashlight and radio and just ran, feeling it right behind me the whole way back to the security booth. Jerry found me there an hour later, shaking and drenched in sweat. "You can't keep working here," he said. "Once they notice you, they don't stop." "Who are they?" "The ones who didn't want to leave. The angry ones. The ones who think we're trespassing on their property." Jerry sighed and pulled up his sleeve. His forearm was covered in circular scars like cigarette burns. "They marked me too back in '98. I learned to live with it. Most don't. I quit that night, left my uniform and badge on the desk and walked out. But it didn't matter. They followed me home. They're in my house now. I see them every night standing in my bedroom doorway. Sometimes 1, sometimes 5 or 6. They don't do anything, just watch. The marks on my back never fully healed. They've faded to silvery scars, but they burn whenever the shadows are near. I tried moving, tried staying with friends, even spent a week in a hotel 2 states away. They always find me, always watching, always waiting. For what, I don't know. Last night, one of them spoke, actually spoke, not just those underwater whispers. It stood at the foot of my bed, taller than the ceiling should have allowed, and said my name. My real name, not the one I use now. The name my parents gave me, the one I haven't used since I was 10 years old. I'm writing this all down because I know what's coming. Jerry warned me about this part. Said Wilson went through the same thing before he disappeared. The shadows get closer every night, speaking more, learning more about me. Yesterday I found ash on my pillow, like someone had been standing over me while I slept, shedding burnt flakes of themselves. The marks on my back are spreading. The scarred skin feels tight, like it's being stretched from the inside. This morning I found new blisters forming along my spine. They're different from the first ones, darker, with something moving inside them. I don't want to know what happens when they burst. I've stopped sleeping more than an hour or two at a time. Can't risk closing my eyes for too long. They're bolder when I sleep. I wake up with new marks sometimes. Tiny burns on my arms and legs like they've been prodding me, testing how solid I am. The whispers are getting louder too. Almost clear enough to understand. Almost, but not quite. Part of me is glad I can't make out the words. The few syllables I've caught make my teeth hurt and my eyes water. Last night I went back to Oakwood Cemetery. Don't ask me why. Maybe I thought I could confront them, make some kind of deal. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. I found Jerry in the security booth, looking older than I remembered. "How long?" I asked him. "For you?" "Not long now." He rolled up his sleeve again, showed me the scars. They'd spread past his elbow, forming patterns that hurt my eyes to look at. We're not supposed to see them, not supposed to know they're there. Once they mark you, you become like them, bit by bit. How do I stop it? You don't. Best you can do is write it all down. Leave something behind so the next poor bastard knows what's coming. So that's what I'm doing, writing it all down while I still can, while my hands are still mostly human. The blisters on my back burst an hour ago. The fluid that came out was black and smoked when it hit the floor. My skin feels wrong now, too thin in some places, too thick in others. They're here now, watching me write this. 5 of them, standing in a half circle around my desk. I can feel them leaning closer, reading over my shoulder. Their shadows fall wrong on the paper, moving even though they're standing still, twisting into shapes that make my head hurt. One of them just touched my shoulder. Its hand was cold and felt like wet ashes. The burn is spreading down my arm now. My fingers are starting to shake. I have to stop writing soon. They're getting impatient. I can tell because the whispers are getting angry, and the shadows are growing larger, spreading across the walls like spilled ink. To whoever finds this, if you work at Oakwood Cemetery, or any cemetery, and something pushes you on your rounds, run. Quit your job. Move far away. The marks don't heal, and they never stop watching, and eventually they'll... The rest of the page is stained with what appears to be ash, and the writing trails off into unreadable scribbles. The first sound was so faint I almost missed it. A soft scraping above my head like someone dragging their shoe across concrete. I looked up from my laptop at the ceiling of the old factory floor, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my mouth. The fluorescent lights hummed. Then I heard it again. Unmistakable footsteps walking across the floor above me. I checked my phone. 8:47 p.m. I was the only one still here. I'd stayed late to finish the inventory reports that corporate needed by morning. The night security guard wouldn't start his rounds for another hour. The footsteps continued. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one end of the upper floor to the other. My heart rate picked up. I knew that floor. It was completely empty except for some old machinery that hadn't been used in decades. We only went up there to check the roof access points during inspections. I pushed back from my desk, the wheels of my chair squeaking against the concrete floor. The footsteps stopped. The silence felt heavy, like the air had suddenly thickened. I stood up, my legs stiff from sitting for hours. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed through the empty factory floor. No response. Maybe it was just the building settling. These old industrial buildings made all kinds of noises, especially at night when the temperature dropped. But those had definitely sounded like footsteps. Heel to toe, moving in a straight line. I walked to the stairwell door, my footsteps echoing. The metal door handle was cold against my palm. I hesitated, then pulled it open. The stairwell was dark except for the red exit sign casting a dim glow. I fumbled for the light switch and fluorescent tubes flickered to life with a buzz. "Is someone up there?" I called up the stairs. My voice bounced off concrete walls. Silence. I started climbing, each step clanging against the metal stairs. When I reached the second floor landing, I stopped and listened. Nothing. The door to the second floor was closed, like always. We kept it locked since no one used this level anymore. I pulled out my key ring and found the right key. The lock turned with a loud click. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the screech of rusted hinges. The second floor was a huge open space, dusty and dark except for faint light coming through the grimy windows. Ancient machinery sat like sleeping giants, huge metal frames and conveyor belts frozen in time. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating swirling dust motes. Hello? I swept the flashlight back and forth. Empty, just like I knew it would be. But I had to check. A soft scraping sound came from behind me. I spun around, heart pounding. The flashlight beam showed nothing but empty space. Then I saw it. A metal barrel that had been sitting against the wall was now 3 feet to the left, perfectly centered in the aisle between machines. My hands started to shake. That barrel was heavy. It would take 2 people to move it. And I'd just walked past it seconds ago. It had definitely been against the wall. I backed up slowly, keeping my flashlight trained on the barrel. It didn't move. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. Another scraping noise, this time from my right. I whirled toward the sound. A wrench that had been sitting on top of one of the machines was now lying in the middle of the floor, about 20 feet away. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. This isn't funny. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly. I could see my breath fogging in the flashlight beam. My skin broke out in goosebumps. Something moved in my peripheral vision, just a quick shadow darting between machines. I spun to track it but saw nothing. My back hit the wall. I hadn't realized I'd been backing up. The exit door was 30 feet away. I started edging toward it, keeping the flashlight moving back and forth across the room. Another shadow flicked past, closer this time. The beam of my flashlight caught nothing but empty air and dust. 10 feet from the door. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. A loud crash made me jump. One of the old machinery control panels had fallen off its mount and smashed onto the floor. It was at least 50 pounds of metal and would have needed tools to remove. But it had just fallen off. 5 feet from the door. Almost there. The shadows were moving faster now, darting between the machines like they were playing some twisted game of hide and seek. The temperature kept dropping. My teeth started chattering. My hand found the door handle. I yanked it open and practically fell into the stairwell. I slammed the door behind me and fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. The lock clicked just as something heavy slammed against the other side of the door. The impact rattled my teeth. I stumbled backward, almost falling down the stairs. Another slam against the door, hard enough to make the hinges creak. Then silence. I ran down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, not caring about the noise. I burst out onto the main factory floor and sprinted to my desk. My laptop was still sitting there, screen glowing. I slammed it shut and shoved it in my bag. As I was grabbing my coat, I heard it. Footsteps above me again. But different this time. Not the slow, deliberate steps from before. These were running back and forth, like something pacing frantically. I ran for the exit, not bothering to turn off the lights. The night air hit me like a slap when I burst out of the building. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I looked up at the second floor windows. For a split second, I thought I saw something move behind the dirty glass. A dark shape, watching me leave. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. When I finally went back to work, I made excuses about having a stomach bug. I couldn't tell anyone what really happened. They'd think I was crazy, but I requested a transfer to the new facility across town. I couldn't keep working in that building, not after what I experienced. Even during the day with other people around, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was up there, waiting. They approved my transfer request. My last day at the old factory was 2 weeks later. As I was packing up my desk, I heard footsteps above me, that same slow, deliberate pace. I grabbed my box of belongings and walked out, never looking back. That was 3 months ago. I haven't been back to the old factory since then, but sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear phantom footsteps above me. And when I look up, expecting to see nothing but ceiling, I can't help but wonder what would happen if one day I saw something looking back. I've tried researching the building's history, hoping to find some explanation for what happened that night. The factory was built in 1943 and operated continuously until 1989, when the original company went bankrupt. There were a few workplace accidents over the years, the usual industrial incidents you'd expect in a factory from that era, but nothing that would explain what I experienced. Some of the older employees have stories about strange things happening in the building, especially on the second floor. Tools disappearing and reappearing in different places, unexplained noises, cold spots. But they laugh these stories off, treating them like workplace folklore. I know what I saw that night wasn't folklore. Those shadows were real. The barrel and wrench moving on their own. That happened. The control panel didn't just fall off its mount by itself. Something was up there with me. Something that could affect physical objects but didn't want to be seen directly. Something that seemed to be testing me, playing with me, seeing how I would react. I've gone over that night hundreds of times in my mind, analyzing every detail. Could there have been someone else in the building? Maybe someone who knew how to hide in the shadows and move things without being seen? But that doesn't explain the sudden temperature drop, or the shadows that moved too quickly to be human, or the impossible strength it would have taken to slam against that metal door hard enough to make it shake. No, whatever was up there wasn't human. I'm certain of that now. Sometimes I drive past the old factory on my way home just to prove to myself that I'm not afraid of it anymore. But I never drive past after dark. And I always speed up a little when I pass the second floor windows. The building is still in use, still full of workers during the day. But now I notice that no one goes up to the second floor unless they absolutely have to. Maintenance requests for that level are always delayed or passed around until someone is forced to handle them. Even the people who laugh off the stories avoid that floor if they can. They know something isn't right up there. They feel it, even if they won't admit it. That heavy silence, like the air itself, is holding its breath. The feeling of being watched by something you can't quite see. I've thought about reporting what happened, but who would I tell? The police? Building management? They'd ask for evidence and I don't have any. Just my word that I saw impossible things in an empty room. So I keep the story to myself, locked away with all my other doubts and fears. But sometimes when I'm working late at the new facility, I'll hear a noise above me. Maybe just the heating system kicking on, or the building settling, or the wind against the roof. But for a split second, before logic kicks in, I'm back in that old factory. Back on that second floor with its sleeping machines and dancing shadows. Back in that moment when I realized that everything I thought I knew about reality was wrong. Because now I know that sometimes when you hear footsteps above you in an empty building, it's not just the building settling. Sometimes those footsteps belong to something that wants you to come upstairs and investigate. Something that wants to play. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you realize this before you open that door. Before you step into that dark room. Before you discover exactly what's been waiting for you up there in the shadows. I was lucky that night. Whatever was up there let me leave. But I can't shake the feeling that it was just toying with me, like a cat playing with a mouse before making the kill. That if it had wanted to, it could have stopped me from reaching that door. The old factory is still standing, still operating, still hiding its secrets on that empty second floor. And sometimes, when I drive past at dusk, I look up at those grimy windows and wonder, is something looking back? Are those shadows still dancing between the machines? Are those footsteps still pacing back and forth, waiting for the next person to hear them and come investigate? I don't have answers to these questions, but I know one thing for certain. I'll never go back to that second floor. Some doors are better left closed. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Because sometimes when you go looking for answers in dark places, You find out that something has been looking for you too, and sometimes that something follows you home. I still work in factories. I still stay late sometimes to finish reports. But now I always check the building plans before accepting a new position. I make sure my office is on the ground floor, and if I ever hear footsteps above me after hours, I don't investigate. I pack up my things, walk calmly to my car, and drive away, because I know now that not all empty rooms are truly empty, and not all footsteps belong to the living. The crackling of my campfire died out at 2:17 a.m. I remember checking my watch right then because that's when everything went wrong. The normal nighttime forest sounds, the crickets, the occasional owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. They all stopped at once. Just stopped. The silence hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd been camping alone in the Cascades for 3 days, about 15 miles from the nearest road. No cell service, no other hikers. Just me, testing myself, proving I could handle solitude. I'd picked this spot because it was so isolated, a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and thick undergrowth. My tent sat at the edge of the clearing, with my back protected by a steep rocky slope. The fire's embers still glowed orange, but the woods had gone dead quiet. My breath came out in visible puffs in the cold mountain air. A bead of sweat ran down my neck despite the chill. Something felt wrong. Really wrong. The first heavy footstep came from behind my tent, a deliberate crunch of leaves and twigs. Then another, and another. Whatever it was moved slowly, methodically. The steps were too heavy for a deer or bear. They sounded like a person walking, but different. The gait was off, like the stride was too long. I sat frozen by the dying fire, my hand clenched around my hunting knife. The footsteps continued in a circle around my camp, just at the edge of the firelight. I turned my head slowly, following the sound, but saw nothing, just darkness between the trees. The walking stopped directly behind me. I held my breath. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. Then it started moving again, completing the circle. 2 full rotations it made while I sat there paralyzed. My tent was only 15 feet away. My rifle was inside it, along with my flashlight. The smart move would have been to make a run for them. But my legs wouldn't move. My whole body had locked up. On the 3rd circle, the footsteps changed direction, moving closer to where I sat. The sound of crunching leaves came from only a few feet behind me now. Still nothing visible. Just those heavy, deliberate steps. My muscles finally unlocked. I lunged forward, rolling away from the sound and scrambling to my feet. I sprinted to my tent, practically diving through the zippered opening. My hands shook as I grabbed my rifle and flashlight. The footsteps followed, stopping right outside the tent. The thin nylon wall bulged inward like something was pressing against it. I pointed my rifle at the bulge, clicking off the safety. The pressure disappeared. The footsteps retreated a few yards. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. "I'm armed. Show yourself." No response. Just more footsteps, circling the tent now. I switched on my flashlight, sweeping the beam through the tent walls. The light illuminated nothing but trees, no shadows, no silhouettes. But the footsteps continued. The temperature inside the tent dropped suddenly. My breath came out in thick white clouds. Frost began forming on the inside of the tent walls. The nylon crackled as ice crystals spread across it. The footsteps stopped again, this time at the tent's entrance. The zipper started moving on its own, slowly pulling downward. I aimed my rifle at the opening, finger tight on the trigger. The zipper stopped halfway. A blast of Arctic air rushed in, so cold it burned my lungs. The beam of my flashlight dimmed, flickered, and went out. In the darkness, I heard something slide inside the tent. The temperature dropped even further. I fired 3 shots through the tent wall. The muzzle flashed briefly, illuminating the interior. In those split-second bursts of light, I saw nothing. But I felt it. A presence, right there in the tent with me. The air had become so cold it hurt to breathe. I slashed through the back wall of the tent with my knife and dove out into the darkness. I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over roots and rocks. Branches whipped my face. My lungs burned from the freezing air. Those footsteps followed, getting closer. The cold followed too, like a wave of Arctic air pursuing me through the forest. I didn't look back. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stop making sense. My legs gave out eventually, and I collapsed against a tree trunk. The footsteps slowed, then stopped nearby. Ice formed on the tree bark around me. My fingers had turned blue. The cold was unbearable now. I fumbled with my watch, pressing the button to illuminate the display. 2:17 a.m., the same time showing as when everything had started. The watch face frosted over as I stared at it. The footsteps started again, moving away this time. The temperature slowly began to rise. After a few minutes, the normal forest sounds gradually returned, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, an owl hooting in the distance. I sat there until dawn, shivering, my rifle clutched against my chest. When the sun rose, I found my way back to my campsite. The tent was shredded, with 3 bullet holes through the walls. Everything inside was covered in a layer of frost, despite the morning temperature being well above freezing. My camera had been in the tent. When I checked it later, all the photos from my trip were gone, replaced by a single image, a black frame with a timestamp of 2:17 a.m. I packed what was left of my gear and hiked out. It took me 8 hours to reach my car. I haven't been camping since. Sometimes I wake up at night and check my watch, half expecting to see 2:17 a.m. Sometimes in quiet moments I think I hear those footsteps again, that same heavy, deliberate pace. And sometimes, just sometimes, I feel a blast of Arctic air, even in the middle of summer. I've tried researching similar incidents in that area. I found a few scattered reports from other hikers, stories about impossible cold spots in the woods, about all sound suddenly stopping, about invisible things that follow you through the trees. Most people won't talk about it directly. They just warn you not to camp alone out there. The oddest thing? I went to a doctor after, worried about frostbite. My fingers and toes had turned completely blue that night, but the doctor found no tissue damage. He said it was impossible for me to have experienced the temperatures I described and not have severe injuries. According to him, the temperatures I felt would have killed me in minutes. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't want to know. But sometimes I wonder, what would I have seen if my flashlight hadn't died? What was in the tent with me? Where did those 3 bullets go? And why does my watch still stop for 1 minute, every night, at 2:17 a.m.? The questions haunt me, but not as much as the memory of those footsteps. That slow, methodical pace. The sound of something huge and impossible moving through the darkness. The way it toyed with me, circling, retreating, advancing, like it was savoring my fear. I still have the tent. It's stuffed in a box in my garage, bullet holes and knife slash still visible. Sometimes I think about examining it more closely, looking for clues. But I never do. Because sometimes, late at night, I hear rustling coming from that box, like something moving inside it. And when I walk past, the air gets just a little bit colder. Last week I got a letter. No return address. Inside was a single photo, my campsite from that night, taken from the tree line. In the image you can see me sitting by the fire, and behind me, barely visible in the darkness, there's a distortion in the air. A ripple, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. But it's roughly human-shaped, and it's reaching toward me. The timestamp on the photo? 2:16 a.m. I burned the photo, but before I did, I noticed something in the background, deep in the trees. More distortions, more ripples in the air, dozens of them, all facing my camp, all waiting. They're still out there, I think, in those woods, waiting for the next person to camp alone, waiting for the next opportunity to what? Hunt? Play? Feed? I don't know. I don't want to know. But I know this. If you're ever camping alone, and the forest goes silent, don't wait. Don't try to be brave. Run. Run as fast as you can. Because if you hear those footsteps, if you feel that cold, it's already too late. They found you, and they'll take their time. They'll circle you, toy with you, savor your fear. Until 2:17 a.m. Always 2:17 a.m. I've tried to convince myself it wasn't real, that I imagined it all. But then I look at my watch, stuck forever, showing 2:17 a.m. for 1 minute each night. I look at the frost-damaged tent in my garage. I remember the impossible cold, the sound of those footsteps, the presence in the darkness. And I know it was real. All of it. Something found me in those woods. Something impossible. Something that shouldn't exist. And sometimes on quiet nights I think it followed me home. Because now, when I wake at 2:17 a.m., I hear footsteps in my house. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. Circling. Always circling. And the air gets colder and colder and colder. The first thing I noticed when I woke up at 3:17 a.m. wasn't the thundering crash from upstairs. It was the dead silence that followed it. I lay in bed, my breath shallow, listening to nothing at all. No wind, no creaking floorboards, no distant cars, just the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I shouldn't have been in that house at all. Mark had offered me his family's century-old mansion for the weekend while he was away on business, saying I needed a quiet place to finish my work project. The house sat on 5 acres of land outside Boston, surrounded by old oaks and an iron fence that had gone rusty decades ago. When I arrived yesterday afternoon, Mark gave me a quick tour, pointing out the kitchen, the bathroom, and the guest room where I'd be staying. He'd mentioned something about keeping to the first floor, but I was too busy taking in the dark wood paneling and worn Persian rugs to really listen. Another crash broke the silence. This one came from directly above my room, followed by the distinct sound of something heavy being dragged across hardwood floors. My heart started hammering against my ribs. I sat up, the sheets falling away from my chest, and felt the cool air hit my sweat-damp t-shirt. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded weak even to my own ears. "Is someone there?" No response, just more dragging sounds, slower now, deliberate. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness of the guest room, illuminating the antique dresser, the heavy curtains, the door that stood slightly ajar. I swung my legs out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold hardwood floor. The dragging noise stopped. Then came the footsteps, heavy, measured steps that made the ceiling creak above me. They were moving away from my room, heading toward the back of the house. I stood up, my knees shaking slightly. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was just the house settling or some animal had gotten in through an open window. But houses don't settle in rhythmic footsteps, and raccoons don't drag furniture across floors. I moved to the doorway, phone held out in front of me like a shield. The hallway stretched out in both directions, the beam of light showing faded wallpaper and closed doors. The footsteps continued overhead, each one making me flinch. "Mark?" I called out again, louder this time. "If this is some kind of joke, it's not funny." The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was complete silence again. Then I heard it. A door creaking open upstairs, followed by more footsteps, these ones coming toward the staircase at the end of the hall. I should have left right then. Should have grabbed my keys and run out to my car. Instead, I found myself moving toward the stairs, drawn by a mixture of fear and stupid curiosity. The wooden steps loomed ahead of me, disappearing into darkness beyond the reach of my phone's light. The first step creaked under my weight. I paused, listening. The footsteps above had stopped. I took another step and another, my free hand gripping the banister so tight my knuckles turned white. The wood felt smooth under my palm, polished by generations of hands. Halfway up, I heard a door slam somewhere in the darkness above. I froze, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. Sweat ran down my back, making my shirt stick to my skin. The air felt colder here, and I could smell something, a musty, damp odor like wet newspapers left in a basement. I reached the top of the stairs and swept my phone's beam across the second-floor landing. More closed doors lined the hallway, their brass doorknobs reflecting the light. All except one. The third door on the right stood open, and there was something wrong with it. I moved closer, the floorboards groaning under each step. The door had no doorknob. Not just missing one, it looked like it had never had one at all. Just smooth, dark wood where the handle should have been. I aimed my light inside the room and saw an empty space. No furniture, no pictures on the walls, just bare hardwood floors and peeling wallpaper. Behind me at the far end of the hallway, something moved. Heavy footsteps, closer now, purposeful. I spun around, the light beam jerking wildly across the walls. The footsteps were getting louder, but I couldn't see anyone. Just empty hallway stretching into darkness. I backed into the doorless room, my shoulders hitting the wall beside the entrance. The footsteps reached the end of the hall. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw something move. A shadow, darker than the darkness around it, sliding along the wall. Then the footsteps started again, moving away, fading. My legs gave out and I slid down the wall, sitting hard on the floor. My phone slipped from my trembling fingers and clattered on the wood, the light spinning crazily before settling. In its glow, I saw something on the floor that made my stomach lurch. Footprints in the dust, leading from the door to the center of the room. They weren't mine. They were much larger and they looked wrong somehow. Too long, too deep, as if whatever made them had been carrying something very heavy. I grabbed my phone and scrambled to my feet. The footsteps had stopped again, but now I heard something else. A low, wet sound like someone breathing through a mouthful of water. It was coming from somewhere above me. I ran. Down the hallway, taking the stairs two at a time, nearly falling twice. Behind me, the footsteps started again, faster now, matching my pace. I hit the first floor running and didn't stop until I reached the guest room. I slammed the door shut and fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn it. I backed away from the door, waiting for the footsteps to follow me down. But there was nothing. Just silence again, pressing against my ears like cotton wool. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the bed, staring at the door, phone in one hand and car keys in the other. I didn't move until sunrise started leaking around the edges of the curtains. Only then did I grab my laptop and overnight bag and get the hell out of there. I called Mark from my car, hands still trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. It went to voicemail. I tried again an hour later, and again that afternoon. He finally called back that evening. "Hey, sorry I missed your calls," he said. "Been in meetings all day. Everything okay?" "No, everything is not okay," I said. "What the hell is going on with that house? Who else was there last night?" "What do you mean? Nobody else had access to the house. What happened?" I told him everything. The crashes, the footsteps, the doorless room. There was a long pause when I finished. "Which room did you say?" he asked finally. His voice sounded strange. "Third door on the right upstairs, the one without a handle." Another pause. "That's not possible," he said slowly. "That room's been locked since I was a kid. Nobody's been able to open it for decades. The handle fell off years ago and the door's stuck shut." "Are you sure?" "I know what I saw, Mark. The door was open." "Stay there," he said. "I'm coming back. Don't go anywhere near that house until I get there." He showed up at my apartment 3 hours later, looking pale and agitated. He sat at my kitchen table while I made coffee, neither of us speaking. Finally, he pulled out his phone and showed me a photo. "Is this the room?" he asked. The picture showed the same empty room I'd seen, but the door was closed, and where the handle should have been, there was just smooth wood. "That's it," I said. "But when I was there, the door was open." Mark ran a hand through his hair. "That room belonged to my great-uncle Douglas," he said. "He disappeared in 1937. They found the door locked from the inside. No handle, no way in. They eventually had to break it down, but the room was empty. No sign of him, no evidence of where he went or what happened. They sealed it back up afterward, and as far as I know, nobody's been inside since. He pulled out another photo, this one older, black and white. It showed a tall, thin man standing in front of the house. His face was blurry, but something about his posture seemed off. Too rigid, like he was being held up by strings. "This is the last photo taken of him," Mark said, the day before he disappeared. The police investigation found something strange. There were footprints in the dust in his room leading from the door to the center, but they were too big to be human and too deep, like whatever made them was carrying something heavy. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. Neither of us moved to clean it up. "Why didn't you tell me any of this before?" I asked. "Would you have believed me? Besides, the room's been sealed for almost 90 years. I never thought..." He trailed off, staring at the old photograph. "My grandmother used to talk about it sometimes, when she'd had too much to drink. She said the night before Douglas disappeared, she heard noises from his room. Crashes, footsteps. She said she went to check on him, but his door was locked, no handle. She heard footsteps inside, moving away from the door, and then silence. I looked at the photograph again. There was something else wrong with it, something I hadn't noticed at first. The man's feet didn't quite touch the ground. What was he doing in that room?" I asked. "Before he disappeared?" Mark hesitated. He was researching something. Old books, occult stuff. My grandmother found his journals after he vanished. Most of it was nonsense. Diagrams, symbols, calculations. But there was one thing that stuck with her. The last entry, written the day he disappeared, just said, "They're coming through the doors now." All the doors. Even the ones that aren't there. We sat in silence for a long time after that. Finally, Mark stood up. "I'm selling the house," he said. "I should have done it years ago after my parents died. I just couldn't. I kept thinking there might be answers somewhere in there." "What about the room?" I asked. "I'm sealing it up. Concrete, steel bars, whatever it takes. That door's never opening again." But I knew he was wrong, because when I close my eyes I can still see those footprints in the dust, leading to nowhere. Still hear those heavy steps moving away down the hall. Still feel the cold air from that doorless doorway. And sometimes, late at night, I check all the handles in my apartment, just to make sure they're still there. Just to make sure nothing's coming through the doors that aren't. But I know better now. I know that some doors don't need handles to open, and some things don't need doors to get through. Last week I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to a familiar sound, heavy footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. I didn't get up to check. I just lay there, listening as they passed my door and continued down the hall, fading away into silence. I don't know if they'll come back. I don't know if they'll find another door without a handle, another way through. But I keep thinking about what Mark's great-uncle wrote in his journal, about doors that aren't there. And I wonder how many other doors are out there, waiting to open. How many other rooms are sealed away, holding secrets that should stay buried. How many other footsteps echo through empty hallways at 3:17 a.m., moving away into darkness. I haven't slept much since that night in Mark's house. Can't shake the feeling that something followed me home. Something that doesn't need handles to open doors. Something that's waiting for me to let my guard down to close my eyes just long enough. But mostly, I can't stop thinking about those footprints in the dust. Because when I finally got the courage to look at the photos Mark sent me later, I noticed something he hadn't mentioned. In the picture of the empty room, there were footprints in the dust. But they weren't leading from the door to the center of the room. They were leading from the center of the room to the door, and they were still fresh. My name is David Chen, and what I'm about to tell you happened 3 weeks ago. I need to write it down while the details are still fresh, while I can still remember the sound of her footsteps and the way the air changed when she passed by. Maybe then someone will believe me. I was checking emails at my desk on a Tuesday morning around 7:30 a.m. I always come in early to get ahead of the day's work. The office was empty and quiet, just the way I like it. The only sounds were the hum of the HVAC system and my fingers tapping on the keyboard. A flicker of movement caught my eye. I looked up from my monitor, and that's when I saw her. She passed by my office door, a woman in what looked like a long, dark blue dress with a high collar and tight sleeves. Her hair was pulled back in a bun. The dress looked like something from an old photograph, maybe from the 1890s. But what struck me most was the way she seemed to glow slightly, a pale luminescence that didn't make sense in the fluorescent lit hallway. I blinked hard and looked again. The hallway was empty. My heart thumped against my ribs and I felt sweat break out on my forehead. I got up and walked to the door, looking both ways down the corridor. Nothing. Just the usual gray carpet, white walls, and closed office doors. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed slightly in the empty space. No response. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on work. My hands were shaking as I typed. I told myself I was being ridiculous, probably just someone from another floor who liked vintage clothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like the pressure change before a storm. The next hour passed normally. Other employees started arriving, filling the office with the usual morning sounds: coffee brewing, conversations about weekend plans, phones ringing. I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Then my computer screen flickered. Just for a second, but enough to make me look up. And there she was again, standing in my doorway. This time I got a better look at her face. She was young, maybe in her 20s, with pale skin and dark eyes that seemed to look right through me. Her dress rustled, but I couldn't hear any sound. She raised one hand slightly as if she wanted to say something. I gripped the arms of my chair so hard my knuckles turned white. "Can I help you?" I managed to say. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Then she turned and walked away, her dress swishing around her ankles. I jumped up and followed her, nearly knocking over my chair. She moved quickly down the hallway toward the old section of the building. Our office takes up the entire 4th floor of the Bradbury Building, a structure built in 1902. The West Wing was renovated last year, but the East Wing still has the original hardwood floors and brass fixtures. That's where she was heading. I followed her through the heavy fire doors that separate the two sections. The temperature dropped at least 10 degrees. My breath came out in visible puffs, which was impossible. It was September in Los Angeles. She turned a corner and I ran to catch up. But when I rounded the corner, she was gone. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at the dead end of the hallway. There was nowhere she could have gone. No doors, no windows, nothing but solid walls. I pressed my hand against the wall where I'd last seen her. The surface was ice cold. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text from my coworker, Sandra. "Meeting in 5 minutes. Bringing donuts." I walked back to my office, trying to steady my breathing. The morning meeting went on as usual, but I couldn't focus. I kept glancing at the door, expecting to see her there. My coffee went cold on my desk. After the meeting, I went to the building manager's office. Tom had worked here for 30 years. If anyone knew anything strange about the building's history, it would be him. "Tom, this might sound crazy, but have you ever heard about anyone seeing unusual things in the East Wing?" He looked up from his crossword puzzle, his bushy eyebrows raising. "What kind of unusual things?" I described what I'd seen. As I talked, Tom's expression changed from skeptical to serious. He put down his pen and leaned forward. "There was a fire here in 1906, he said. "Started in the East Wing. Most people got out, but there was a young woman." He pulled open a drawer and took out an old leather-bound book. "The building's original records. I keep them for historical preservation." He flipped through the yellowed pages until he found what he was looking for. Here, Elizabeth Crane, age 24. She worked as a secretary for the law firm that occupied the 4th floor. According to the newspaper account, she went back in to save some important legal documents. They found her body near the east stairwell. My mouth went dry. What did she look like? Tom turned another page and pointed to a faded photograph. My hands started shaking again. The woman in the picture wore a high-collared dark dress, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wasn't smiling, but her eyes seemed to stare directly at the camera. They were the same eyes I'd seen that morning. I went back to my desk, but I couldn't work. Every few minutes I felt like someone was watching me. The air would get cold, then return to normal. My computer kept glitching, files closing themselves, the screen flickering, my cursor moving on its own. Around 3 p.m. I got up to get coffee. As I walked past the break room, I heard typing coming from inside. Old-fashioned typing, the kind you'd hear from a manual typewriter. Click-clack, the sound of metal keys striking paper. I pushed open the door. The room was empty, but the sound continued for a few more seconds before stopping abruptly. On one of the tables I found a piece of paper that hadn't been there before. The text looked like it had been typed on an old typewriter. The files must be saved. Please help me find them. I picked up the paper with trembling hands. It felt real enough, but as I watched, the text began to fade like invisible ink until the page was blank. That night I stayed late at the office. I had to know more. I searched through our company's digital archives, looking for anything from 1906. Most of our old records had been digitized years ago. At midnight, my screen went black. When it came back on, a folder I'd never seen before was open. Inside were scanned images of old legal documents, all dated 1906. The files were labeled Crane Estate versus Western Railway Company. I started reading. Elizabeth Crane's father had been killed in a railway accident in 1905. The law firm was representing her family in a lawsuit against the railway company. The case was worth millions in today's money. According to the documents, the railway company had known about unsafe track conditions, but had covered it up. The key evidence was supposed to be presented in court the day after the fire. But the original documents were destroyed in the blaze. The same documents Elizabeth had died trying to save. Without them, the case fell apart. The railway company was never held accountable. My office grew colder. The lights flickered, and I felt that now familiar presence behind me. I turned slowly in my chair. Elizabeth stood there, more solid than I'd seen her before. In her hands, she held what looked like a leather document case, the kind lawyers used to carry important papers. "You wanted to expose their lies," I said quietly. "You died trying to get justice for your father." She nodded slowly. Her form flickered like a bad television signal. "But the evidence is gone," I said. "Burned in the fire. There's nothing we can do now." She shook her head and pointed at my computer screen. I turned back to look. New files were opening themselves, scanned images I hadn't seen before. They showed internal railway company memos, maintenance records, inspection reports. All the evidence that had been lost in the fire. I realized what had happened. Elizabeth hadn't been trying to save the physical documents that day. She'd been trying to tell someone where to find the copies that had been hidden somewhere in the building to protect them from being destroyed. For the next 2 hours, I downloaded and printed everything. The railway company still existed, now part of a larger transportation conglomerate. Their current practices were under investigation by several environmental groups. This historical evidence of corporate negligence and cover-ups would be valuable to modern legal cases. When I finished, I felt the air temperature return to normal. I turned around again. Elizabeth stood by the door, but her appearance had changed. The ghostly glow was gone. She looked peaceful. She gave me a small smile, nodded once, and then simply wasn't there anymore. I sent copies of the documents to investigative reporters at 3 major newspapers the next morning. 2 weeks later, the story broke. The railway company's stock dropped 30% in one day. Multiple class action lawsuits are now pending. I still come to work early, and sometimes I feel a slight chill in the air or catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. But it's different now. The presence doesn't feel threatening anymore. Sometimes, when I'm working late, I hear the faint sound of an old typewriter from the break room. I've learned to take it as a sign that I should go home and get some rest. I had my office moved to the East Wing last week. The building manager thought I was crazy. Nobody wants to work in the old section with its dated heating system and creaky floors. But I feel like I need to be here. Some stories aren't finished until justice is served, even if it takes over 100 years. This morning I found a blank piece of paper on my desk. As I watched, words appeared and then faded away. Thank you. The letters looked like they'd been typed on an old typewriter. I shouldn't have gone down there. That's what everyone says after something goes wrong, right? But I really shouldn't have gone down there. The basement of that abandoned hospital, where the music was coming from, where those footsteps followed us, where I learned some places should stay abandoned. It started 3 days ago. Me, Chris, and Marcus were doing our usual urban exploration thing. We'd hit most of the abandoned buildings in our part of Philadelphia, but Riverside Psychiatric Hospital was different. It had been closed for 15 years after some major scandal, patient abuse, illegal experiments, the usual horror story stuff. Most people stayed away because of the asbestos, but we had our masks and gear. We weren't amateurs. The late October wind rattled the chain-link fence as we pulled into the overgrown parking lot at 2 p.m. Perfect timing, enough daylight left to explore, dark enough to get good photos. The facility sprawled across 5 acres, its red brick walls stained with decades of grime. Most of the windows were broken, jagged glass teeth in concrete gums. Main entrance is probably watched, Marcus said, adjusting his backpack. Loading dock? Around back, I replied. I'd studied the building plans online. Through the old kitchen. Chris was already moving, his camera bouncing against his chest. Less talk, more walk. I want to get the morgue shots before sunset. We picked our way through tall weeds and scattered debris. The loading dock door hung crooked on broken hinges. One good push and we were inside, flashlight beams cutting through dusty air. The kitchen was a mess of rusted equipment and fallen ceiling tiles. Our boots crunched on broken glass and gravel. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, a steady plink, plink, plink that echoed off tile walls. Check it out, Chris whispered, pointing his light at the wall. Someone had spray painted, "They still scream," in red letters 3 feet high. Real subtle, Marcus snorted. Probably those high school kids that broke in last month. We moved deeper into the building, documenting everything. That's what we did. Preserved these places in photos before they were demolished. 3rd floor still had patient rooms, beds bolted to floors, restraint straps dangling. 4th floor was administrative, mountains of moldy papers, ancient computers, wire hangers squealing on bare metal racks. It was when we hit the 1st floor again that I heard it. Faint piano music, drifting up through the floor. Just a few notes, then silence, then a few more. You guys hear that? I stopped walking, held up my hand. Hear what? Chris was focused on his viewfinder, photographing an overturned wheelchair. Piano, coming from downstairs. Marcus laughed. Right. The ghost of Florence Nightingale giving a concert. I'm serious. The notes came again, clearer this time. A simple melody, hesitant and broken. Listen. They stood still, heads cocked. The music played for maybe 5 seconds before fading. Probably just the wind, Marcus said. These old buildings make weird noises. Wind doesn't play scales, I argued. Someone's down there. Homeless guy with a keyboard, maybe, Chris suggested. Let's check the morgue and get out of here. Sun's going down. But I couldn't let it go. The music was so clear, so deliberate. I'm going to look. You guys can wait here. No way we're splitting up, Marcus sighed. Horror movie rules 101, but the basement's probably flooded anyway. We found the stairs behind a heavy fire door. Concrete steps vanished into darkness, the air thick with mold and decay. Our flashlights revealed walls covered in black mildew. Water gleamed on the steps. The music was louder here. Still broken and hesitant, but unmistakable. A simple tune, like something from a music box. This is a bad idea, Chris muttered, but he followed as I started down. The temperature dropped with each step. By the time we reached the bottom, I could see my breath. The basement stretched into darkness, a maze of corridors and storage rooms. The music echoed from somewhere ahead, bouncing off concrete walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. That's when I noticed the footsteps. At first I thought it was just our echoes, but the rhythm was wrong. For every step we took, there was an extra sound, like someone walking slightly out of sync with us. When we stopped, the phantom steps continued for a fraction of a second before falling silent. "You hear that?" I whispered. "Just echoes," Marcus said, but his voice shook slightly. "Sound does weird things underground." We moved deeper into the basement. The music grew louder, then softer, then louder again, never quite clear enough to pinpoint. The extra footsteps followed, always just slightly wrong. The beam of my flashlight swept across a sign on the wall. Hydrotherapy Ward B. Below it, arrow pointed left, down a narrow corridor lined with heavy metal doors. The music swelled, crystal clear for a moment. It was coming from the end of that hallway. "Nope," Chris announced. "This is where I tap out. We need to go." "Just a quick look," I insisted. "Someone could be trapped down here." "Or someone could be waiting to trap us," Marcus countered. "This isn't right, man." But I was already moving down the corridor. The doors were all open, revealing tiled rooms with drain grates in the floors and rust-stained bathtubs. Old water therapy rooms where they'd submerged patients in ice water to calm them. The footsteps behind us had multiplied. It sounded like a small crowd walking just out of sight, their steps a syncopated chorus that grew louder with each passing door. The music stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, the footsteps seemed deafening. "That's it." Chris grabbed my arm. "We're leaving. Now." A door slammed somewhere behind us, then another, and another. Like dominoes falling, the heavy metal doors were swinging shut, one after another, moving toward us. We ran. Our feet pounded concrete as we sprinted back the way we'd come. The phantom steps raced with us, a thundering stampede that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Doors continued slamming shut, the sound chasing us down the corridor. I risked a glance back. In the strobing flashlight beams, I caught glimpses of movement. Dark shapes ducking between doorways, always just at the edge of vision. The temperature had dropped so low it hurt to breathe. We reached the stairs and took them 3 at a time, nearly falling in our panic. Behind us, a final door slammed with such force it echoed like a gunshot. Then silence, broken only by our gasping breaths. "What the fuck?" Marcus wheezed, doubled over. "What the actual fuck?" Chris was already heading for the exit, camera forgotten at his side. "We're getting out of here, right now." But something made me turn back toward the basement stairs. The music had started again, louder now, faster, no longer hesitant. It spilled up the stairwell like black water, along with a sound like dozens of feet shuffling across concrete. And voices. Distant, distorted voices, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Don't even think about it." Marcus grabbed my shoulder. "We're gone." This time, I didn't argue. We ran through the darkening building, flashlight beams dancing wildly. Every shadow seemed to move. Every echo felt wrong. The music followed us, growing fainter but never quite fading away. We burst out into the parking lot just as the sun disappeared behind the buildings. I looked back at the hospital's dark windows. For a moment, I thought I saw faces pressed against the glass of the basement windows, dozens of pale faces watching us flee. Later, reviewing our photos, we found something strange. In every shot of the basement corridors there were blurs, human-shaped smears of motion that hadn't been visible to our eyes. And in one photo of a hydrotherapy room, barely visible in the corner, an ancient piano, its keys moving without a player. The police found a homeless man's body in that basement 2 weeks later. According to the report, he'd been dead for months. They found him seated at the piano, his fingertips worn to bone from endless playing. I don't do urban exploration anymore, but sometimes late at night I hear it, that broken melody drifting through my walls, and footsteps, always slightly out of sync with my own, following me through the darkness. They say Riverside Psychiatric Hospital will be demolished next spring. I won't be there to document it. Some places should stay buried, their secrets sealed in concrete and steel. Some music should stay unplayed. But in my dreams, I'm still in that basement corridor. The doors are slamming shut behind me. The temperature is dropping. And always there's that music. A simple tune, played by bone fingers on rotting keys, while countless feet shuffle through the darkness in perfect, terrible rhythm. I shouldn't have gone down there. But now I'm not sure I ever really left. The train jerked and I saw their heads snap back in perfect unison. All three of them. That's when I first noticed something wasn't right. I'd been on the 11:45 p.m. from Boston to New York hundreds of times, but I'd never seen anything like this. I sat in my usual spot, third row from the back of the car, watching them through heavy eyes after a long day of meetings. The overhead lights flickered, casting intermittent shadows across their faces. They sat together at the far end of the car, perfectly still except for those synchronized movements. My phone showed 1:17 a.m. The train car was almost empty except for me, those three, and a couple sleeping near the middle. We'd just passed through Providence, and the rhythmic clacking of wheels against tracks echoed through the quiet car. I tried to focus on my laptop, but my eyes kept drifting back to them. Two men and a woman, all wearing dark business clothes. Their posture was too straight, shoulders squared at identical angles. When the train swayed, they moved as one unit, like they were connected by invisible strings. My hands felt cold and clammy on the keyboard. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I should mind my own business. But then one of them turned their head, a sharp mechanical motion, and stared directly at me. The face was wrong. It looked human, but something about the eyes made my stomach turn. They were glassy, like a doll's eyes, and didn't blink. The skin around them was too smooth, too perfect. I quickly looked down at my screen, heart pounding against my ribs. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the car's cool air conditioning. I wanted to get up, to move to another car, but my legs felt heavy. The train slowed as it approached the next station. I heard footsteps moving down the aisle, but I didn't dare look up. A hand grabbed my shoulder, strong fingers digging into my flesh. Don't react. Don't look at them. When the train stops, you're getting off with me. The voice was low and urgent. I turned my head slightly and saw a man in his 50s, gray hair cropped short, wearing a worn leather jacket. His grip remained firm on my shoulder. "What?" I started to whisper, but he cut me off. "They're not moving right because they're not what they appear to be. You saw it, didn't you? The way they move? If you stay on this train, you won't make it to New York." The train was slowing down. Through the window, I could see the lights of Kingston Station approaching. My mind raced. This stranger could be dangerous, but something in his voice, raw fear mixed with absolute certainty, made me listen. I glanced toward the three figures. They were all standing now, moving toward the aisle in perfect synchronization. Their movements were fluid but wrong, like watching a video played at slightly the wrong speed. "Now," the stranger hissed, pulling me up. I grabbed my laptop bag, leaving my suitcase in the overhead compartment. As we moved toward the door, I heard footsteps behind us. They were coming faster now, still in perfect unison. The train hadn't fully stopped when the stranger pulled the emergency door release. Cold air rushed in as he shoved me toward the opening. "Jump!" I didn't think, just acted. My feet hit gravel and I stumbled, rolling on the ground. The stranger landed beside me, pulling me up roughly. "Run!" We sprinted away from the tracks, toward the empty station platform. Behind us, I heard 3 pairs of feet hit the ground in a single thud. The sound was too heavy, like metal striking stone. "Don't look back," the stranger panted as we ran. "Whatever you do, don't look back at their faces now." My lungs burned as we ran across the empty platform and into the station building. The fluorescent lights inside buzzed loudly in the silence. A sleepy-looking station agent looked up from his phone as we burst in. "Lock the doors," the stranger shouted. "Call the police." The agent just stared at us, confused. I turned to look through the glass doors and froze. They were walking toward the station in perfect formation, their movements unnaturally smooth. Their faces. I felt bile rise in my throat. The skin had changed, becoming translucent and waxy. Their eyes reflected the station lights like mirrors. The stranger pulled me behind a row of seats. "Stay down," he ordered, pulling something from his jacket pocket. It looked like a small metal cylinder with strange markings. The glass doors slid open with a soft hiss. 3 pairs of feet entered the station, moving in exact synchronization. The sound echoed off the tile floor. Click, click, click. "What are they?" I whispered. "Later," he replied. "If we survive." The footsteps got closer. I could hear a strange whirring sound now, like machinery warming up. The station agent had finally noticed something was wrong. He stood up, mouth open to speak. "Get down," the stranger shouted at him. The agent didn't move fast enough. One of the figures reached for him with an arm that suddenly seemed too long, fingers extending like metallic tentacles. The agent screamed as the fingers wrapped around his throat. The stranger jumped up, pointing the metal cylinder. A high-pitched tone filled the air, and the 3 figures stopped moving. Their heads turned toward us with that horrible mechanical precision. "Cover your ears," the stranger yelled. He twisted something on the cylinder, and the tone became deafening. I pressed my hands against my ears, but the sound seemed to vibrate through my entire body. The 3 figures began to shake. Their skin rippled like water, then started to tear. Underneath was something that made me want to scream, but no sound came out. Metal and wire and things that looked organic but couldn't be, all moving and shifting together. The agent had fallen to the ground, crawling away as the creature released him. The 3 figures, things, whatever they were, began to come apart. Pieces of their false skin fell away, revealing more of the horror underneath. The stranger kept the cylinder pointed at them, his hand steady despite the tremors I could see running through his body. The tone changed pitch again, and the creature's movements became erratic. They tried to step toward us, but their coordination was gone. One of them opened its mouth, and I saw rows of metal teeth extending out like a drill bit. A sound came out that wasn't human or machine, a screeching that made my teeth hurt and my vision blur. The fluorescent lights exploded above us, showering the station with glass. In the darkness, I could see blue electricity crackling across the creature's exposed components. They were breaking down, pieces of them falling to the floor with metallic clangs. "Stay behind me," the stranger said, moving forward. He kicked one of the fallen pieces away. It looked like a hand, but the fingers were still moving, trying to grab at his boot. The creatures made one last synchronized movement, their heads snapping back at an impossible angle. Then they collapsed, components scattering across the floor. The sound from the cylinder stopped, and silence fell over the station. My ears were ringing. The station agent was huddled in a corner, whimpering. Emergency lights cast a weak glow over the scene. "What?" I tried to speak, but my throat was too dry. "What were they?" The stranger was already moving, pulling something else from his jacket. A small black device that looked like a TV remote. He pointed it at the scattered pieces, which began to smoke and melt. "Hunters," he said finally, watching the pieces dissolve into puddles of dark liquid. "They've been showing up on trains, buses, anywhere they can blend in and isolate people. They look human at first, but they can't quite get the movements right. That's how you spot them." "But what are they hunting?" I asked, although I was afraid I knew the answer. "Us, humans." He turned to face me, his expression grim. "They take people, study them, learn to imitate them better. The ones you saw tonight were an older model. The new ones are harder to spot." The station agent had found his phone and was frantically trying to call someone. The stranger walked over to him, holding up some kind of badge I couldn't quite see. "Federal agent," he said smoothly. "What you saw tonight is classified. A team will be here soon to clean up and debrief you. Until then, this station is closed." The agent nodded numbly, Lowering his phone, the stranger turned back to me. "You should be safe now, but you'll need to come with me. There's more you need to know, and we need to make sure they didn't mark you for tracking." I looked at the dissolving puddles on the floor, the broken glass, the scorch marks on the walls. My whole world had shifted in the space of 15 minutes. "Why did you save me?" I asked. "Because you saw what they really were. Most people ignore the signs, tell themselves they're imagining things. But you saw it. That makes you either a potential victim or a potential ally." He headed toward the station exit. "Coming?" I looked back at the train tracks through the glass doors. In the distance, I could see the train's taillights disappearing into the night. If I hadn't gotten off. "Yeah," I said, following him. "I'm coming." Outside, the night air was cold and clean. Stars dotted the sky above the empty parking lot. The stranger led me to an unmarked black SUV. "I have a safe house about an hour from here," he said, unlocking the doors. "I'll explain everything on the way. But first, I need to know, exactly when did you first notice something was wrong with them?" I thought back to that moment on the train, the unnatural synchronization of their movements. "Their heads," I said. When the train jerked, their heads snapped back together like they were programmed to respond to the movement. He nodded, starting the engine. "Good. You've got sharp eyes. We need people like you." "People like me for what?" "For the resistance," he said simply. "Because they're getting better at imitating us, and there aren't many humans left who can spot them anymore." As we pulled out of the parking lot, I saw flashing lights approaching in the distance, black vehicles with government markings. The cleanup crew coming to erase all evidence of what had happened. I had 1,000 questions, but for now I just sat in silence, watching the dark road ahead. My life had changed forever in that train car, the moment I noticed 3 people moving wrong. Now I couldn't stop noticing things, the way people moved, the subtle signs that separated human from something else. The stranger, I still didn't know his name, drove steadily through the night. Every so often he checked his rearview mirror, watching for followers. I knew I should be terrified, should be demanding more answers or asking to be let out. But somehow this felt right. Like I'd finally woken up to the real world. "Get some rest," he said. "Tomorrow your training begins. You need to learn how to spot them, how to fight them, and most importantly, how to survive them." I leaned back in the seat, but I didn't close my eyes. Instead, I watched the empty roads and dark buildings we passed, wondering how many other things weren't what they seemed to be. The world looked the same as it always had, but now I knew better. Now I knew that sometimes when something moves wrong, when something seems just slightly off, it's not your imagination. Sometimes the monsters are real. They're just better at hiding than we ever expected. The SUV ate up the miles, carrying us further from the station and deeper into a world I never knew existed. Behind us, the night train continued its journey to New York, and I wondered how many other passengers would notice when something moved wrong. I just hoped they'd be lucky enough to have someone pull them to safety before it was too late. I heard them first at 3:42 p.m. on a Tuesday. I know the exact time because I checked my phone the moment the voices started. They were coming from the far corner of my childhood home's basement, behind the old water heater. I'd been sorting through cardboard boxes for 6 hours straight. My father died 3 weeks ago, and the house needed to be cleared out before the sale closed next month. The basement was the last space to tackle. Mom hadn't been down here since her stroke 5 years ago, and Dad never threw anything away. The voices were soft at first, just whispers. I thought it was water running through the pipes, but then I heard distinct words. "Time yet," and "have to wait." The sounds were muffled, like people talking through a wall, except there was nothing behind that corner except solid concrete foundation. My t-shirt stuck to my back with sweat. The basement air felt thick and stale. I stood up from the box of old Christmas decorations I'd been sorting and walked toward the corner. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling cast weak yellow light that didn't quite reach that far section. The whispers got louder as I approached. More words became clear. coming closer, and almost ready. My hand shook as I reached for the light switch near the water heater. The old porcelain switch made a loud click that echoed off the concrete walls. A second bulb sputtered to life, flooding the corner with harsh light. Empty, completely empty except for cobwebs and a few dead insects. But the voices continued. He's here now. Clear as day, like someone standing right next to me. A man's voice, deep and calm. Yes, finally. A woman this time, her tone urgent. I spun around. The basement stretched empty in every direction. Boxes stacked against walls. Old furniture draped in sheets. Dad's workbench covered in dust. No one there. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat ran down my temples. I grabbed my phone from my pocket, opened the camera, and started recording. Is someone there? My voice cracked. We've been waiting so long. The man's voice came from exactly where I was standing. 37 years. The woman's voice overlapped with his. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in visible puffs. The phone's screen showed nothing but the empty corner. I backed away, keeping the camera pointed at the spot. Who are you? What do you want? You know who we are, Danny. The woman's voice softened. You used to talk to us when you were little. My legs went weak. Only my family called me Danny, and I hadn't gone by that name since I was 10. The same year I started refusing to go into the basement alone. That's impossible. I kept backing up until I hit the stairs. You're not real. This isn't happening. We're as real as we've always been. The man's voice had moved closer. We've watched you grow up. Through the floor, we heard your first steps, your first words, the night you broke your arm and cried until morning. My head spun. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. I remembered that night. I was 6. I'd fallen out of bed and didn't want to wake my parents. I'd lain there in the dark, crying quietly, sure that soft voices from below were telling me everything would be okay. Stop it. I pressed my back against the stairs. Just stop. You have to help us, Danny. The woman's voice cracked with emotion. We can't rest until someone knows the truth. What truth? The words came out before I could stop them. About what happened here, before your parents bought this house. The man's voice grew harder. About what's buried under this floor. My phone slipped from my shaking hand and clattered on the concrete. The screen cracked but kept recording. There's nothing under the floor. I knew every inch of this basement. It's solid concrete. Dad had it inspected when they bought the place. A laugh with no humor in it. The inspector didn't dig deep enough. But you remember, don't you? The dreams you used to have? About the screaming? I did remember. Nightmares that plagued me throughout elementary school. People screaming behind walls, begging for help. My parents took me to a child psychologist who said it was just an overactive imagination, combined with anxiety about my grandfather's recent death. I was a kid, they were just dreams. Were they? The woman's voice moved behind me. Why did you stop coming down here alone? Why did you beg your parents to let you move your bedroom to the other side of the house, away from the spot right above this corner? My legs gave out. I sat hard on the bottom step, tears running down my face. This isn't real. I'm tired. I've been down here too long, the dust and the stress. Daniel James Morrison. The man's voice cut through my protests. We need your help. We've waited long enough. That's when I noticed the crack. A thin, dark line in the concrete, right where the voices were strongest. It hadn't been there before. My phone was still recording. I crawled forward and grabbed it, pointing the camera at the crack. As I watched through the screen, it grew wider. Dark liquid seeped through. The smell hit me first. Decay. Ancient rot. I gagged. Look closer. Both voices spoke together now. See what they tried to hide. The crack widened into a gap. Something pale gleamed in the dark liquid. I zoomed the camera in, hands trembling. Bone. A human finger bone. I scrambled backward up the stairs, still filming. The cracks spread like ice breaking, revealing more bones. A hand, part of an arm. December 12th, 1982. The man's voice rose. That's when they killed us. When they buried us under quick dry concrete and sold the house 2 months later to a nice young couple expecting their first child. My parents. They'd bought the house in February 1983, 2 months before I was born. The police never found us. The woman's voice shook. Our families never knew what happened. We've been down here watching, waiting for someone to listen. Someone who could hear us. The crack reached the wall now. More bones emerged. Ribs. A skull. Why me? I could barely speak. Children can hear what adults ignore. You knew we were here. You tried to tell them, but they made you forget. Made you think it wasn't real. The voices grew stronger. But you're here now. You have proof. My phone showed it all. The growing crack, the bones, the dark stains spreading across the concrete. 2 more bodies under this floor. The man's voice turned gentle. Hidden by men who thought they'd never be found, but you found us, Danny. Just like you were always meant to. I sat on the steps for hours, filming everything. When my phone battery died, I called the police from the landline upstairs. They thought it was a prank until I showed them the video. Until the forensics team started breaking up the concrete. They found 4 skeletons in total. 2 men, 2 women. Missing persons cases from 1982. The previous owner of the house had been a contractor who disappeared that same year, leaving the country with his business partner. Cold cases, all of them, until now. I still hear the voices sometimes, but they're quieter, more peaceful. Sometimes late at night I think I hear "thank you" drifting up through the floors of my apartment, even though I'm 10 miles from that basement. The house sold for less than market value after the story hit the news. The new owners filled in the basement and sealed it off. But I kept the video, even though I've never watched it again. Some truths need to be remembered, even if we spend years trying to forget them. Every December 12th, I leave flowers on 4 graves in Pine Grove Cemetery. The headstones are new, but the dates go back 37 years. I don't stay long. Just long enough to whisper, "You're welcome," to the quiet air. They haven't spoken to me since the bodies were found. I think that's what they were waiting for. Just someone to listen. Someone to dig deep enough to find the truth they'd been screaming into the silence for almost 4 decades. I'm writing this down now because I need someone else to know. Not just about the bodies or the investigation. Those made the papers. But about the voices. About how sometimes the dead don't rest until they're heard. Until someone listens to the whispers in dark corners and has the courage to shine a light on what's hidden. My phone broke that day, but the video survived on the cloud. I've never shared it publicly. Never let anyone else hear those voices telling their story. Some truths aren't meant for everyone, but they're still truths. The new owners tore down the house last month, built something modern in its place. But I drove by yesterday, just to see. The basement may be gone, but I swear I could still hear whispers coming from that corner of the property. Not crying or screaming anymore. Just quiet conversation, like old friends catching up after a long time apart. I didn't stop, didn't get out of the car, just drove past slowly and nodded. Some stories end when the truth comes out. Some voices finally fall silent when their message is heard. But that doesn't mean they were never there, whispering in the dark, waiting for someone to listen. The police closed the case last week. Both suspects were found in Argentina. They'll be extradited soon. 4 families finally have answers about their missing loved ones. 4 bodies finally have names on their graves. And 1 cracked concrete floor finally gave up its secrets, thanks to voices that refuse to stay buried. I don't go into basements anymore. Don't need to. My own house is built on a slab. But sometimes, when it's very quiet, I press my ear to the ground and listen. Not for those voices, they've said all they needed to say, but for the reminder that truth has a way of rising to the surface, no matter how deep you try to bury it. The child psychologist was wrong. It was never just dreams or an overactive imagination. Sometimes children hear what adults can't because they haven't learned to ignore the impossible, haven't learned to explain away the inexplicable. Maybe that's why they chose me, why they waited all those years until I came back, old enough to help but still young enough to remember what it was like to believe in voices from empty corners. The forensics report said the concrete was poured in layers, 4 layers, 1 for each body. They died days apart, not all at once. Each one buried under fresh concrete before the next was killed. The investigators said it was methodical, planned, the kind of thing that would have taken time and patience, like the voices waiting in that corner, whispering their story over and over until someone finally heard. I'm selling my phone tomorrow, getting a new one. But I'm keeping the video, stored safely where no one else can access it. Some evidence shouldn't be destroyed even if the case is closed. Some voices deserve to be preserved even if they've finally fallen silent. The dreams have stopped. No more screaming behind walls. No more voices calling my childhood nickname in the dark. But I keep a nightlight on anyway. Old habits die hard and some corners deserve to stay lit. I wonder sometimes if there are other basements out there. Other voices waiting to be heard. Other truths trying to rise through concrete and time. But that's not my story to tell. I've told the only one I know, the only one I was meant to hear, the only one that started with whispers in a corner and ended with 4 bodies finally finding their way home. I saw my brother on the side of Route 16 at 11:42 p.m. on a Tuesday night. That's when everything stopped making sense. I was driving back from a late shift at the warehouse, my hands sticky on the steering wheel from the cheap energy drink I'd spilled earlier. The headlights cut through the darkness, showing empty fields on both sides of the 2-lane road. No streetlights out here, just the occasional reflector marking the shoulder. The radio was playing some talk show about conspiracy theories. I wasn't really listening. Then my high beams caught something. A figure standing on the gravel shoulder. Dark jacket, jeans, brown hair. Mike's height, Mike's build, Mike's face. My foot hit the brake before my brain fully processed what I was seeing. The car lurched, tires grinding against asphalt. I pulled onto the shoulder about 20 feet ahead of him, gravel crunching under the tires. Through the rearview mirror, I watched him walking toward my car. Same walk as Mike, that slight limp from his old football injury. He was looking down at the ground, hands in his pockets. I reached over to unlock the passenger door. The dome light cast weird shadows across the dashboard. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. Mike's name on the screen. My hand froze halfway to the door lock. I looked at the phone, then back at the mirror. The figure was 10 feet from my car now. I answered the phone. Hey John, you heading home soon? Mom's been trying to reach you about dinner tomorrow. Mike's voice, coming through the phone, clear as day. Where are you? My mouth was dry. At home? Where else would I be at this hour? Just got the kids to bed. The footsteps crunched closer behind my car. You're at home? Yeah, been here all evening. You okay? You sound weird. I looked in the rearview mirror again. The figure was at my back bumper now. Still looking down, still walking with that limp. John, you there? My hands were shaking. Sweat dripped down my back despite the AC running full blast. Mike, I need you to do something for me right now. Right this second. Go look out your front window and tell me what you see. What? Why? Just do it, please. I heard rustling through the phone, footsteps on hardwood. The figure behind my car was at the passenger door now. I couldn't see its face clearly in the dark. I don't see anything, Mike said. Just the normal view. Peterson's house across the street, streetlight on the corner. What am I looking for? The passenger door handle clicked. I slammed the lock down and hit the gas. The tires spun in the gravel before catching. The car shot forward, engine roaring. In the mirror, I saw the figure standing in the road, still looking down, growing smaller as I accelerated. John, what's going on? I heard squealing tires. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely speak. I'm I'm on Route 16, about 10 miles from home. I thought I saw what? I thought I saw you, standing on the side of the road. Silence on the line. Mike, I haven't left the house since getting home from work at 6. Haven't been anywhere near Route 16. I was doing 80 now, the yellow lines blurring together. My hands were clamped so tight on the wheel my knuckles hurt. Stay on the phone with me, I said. Just keep talking. Okay, sure. Want me to come meet you somewhere? No, stay where you are. Just tell me about your day. Tell me what the kids did. Anything. So Mike talked. He told me about his son's baseball practice, his daughter's art project, the leftovers they had for dinner. Normal things. Real things. I focused on his voice, tried to match my breathing to the rhythm of his words. But my eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty now. Just darkness and the fading red glow of my taillights. But something felt wrong. The air in the car was too thick, too heavy, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. I turned onto Maple Street, then Oak Drive. Almost home. Streetlights and houses replaced the empty fields. I could see my driveway up ahead. I'm almost there, I told Mike. Stay on the line until I'm inside. Of course. You want me to come over? No, just, I'll call you back in a few minutes. I pulled into my driveway and killed the engine. The silence felt wrong after the road noise. I sat there for a moment, key in the ignition, listening to Mike breathe through the phone. You home? He asked. Yeah, in the driveway. Go inside, John. Lock the doors. I grabbed my work bag and got out of the car. The motion sensor light clicked on, flooding the driveway with harsh white light. Everything looked normal. My wife's car parked next to mine, the recycling bins by the garage, the garden hose coiled against the house. I walked to the front door, keys jingling in my shaking hands. It took 3 tries to get the key in the lock. I'm inside, I told Mike as I stepped through the door. Going to check all the locks and call you back. Okay, be careful. I hung up and methodically checked every door and window in the house, all locked. Sarah was asleep upstairs. I could hear her soft breathing when I cracked open the bedroom door. Everything was exactly as it should be. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were still shaking. The water sloshed over the rim as I lifted it to my mouth. My phone buzzed again. Mike. Hey, I answered. You okay? He asked. Yeah, I think so. Everything's locked up. Sarah's asleep. Good. Listen, I've been thinking. Remember that story Dad used to tell us about the night he was driving home from the lumber mill? My stomach clenched. The one about seeing himself on the road? Yeah, he said he was working late one night, driving the same route he always took. Then he saw someone standing on the shoulder. When he got closer, he realized it was himself. Same clothes he was wearing, same everything. He said he just kept driving, didn't stop, never saw it again. He was probably just tired, working too many doubles at the mill. Maybe. But he believed it was real until the day he died. Said it was some kind of warning. I took another sip of water. Warning about what? He never knew. Nothing bad happened to him after. He lived another 30 years. We were both quiet for a moment. What did it look like? Mike finally asked. The thing you saw? It looked exactly like you. Same clothes you wear to work, that brown jacket, jeans, same limp. But it wouldn't look up, kept its face down the whole time. What do you think would have happened if you'd let it in the car? I don't want to think about that. More silence. I should try to sleep, I said. Early shift tomorrow. Okay. Call me if you need anything, anytime. Thanks. I hung up and stood in the dark kitchen for a long time, listening to the house settle. The refrigerator hummed. The dishwasher clicked through its cycle. Normal sounds. Finally, I went upstairs. Sarah stirred when I got into bed but didn't wake up. I lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything in my mind. The figure on the road, the phone call, Mike safe at home. I must have fallen asleep eventually because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off. 5:30 a.m. Gray morning light filtered through the curtains. Sarah was already up, making coffee in the kitchen. She kissed me when I came downstairs. "You got in late last night," she said. "Yeah, traffic was bad." I didn't tell her about what happened, couldn't find the words. I got ready for work on autopilot. Shower, clothes, coffee, keys. Sarah reminded me about dinner with her parents on Saturday. I nodded, barely hearing her. My car was where I'd left it in the driveway. Everything looked normal in the morning light. But when I opened the passenger door to put my lunch bag on the seat, I noticed something. Gravel. Small pieces of gravel on the floor mat. The same kind of gravel from the shoulder of Route 16. I brushed them off onto the driveway with shaking hands. Started the car. Backed out. The morning commute was normal. Traffic lights, other cars, people heading to work. The radio played top 40 hits instead of late-night conspiracy shows. Everything was fine. Except I kept checking the rearview mirror. Except I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Except I couldn't stop thinking about what Mike had said about our father's story. A warning, he'd called it. But a warning about what? I made it to work, clocked in, started my shift, tried to focus on normal things, invoice numbers, shipping manifests, inventory counts. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. The figure on the road, head down, walking with that limp. My phone buzzed around lunchtime. Mike again. "Hey, how are you holding up?" "Fine, just working." "Listen, I've been doing some research about things like what you saw. There are other stories. Lots of them. People seeing duplicates of their loved ones. Always on roads, usually at night. Sometimes they try to get into cars. Sometimes they just stand there. I don't want to know, Mike. But here's the thing. In most of the stories, nothing bad happens afterward. Like with Dad. It's like a glimpse of something else. Something parallel. But not necessarily dangerous. There was gravel in my car this morning, on the passenger side floor. Silence. "That's not possible," Mike finally said. "You never let it in." "I know." We both sat with that for a moment. "Be careful driving home tonight," he said. "Yeah." I hung up and went back to work. The afternoon crawled by. Every time someone walked behind me, I tensed up. Every time a door opened, I expected to see something. Finally, my shift ended. I stood in the parking lot for a long time, keys in hand, staring at my car. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of orange and red. I could take a different route home, could avoid Route 16 entirely. It would add 20 minutes to the drive, but no. Whatever this was, avoiding it wouldn't help. Dad had faced it head-on and lived another 30 years. I had to do the same. I got in the car and started driving. The sun finished setting. Darkness fell. The radio played soft rock, but I kept it low, listening for something. Anything unusual. Route 16 stretched out ahead of me, empty and dark. Fields on both sides. No streetlights. Just my headlights cutting through the night. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. Every shadow looked like a person. Every reflector looked like eyes catching the light. I passed the spot where I'd seen it the night before. Nothing there now. Just gravel and grass and darkness. A car appeared behind me, headlights bright in my mirror. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Just another car. Normal traffic. The headlights got closer, brighter, too bright. I squinted at the mirror, trying to see what kind of car it was. But the lights were too intense, washing everything out in white glare. My phone rang. Mike's name on the screen. I answered. "John, you on your way home?" "Yeah, almost there. There's a car behind me, riding my tail." "What kind of car?" "I can't, the headlights are too bright, can't see anything but the lights." "Pull over, let it pass." I eased onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under my tires. The headlight stayed behind me. It's not passing, I told Mike. Keep driving then. Don't stop. I pulled back onto the road. The car followed, still too close. Lights still too bright. It's still there. How far from home are you? 5 miles, maybe. Okay, listen to me. Don't stop again. No matter what you see, no matter what happens, just keep driving until you're home. The headlights suddenly dimmed. Not gradually, like someone switching from high beams to low. They just disappeared. I looked in the mirror. The road behind me was empty, but something was walking along the shoulder. A figure in the darkness, head down, limping slightly. Mike, my voice cracked. What is it? It's back, but different this time, following on foot. Don't stop. I'm not stopping. I pressed the gas pedal harder. The engine roared. 70, 80, 90. In the mirror, the figure was still there, still walking at a normal pace, but somehow keeping up with my car. Almost home, I said, more to myself than to Mike. The figure was closer now, still on the shoulder, still walking, but closer to my car with each step, despite my speed. I turned onto Maple Street. Streetlights, houses, normal things. The figure turned with me. Oak Drive, my street, my house ahead. I'm almost there. Good, get inside fast. I screeched into my driveway, killed the engine, grabbed my bag. In the mirror, the figure stood at the end of my driveway. I ran to the front door, keys shaking, lock clicking. I'm inside, I told Mike. It's standing in front of my house. Close all the blinds. Don't look outside. I ran through the house, pulling blinds shut, checking locks. Sarah wasn't home yet, working late at the hospital. Okay, everything's locked up. Good. Now what? I peeked through a gap in the living room blinds. The figure was gone. It's not there anymore. Are you sure? I checked every window. Empty driveway, empty street. Yeah, it's gone. Mike let out a long breath. Okay, good. What the hell is happening, Mike? I don't know, but you're safe now. You're home. I sank onto the couch, suddenly exhausted. What if it comes back? Then we'll deal with it. Together. Yeah, together. We sat in silence for a moment, just breathing. I should call Sarah, I said. Make sure she's okay. Good idea. Call me back after? Yeah. I hung up and dialed Sarah's number. It rang 4 times before she answered. Hey honey, just leaving work now. Be home in 20 minutes. Okay, drive safe. Always do. Love you. Love you too. I ended the call and sat in the dark living room, listening to the house settle around me. The refrigerator hummed. The heating system clicked. Normal sounds. My phone buzzed. A text from Mike. Check your passenger side floor mat. I walked to the front door, looked through the peephole, empty driveway, opened the door, walked to my car. The dome light revealed small pieces of gravel scattered across the passenger side floor mat. I closed the car door, locked it, went back inside, called Mike. There's gravel in my car again. I thought it might be. What does it mean? I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. I looked out the window one last time. The street was empty, but somewhere in the darkness, I knew it was waiting, watching, walking with that familiar limp. Head down. Always head down. The first thing I noticed were the footprints, wet marks on my hardwood floor leading from nowhere to nowhere. They weren't there when I left for work this morning. I stood in the doorway, briefcase still in hand, staring at them. My apartment was on the 15th floor. All windows were shut. The door had been locked. I didn't move for what felt like minutes. My hand gripped the doorknob behind me, ready to run. But where would I run to? This was my home. The footprints were small, maybe a woman's size 7 or 8. They started in the middle of my living room, made a path to my kitchen, then curved back toward my bedroom hallway where they just stopped. The silence in my apartment pressed against my ears. The only sound was my own breathing, which had gotten faster without me noticing. My shirt collar felt tight. I loosened my tie with my free hand, still not letting go of the doorknob. I needed to check the whole apartment. I knew I needed to check, but my feet wouldn't move. The AC kicked on with a mechanical whir that made me jump. My keys slipped from my fingers and hit the floor with a sharp clang. The sound echoed through the empty rooms. "Hello?" I called out. My voice came out hoarse. I cleared my throat and tried again, louder. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just the steady hum of the AC. I finally forced myself to let go of the doorknob. I picked up my keys, the metal cold against my sweaty palm. My briefcase felt too heavy, so I set it down by the door. I needed both hands free. The footprints weren't just wet marks, they were detailed impressions, like someone had stepped out of a pool and walked across my floor. I could see individual toes in some of the clearer prints. They were fresh enough that the edges hadn't started drying yet. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, but didn't hit call. What would I say? "Hello, there are wet footprints in my locked apartment." They'd think I was crazy or drunk. I needed to check the place first, make sure I wasn't missing something obvious. My apartment wasn't large. Living room connected to kitchen, small dining area, one hallway leading to bedroom and bathroom. The footprints went into the kitchen first, so that's where I went. Each step I took made the floorboards creak slightly. I tried stepping around the wet marks, not wanting to disturb what might be evidence. Evidence of what? I wasn't sure yet. The kitchen looked normal at first glance, nothing out of place on the counters. Dishes from breakfast still in the drying rack. But then I noticed the cabinet under the sink was open slightly. I always kept it closed because the hinge was broken, and it would swing open on its own if not latched properly. I approached slowly and pulled it open. The pipes looked normal. The garbage disposal connection was dry. No leaks that could explain the water. But something was different. My cleaning supplies had been moved around. The bottle of bleach was in front when I always kept it in back because I rarely used it. And it was turned so the label faced out perfectly, like someone had deliberately positioned it that way. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Someone had been under my sink. Someone had been in my home while I was at work, touching my things, moving them around. Why? What were they looking for? I grabbed a knife from the butcher block on my counter. It wasn't much, but it made me feel less helpless. The weight of it in my hand was reassuring as I followed the footprints toward my bedroom. They led down the hallway, stopping at my closed bedroom door. More prints doubled back, heading toward the living room like whoever made them had gone into my room and then returned the same way. But these prints were fainter, partially dried. I stood outside my bedroom door, knife raised, listening. No sounds came from inside. I put my hand on the doorknob. It was cool to the touch. With a deep breath, I turned it slowly and pushed the door open. The room was dark. I fumbled for the light switch with my free hand, keeping my eyes fixed on the darkness ahead of me. The overhead light flickered on, revealing nothing obviously wrong. My bed was still made from this morning. Closet door closed, window locked. But something felt off. I scanned the room more carefully. There, my dresser drawers weren't fully closed. I distinctly remembered closing them after getting dressed this morning. I always closed them fully because the bottom drawer would roll open on its own if not properly shut. Moving closer, I saw that all the drawers had been opened and closed hastily. Clothes were bunched up inside instead of folded neatly like I'd left them. Someone had gone through my clothes, searched them for something. The closet was next. I approached it slowly, knife ready. The folding doors were closed but not latched. Another detail wrong. I always latched them because they'd swing open otherwise. My hand shook slightly as I reached for the handle. I yanked the door open quickly, stepping back and raising the knife. Empty. Just my clothes hanging neatly on their hangers. But wait. Something was different here too. The gaps between the hangers were wrong. I'm obsessive about keeping exactly 1 inch between each hanger so they don't bunch up. Now some were pushed together while others had wide gaps. Someone had gone through my closet too, moved things around, searched through everything. The bathroom was the last place to check. The door was open, showing darkness inside. The footprints led right up to it. I flipped on the light and did a quick scan. Everything looked normal at first, but then I noticed the shower curtain was drawn closed. I never left it closed. I always left it open to prevent mildew. My heart pounded as I approached the tub. The knife felt slippery in my sweaty grip. I reached for the curtain, took another deep breath and ripped it back. Empty. Just my normal shower, bone dry. No sign of water or moisture anywhere. So where had the wet footprints come from? I went back to the living room, following the trail of prints again. They started in the middle of the room as if someone had materialized there and started walking. But that was impossible. I examined the ceiling above where they started. No water damage, no vents, nothing that could explain it. I checked every window again, all locked from the inside. Sliding glass door to the balcony, locked and alarmed. Front door deadbolt had been engaged when I got home, and I was the only one with a key. The spare I kept hidden in the hallway was still taped under the fire extinguisher cabinet where I'd left it. None of it made sense. I sat on my couch, knife still in hand, staring at the prints. They were starting to dry now, leaving faint outlines on the wood. In a few hours, they'd probably be completely gone. No evidence anything strange had happened, except for my disturbed belongings. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text from my boss. Report ready for tomorrow's meeting? The meeting. Reality started creeping back in. I had work to finish tonight. I needed to eat dinner. Life was still going on, mysterious footprints or not. But I couldn't focus. Every small noise made me twitch. The AC cycling on and off. Ice maker dropping cubes. Normal apartment sounds that suddenly seemed menacing. I got up and checked all the locks again. Then again. Started opening cabinets and closets at random. Not sure what I was looking for. Hours passed like this. I didn't eat. Couldn't eat. Just paced and checked and rechecked everything. The footprints dried completely, leaving only slight discolorations on the wood. Maybe I was going crazy. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But my dresser drawers were still disorganized. My closet hangers still out of alignment. The bleach bottle still turned the wrong way. Little signs that someone, something, had been here. Around midnight, exhaustion started to win out over anxiety. I hadn't sat down for more than a few minutes since getting home. My back ached, my feet hurt. I needed sleep, but I couldn't sleep in my bedroom. Not tonight. I dragged my comforter and pillow to the living room couch, positioned myself so I could see both the front door and the hallway, put my phone and the knife on the coffee table within easy reach. I lay there in the dark, listening to the city sounds 15 stories below. Traffic, distant sirens, the occasional shout or car horn. Normal sounds that usually helped me sleep now just reminded me how alone I was up here. Sleep came in fits and starts. Every time I dozed off, some small noise would jerk me awake. My eyes would snap open, searching the darkness for movement. Nothing, just shadows and silence. The sun was starting to rise when I finally fell into a deeper sleep. Strange dreams filled my head. Water dripping, footsteps, someone standing over me watching. I startled awake, heart racing. The morning light filled my apartment. Everything looked normal. Just another day. I got up, muscles stiff from the awkward night on the couch, made coffee on autopilot, tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of hallucination brought on by stress and too much work. But as I waited for my coffee to brew, I noticed something new, something that made my blood run cold. There was a wet handprint on my kitchen counter, fresh. Water still beaded on the surface. I backed away from the counter, grabbed my phone, dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone in my apartment, or there was someone, I don't know. There are wet footprints and handprints, but all the doors are locked and I'm on the 15th floor and... Sir, slow down. Are you in immediate danger? I don't know, I don't think so, but someone was here. They went through my things. They're leaving wet prints everywhere, but I can't figure out how they're getting in. What's your address? We'll send officers to check it out. I gave them my address. They said a patrol car would be there in 10 minutes. I paced by my front door, waiting. The handprint on the counter slowly dried, just like the footprints had. The police arrived. 2 officers, looking bored. I showed them around, told them everything. They took notes, looked appropriately concerned, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. No signs of forced entry. Nothing stolen. Just some disturbed belongings and my wild story about wet prints that had now completely disappeared. Probably just need to change your locks, one officer suggested. Maybe someone got a copy of your key somehow. But the deadbolt was still engaged when I got home, I insisted. And that doesn't explain the wet print starting in the middle of the room. They exchanged a look, the kind of look that said, "This guy's losing it." "We'll file a report," the other officer said. "Keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Call us again if you see someone actually breaking in." They left. I called in sick to work, spent the day sitting in my living room, watching, waiting. Nothing happened. Night came. I couldn't face sleeping on the couch again, so I went to a hotel. Spent way too much money on a room 10 blocks away. Didn't sleep much better there, but at least I didn't jump at every sound. The next day, I had to go back. Had to work. Had meetings. Couldn't hide in a hotel forever. I changed my locks anyway, even though I knew it wouldn't help. Whatever was getting into my apartment wasn't using the door. Days passed. Nothing happened. No more wet prints. No more disturbed belongings. I started to relax. Started sleeping in my bed again. Tried to convince myself it had been some kind of weird one-time thing. Then, exactly 1 week later, I came home from work and found wet footprints on my floor again. Different pattern this time, leading straight to my bedroom. And this time, something was waiting for me there. But that's another story. The thing about fear is how it changes you, makes you question everything. Every sound, every shadow, every slight difference in your daily routine. I used to think I was observant, but now I notice everything. The exact position of every object in my home, the specific sounds my apartment makes at different times of day, the precise alignment of my closet hangers. Some people might have moved after what happened, found a new place, started fresh. But I stayed, because I knew it wouldn't matter. Whatever was leaving those wet prints, whatever was searching through my things, whatever was watching me sleep, it would find me anywhere. So I wait, and I watch, and I keep a knife by my bed. And every morning, I check my floors for wet footprints. They'll be back. They always come back. I still wake up every night at 2:17 a.m. That's when I heard it. 3 soft taps on my second floor bedroom window. Even now, months later, my body snaps awake at that exact time, my heart already racing before I'm fully conscious. But let me tell you exactly what happened that night, and everything that came after. Maybe then you'll understand why I haven't slept in my bedroom since. I lived alone in a 2-story house in suburban Connecticut. Nothing special about the place, just a standard colonial with white siding and black shutters. My bedroom was upstairs, with a large window overlooking the backyard and the woods beyond. I'd never given much thought to that window before everything started. That night began like any other. I went to bed around 11 p.m. after watching some mindless TV shows. The house was quiet except for the usual creaks and settling sounds. I fell asleep quickly. I remember that clearly because it was the last good sleep I'd have for a long time. The tapping woke me instantly. 3 distinct sounds. Tap, tap, tap. Soft but clear, like someone gently knocking their knuckles against glass. My eyes snapped open in the darkness. For a few seconds I lay completely still, wondering if I'd dreamed it. Then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. I felt my throat tighten. The sound was coming from my bedroom window, my second floor bedroom window. I turned my head slowly toward the window, my chest getting tight. The streetlight from the corner of my yard cast a dim orange glow through the glass, but I couldn't see anyone or anything outside. Tap, tap, tap. My hands gripped the blanket. The sound was real. I wasn't imagining it, but I was on the second floor. There was no way someone could be at my window unless they had a ladder. And I would have heard a ladder being set up, right? I sat up slowly, my t-shirt already damp with sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:17 a.m. The room felt cold, much colder than usual. I could see my breath in the air. The tapping came again, but this time it was different, slower, more deliberate. Like whatever was out there knew I was awake and listening. I swung my legs out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold hardwood floor. My legs shook as I stood up. The window was about 10 feet from my bed. I took one step forward, then another. The tapping stopped. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness now. I could see the yard clearly through the window. The old oak tree, the shed, the line of pine trees at the edge of my property. But there was nothing, no one at my window. I moved closer, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. 5 feet from the window now. 4 feet. 3 feet. The glass looked normal, just a dark rectangle framed by white trim. No face peering in, no hands pressed against it. Nothing. I reached out and touched the glass. It was ice cold, much colder than it should have been, even in winter. My fingers left marks of condensation on the surface. I pressed my face close to the window, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the room's reflection. The yard was empty. I checked every angle I could, looking up, down, and to both sides. Nothing but darkness and empty air. I stepped back, exhaling slowly. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was a branch hitting the glass or some kind of animal. I turned away from the window and headed back to bed. That's when I heard it. Not a tap this time, but a slow squeaking sound like something being dragged across glass. I spun around, still nothing visible at the window. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in my bed rigid, staring at the window until the first gray light of dawn began to creep into the sky. As the room gradually brightened, I started to relax. Whatever had happened, or hadn't happened, was over now. I got up, my joints stiff from holding the same position for hours. I walked to the window, telling myself I was being ridiculous. In the morning light, everything looked normal. I reached for the latch to open the window and let in some fresh air. That's when I saw them. On the inside of the glass. Fingerprints. Clear, distinct fingerprints visible in the morning light. But they weren't normal fingerprints. They were backwards, as if someone had pressed their fingers against the glass from the outside, and somehow, impossibly, the prints had appeared on the inside surface. I stumbled backward, my legs hitting the bed. The prints were everywhere on the glass. Dozens of them, overlapping each other. Some were complete handprints, fingers splayed wide. Others were just single fingerprints, like someone had been tapping the glass. I ran downstairs and out into the yard. I had to see the window from the outside. Standing on the lawn, I looked up. The outside of the glass was completely clean. No marks, no prints, nothing. I went back upstairs and examined the prints more closely. They were definitely on the inside. I touched one. It felt like a normal fingerprint, slightly oily on the glass, but it wasn't mine. The prints were larger than my fingers, and some had distinct patterns I didn't recognize. I took pictures with my phone, documenting everything. Then I called the police. 2 officers arrived within 20 minutes. They listened to my story, examined the window, took their own pictures. They checked the yard for footprints or signs of a ladder. They found nothing. Could someone have been in your house? One officer asked. Maybe they left the prints from inside? I shook my head. The doors were locked. All the windows were locked, and I would have heard someone walking around. They took my statement and left, promising to increase patrols in the area. I could tell they didn't believe me. How could they? The whole thing was impossible. I spent the day cleaning the window, trying to remove every trace of those prints. But some of them wouldn't come off no matter how hard I scrubbed. They seemed to be etched into the glass itself. That night I slept on the couch downstairs, but at 2:17 a.m., I woke to the same sound. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was coming from the living room window. I lay there, frozen, listening. The tapping continued, moving from window to window around the first floor. I could track the sound as it circled the house. When it reached the front door, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the tapping. I stared at the door, waiting. The handle didn't move. No one tried to break in. But in the morning, I found more fingerprints on the inside of every window and the inside of the front door. I called a locksmith and had every lock in the house changed. I installed security cameras covering every angle of the house. I put motion sensors on all the windows. I even hired a security company to monitor everything 24/7. None of it made any difference. Every night at 2:17 a.m. the tapping would start. Sometimes at the windows, sometimes at the doors. The cameras never showed anything. The motion sensors never triggered. But every morning, new fingerprints appeared on the inside of the glass. I started staying at hotels, but it followed me. Every hotel room, no matter which floor I was on, would get the same taps at 2:17 a.m. Same fingerprints on the inside of the windows in the morning. I saw doctors, had my mental health evaluated, underwent sleep studies. Everything came back normal. The doctors could see the fingerprints too. They weren't hallucinations, but no one could explain them. One night, about a month after it all started, I decided to face whatever it was. I sat in my bedroom waiting for 2:17 a.m. When the tapping started, I walked straight to the window and pressed my hand against the glass. The tapping stopped instantly. The glass under my palm became impossibly cold, so cold it burned. I tried to pull my hand away, but I couldn't move it. Something on the other side of the glass pressed back against my hand. I couldn't see anything out there, but I could feel it. A hand matching mine pressing against the glass from the outside. The pressure increased until I thought the window would shatter. Then I felt something else. A sensation like fingers intertwining with mine, passing through the solid glass as if it wasn't there. Cold, solid fingers wrapping around my hand. I yanked my hand back with all my strength and fell backward onto the floor. When I looked at my hand, my fingers were covered in frost and my palm had a perfect inverse impression of another hand pressed into it, like a scar or a brand. The mark faded after a few days, but the tapping never stopped. It still comes every night at 2:17 a.m. wherever I am. The fingerprints still appear every morning. I've learned to live with it in a way. I sleep during the day now and stay awake at night. Sometimes I think about pressing my hand against the glass again, about letting those fingers intertwine with mine completely, about letting whatever's out there pull me through to the other side. Maybe then I'd finally understand what it wants. But I don't. Instead, I wait for 2:17 a.m. every night, listening to the tapping, watching new fingerprints form on the inside of my windows. And I wonder how many other people lie awake at night, listening to the same soft taps, finding the same impossible prints in the morning. I know how this story sounds. If someone told it to me, I wouldn't believe them. But every word is true. And if you ever wake up to the sound of tapping on your window, even if you live on the highest floor of the tallest building, don't look outside. Don't touch the glass. Just wait for morning and hope the fingerprints that appear are only on the outside. Because once they start appearing on the inside, they never stop. And whatever leaves them will keep coming back, night after night, trying to pull you through to somewhere I don't want to imagine. I can hear the tapping starting now. 2:17 a.m., right on schedule. Tonight it's at my office window 30 stories up. I won't look. I never look anymore. But I know that in the morning, there will be new prints on the inside of the glass, reaching out from whatever lies beyond the other side of our windows, waiting for the night when I finally give in and reach back. The first thing that caught my attention wasn't the darkness or the smell of stagnant water. It was the humming, a steady mechanical drone that shouldn't have been there at all. I'd spent 15 years working for the city's infrastructure department, and I knew every inch of these tunnels. No active equipment had been installed here since 1978. I clicked my flashlight on and checked my watch. 2:47 p.m. The afternoon sun wouldn't help me down here, 50 feet below Newark's streets. My boots splashed in the shallow water as I moved forward, the beam of light cutting through the thick darkness. The ancient brick walls were slick with moisture, and strings of calcium deposits hung like dirty icicles from the curved ceiling. The sound grew louder as I walked deeper into the tunnel network. Not loud enough to be threatening, but persistent. Like a refrigerator motor, but smoother, more uniform. My hand tightened around the flashlight. The beam caught something moving in the water, just a rat, scurrying along the narrow maintenance ledge that ran along the wall. I'd seen thousands of them down here over the years. This one seemed bigger than usual. I checked my phone. No signal. Standard procedure required me to radio in my location every 30 minutes, but the old Motorola clipped to my belt had been silent for the last hour. Static crackled when I pressed the talk button. Central, this is Martinez. I'm in section D7 of the old North Ward system. Over. Nothing but white noise came back. I tried again. Central, do you copy? Over. More static. The humming changed pitch slightly, dropping a few notes lower. My skin prickled. The sound wasn't coming from ahead anymore. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, reverberating off the tunnel walls. I swept the flashlight beam in a wide arc, looking for any sign of machinery, cables, anything that could explain it. The walls were bare except for the century-old brickwork and patches of dark moss. I pulled out my work tablet and checked the infrastructure maps. This section of the drainage system had been built in 1887, with major renovations in 1923 and 1962. Nothing after that except basic maintenance. No power lines, no pump stations, nothing that could produce the sound I was hearing. The tablet screen flickered. The image distorted for a second, then stabilized. The battery indicator dropped from 82% to 67% as I watched. I powered it off quickly and shoved it back in my bag. The humming grew louder. My boots scraped against the concrete as I turned around, ready to head back to the surface and call in a full inspection team. That's when I saw it. A faint blue glow coming from a side tunnel 20 feet ahead. It pulsed in time with the humming, like a heartbeat made of light. I knew every branch and connection in this system. That tunnel shouldn't have been there. The water got deeper as I approached the side passage. The beam of my flashlight revealed rough-cut stone walls instead of the usual brickwork. The blue light seemed to retreat as I got closer, always staying just at the edge of visibility. The humming built to a teeth-rattling intensity. My watch stopped working. The digital display showed random segments lighting up, then went dark completely. The flashlight beam started to weaken, the bright white light fading to a sickly yellow. I pulled out my backup light. Dead. The phone wouldn't turn on either. I stood at the entrance to the impossible tunnel, watching the rhythmic pulse of blue light paint the walls with moving shadows. The humming filled my head. My heart pounded against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back. I took a step forward. The water was cold enough to sting through my boots. Each step sent ripples across the surface, distorting the reflected blue light into twisted patterns. The tunnel curved gently to the left, descending at a steep angle. The air grew noticeably colder. My breath came out in visible puffs. After 50 feet, the tunnel opened into a circular chamber about 30 feet across. The ceiling rose up into darkness, beyond the reach of my failing flashlight. The blue light seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The humming was almost unbearable now, a physical pressure against my ears. In the center of the chamber, a column of metal rose from the water. It was unlike any material I'd ever seen. Not quite steel, not quite copper, with a surface that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury. It vibrated in perfect sync with the humming sound. Symbols or letters of some kind were carved into its surface, but they hurt my eyes when I tried to look at them directly. The water around the column was different, clearer, deeper. As I watched, something moved beneath the surface. Something big. My flashlight died. The blue light grew brighter, pulsing faster now. The humming changed pitch again, rising to a frequency that made my teeth ache. I backed away from the column, but my feet wouldn't move fast enough. The water felt thick, resistant, like walking through syrup. A hand grabbed my ankle. I fell backward, splashing into the freezing water. It wasn't a hand, it was worse. A tendril of liquid metal, the same material as the column, had wrapped around my leg. It was impossibly strong and burning cold. I kicked and thrashed, but more tendrils rose from the water, reaching for me with terrible purpose. My scream echoed off the chamber walls as the first tendril began to squeeze. The pressure was enormous. I felt my ankle bone crack. The pain shot up my leg like electricity. More tendrils wrapped around my other leg, my arms, my chest. They pulled me toward the column with inexorable force. The blue light was blinding now. The humming had become a roar that drowned out everything else. I caught glimpses of movement in the water, shapes that shouldn't exist, geometries that made no sense. The tendrils dragged me closer to the column, inch by inch. My hand brushed against something in my pocket. The radio. With the last of my strength, I pulled it out and pressed the talk button. Instead of static, a high-pitched whine erupted from the speaker. The tendrils recoiled instantly, releasing their grip. I scrambled backward through the water, not stopping until I hit the chamber wall. The radio's whine grew louder and the column began to vibrate violently. Cracks appeared in its surface, leaking more of that liquid metal into the water. The blue light flickered and strobed. The humming changed again, becoming discordant, almost angry. The chamber started to shake. Pieces of stone fell from the ceiling, splashing into the water around me. I pulled myself up, using the wall for support, trying to keep weight off my broken ankle. The radio was hot enough to burn my hand, but I didn't dare drop it. I started moving along the wall toward the tunnel entrance. The column was breaking apart now, pieces of it dissolving into the churning water. The blue light pulsed erratically, casting wild shadows that seemed to move with purpose. More tendrils rose from the water, but they stayed away from the radio's signal. The ceiling was coming down. I half ran, half crawled back up the tunnel, fighting against the deepening water. My ankle sent spikes of agony up my leg with every step. Behind me, I heard something massive moving in the chamber, something breaking free. I didn't look back. The tunnel felt miles long. The water rose faster, nearly to my waist now. The radio grew hotter and hotter until I couldn't hold it anymore. I let it fall into the water just as I reached the main drainage tunnel. The whine cut off instantly. The humming stopped. For a moment, there was total silence. Then I heard it, a sound like rushing water, but wrong somehow. Distorted, getting closer. I ran. The pain in my ankle disappeared under a flood of adrenaline. I splashed through the main tunnel, counting the markers on the wall. D7, D6, D5. The sound behind me grew louder. Something hit my back, hard enough to knock the breath out of me. I stumbled but kept moving. D4, D3. I saw light ahead, real light, from the surface. The entrance was still 100 yards away. My lungs burned. My legs felt like lead. The thing behind me was getting closer. I could feel its presence like a physical weight. More impacts on my back, my legs, my head. Not water, pieces of liquid metal trying to grab hold. They burned like dry ice wherever they touched. I shook them off and pushed harder. 50 yards to go. The light grew brighter. 20 yards. I could see the ladder leading up to the surface. 10 yards. Something wrapped around my broken ankle again. I screamed and kicked backward blindly. My foot connected with something solid that shouldn't have been there. The grip released. 5 yards. The ladder. I grabbed the first rung and pulled myself up. My arms shook with exhaustion. Below me, the water churned and boiled. I climbed faster than I ever had in my life. I reached the top and shoved the manhole cover aside. Sunlight hit my face. I dragged myself out onto the street and rolled away from the opening. Cars honked. People shouted. I didn't care. A column of water shot up from the manhole like a geyser, but it wasn't really water anymore. It was the liquid metal trying to follow me to the surface. It hung in the air for a moment, twisting into impossible shapes. Then the sunlight hit it. The metal evaporated instantly, turning into a fine mist that dissipated in seconds. The geyser collapsed back into the tunnel. The manhole cover slid back into place on its own with a final, definitive clang. I lay on the sidewalk, gasping for air. My clothes were soaked with water that was already starting to dry in the afternoon heat. My ankle throbbed. Small burns covered my back and legs where the metal had touched me. People gathered around asking if I was okay, calling for ambulances. I couldn't answer them. I couldn't take my eyes off the manhole cover. It looked completely normal now. Just another piece of city infrastructure, identical to thousands of others throughout Newark. But I could still feel it. The humming. Fainter now. Barely perceptible, but still there. Coming up through the ground. Through the soles of my shoes. Through my bones. Waiting. The ambulance arrived 15 minutes later. The paramedics found severe hypothermia despite the 85-degree heat, third-degree burns in perfect circular patterns across my back, and an ankle broken in 3 places. They also found trace amounts of an unidentifiable metallic substance in my hair and clothes. The samples disappeared from the lab 3 days later. I submitted my resignation to the infrastructure department the next day. They accepted it without question and sealed the records of my final inspection. The official report listed structural instability as the reason for closing that section of the drainage system. Sometimes late at night I press my ear to the ground and listen. The humming is still there, moving through the earth beneath the city. Getting louder, getting closer. I know it's down there now, in the deep places under the streets. I know it's waiting in the darkness, growing stronger, spreading through the old tunnels like roots. And I know that someday the radio interference won't be enough to stop it. The next time it reaches for the surface, it won't let go, but no one believes me. How could they? It's just infrastructure, just 100-year-old brick tunnels and storm drains. Nothing more than that. If you're reading this, stay away from the manholes in the North Ward. Stay away from the drains. And if you ever hear a humming sound coming up through the ground, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because it remembers me. And now, it remembers you too. I won't go camping anymore. Not after what happened last month in the Black Ridge Forest. My friends think I'm being dramatic, but they weren't awake the whole time like I was. They didn't track every change in those screams. We had planned this trip for months. Me, Dave, Mike, and Chris. All of us needed a break from our jobs in Seattle, and Dave knew this clearing about 4 hours east of the city. It was far enough from the marked trails that we wouldn't run into other campers, but not so remote that we'd get lost. At least, that's what we thought. The drive up was normal. We took Dave's SUV, loaded with our tents, sleeping bags, and enough food and beer for 3 days. The radio kept cutting out as we got deeper into the mountains, but we didn't care. Mike told his usual bad jokes, Chris slept in the back seat, and I watched the trees get thicker and darker through the passenger window. We arrived at the trailhead around 3 p.m. The parking lot was empty except for a rusted pickup truck with Montana plates. Dave led us down the main trail for about 2 miles, then we turned onto a smaller path that I wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't pointed it out. The undergrowth got thicker, scratching against our packs as we pushed through. After another mile, the path opened into the clearing. It was bigger than I expected, maybe 100 feet across, with tall pines surrounding it on all sides. A fallen log lay near the center, bleached gray by the sun. The ground was mostly flat, covered in short grass and patches of moss, perfect for camping. We set up our tents in a rough circle. Mine faced east, with Dave's to my right, then Mike's, then Chris's completing the circle. It took longer than it should have because Mike kept stopping to take pictures for his Instagram. By the time we finished, the sun was getting low, throwing long shadows across the clearing. Dave got the fire going while Chris and I collected more wood. Mike set up his fancy camping stove and started heating water for the freeze-dried meals we'd brought. The temperature was dropping fast, typical for the mountains in September, so we all put on our jackets and huddled around the fire. The beer came out, and soon we were trading stories and giving Mike shit about his latest failed relationship. The first scream came at 11:42 p.m. I know the exact time because I had just checked my phone, annoyed that I didn't have any service. It was distant, probably a mile away or more, but clear enough to cut through the crackling of the fire and our conversation. We all stopped talking at once. "What the fuck was that?" Chris asked, sitting up straighter on the log. "Probably a mountain lion," Dave said, but he didn't sound convinced. "They can sound like women screaming sometimes." I'd heard mountain lions before. This wasn't that. The scream had words in it, not clear enough to understand, but definitely human speech patterns. It came again, longer this time. A high-pitched wail that rose and fell like someone crying out for help. Mike stood up, nearly knocking over his beer. Should we go check it out?" "Are you fucking crazy?" I said. "We don't know what's out there." "But what if someone's hurt?" Mike insisted. "We can't just ignore it." Dave pulled out his flashlight and swept the beam across the trees. The light didn't penetrate more than 20 feet into the forest. Beyond that was solid darkness. "Listen," Dave said. "We don't have cell service. We're at least 3 miles from the car. It's pitch black, and none of us knows these woods well enough to go searching at night. The best thing we can do is stay put and call for help in the morning if we need to." The scream came again, closer this time, maybe half a mile away. It was definitely moving toward us. I could make out more of the sound now. It was a woman's voice, but something was wrong with it. The pitch kept shifting in ways that human voices shouldn't be able to do, dropping impossibly low before rising to a shriek that hurt my ears. We all moved closer to the fire. Chris pulled out his hunting knife. He'd insisted on bringing it despite our jokes about him playing Rambo. I didn't see anyone laughing now. "Maybe we should pack up," Mike suggested. "Head back to the car." Another scream, even closer. This time I could almost make out words. "Help me. Please. Someone." "We're not going anywhere," Dave said firmly. "Walking through these woods at night would be suicide. We'd get lost in 5 minutes." "We stay here, stay together and keep the fire going." No one argued. We added more wood to the fire, building it higher than before. The flames cast our shadows against the tents, making them dance and stretch like giants. The beer cans were forgotten. The screams kept coming, getting closer each time. Sometimes they were clear cries for help. Other times they were just raw, animal sounds of pain or rage. The voice would seem to move in one direction, then suddenly come from the opposite side of the clearing. It never stayed in one place for long. Around 1 a.m. it got close enough that we could hear movement in the trees, branches snapping, leaves rustling. But every time we pointed our flashlights toward the sounds, there was nothing there, just darkness and trees. Mike was the first to crack. "This isn't right," he said, his voice shaking. "This isn't fucking right. That's not a person. It can't be." "Shut up," Chris hissed. "Just everyone shut up and listen." We did. The fire popped and hissed. An owl called somewhere far away. Then the scream came again, so close it could have been just beyond the edge of the clearing. "Please, oh God, please help me." I felt the words in my chest. They weren't just sound. They had weight, pressure. My ears popped like I was on an airplane. Chris dropped his knife, grabbing his head with both hands. Dave stumbled backward, almost falling into the fire. The voice changed, becoming deeper, distorted. "I can see you. I can smell you. Let me in." "What the fuck does it mean, 'let me in'?" Mike whispered. "We're outside. There's nothing to let it into." I didn't want to think about what it meant. My body was shaking, but not from the cold. Every muscle was tight, ready to run, even though I knew running would be useless. The screams continued all night, circling our camp. Sometimes they'd seem to fade into the distance, giving us hope that whatever it was had moved on. Then they'd suddenly blast from directly behind one of us, making us jump and spin around. The voice kept changing. Sometimes it was the woman crying for help. Sometimes it was the deeper, wrong-sounding voice, and sometimes it was both at once, layered over each other in impossible ways. None of us slept. None of us even considered going into our tents. We stayed by the fire, backs to each other, watching the darkness. Dave had a GPS unit that wasn't working right. The screen kept flickering and showing our location as jumping around even though we hadn't moved. At 3:27 a.m., Mike's phone started ringing. We all jerked at the sudden noise. He pulled it out with shaking hands. "That's impossible," he said. "There's no service out here." The phone showed an unknown number. Before any of us could say anything, Mike answered it and put it on speaker. The screaming came through the phone, louder and clearer than ever. Mike threw the phone away from him like it was burning his hand. It hit a rock and shattered, but the screaming continued from the broken pieces for several seconds before stopping. Chris threw up. I don't blame him. I was close to doing the same. The sky finally started to lighten around 5 a.m. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, the screams began to fade. The last one we heard was different from the others, a long, frustrated howl that seemed to come from everywhere at once, shaking pine needles from the trees and making the embers of our fire dance. Then silence. Real silence, broken only by natural forest sounds. Birds waking up, wind in the trees. We waited until full daylight before breaking camp. Nobody spoke much. We just packed as quickly as we could and got the hell out of there. The hike back to the car felt 10 times longer than it had the day before, even though we were practically running. The rusty pickup truck was gone from the parking lot when we got there. Dave drove us back to Seattle in silence. We were all jumping at every sound, checking our phones constantly even though they were working normally again. Later, we tried to research the area. Dave found some old forum posts about weird sounds in those woods, but nothing specific. Mike deleted his camping photos without posting them. Chris sold his hunting knife on eBay. We don't talk about that night much. When we do get together, no one brings up camping or hiking or anything involving woods. But sometimes when my phone rings and it shows an unknown number, I let it go to voicemail, just in case. I've started sleeping with a white noise machine. It helps drown out any sounds from outside my apartment at night. But sometimes, right as I'm falling asleep, I think I hear a distant scream, and I wonder if whatever was in those woods that night is still out there, still circling, still waiting for someone to let it in. The headlights caught something by the road that shouldn't have been there. I know that now. I should have kept driving, foot pressed hard on the gas, radio blasting, windows up. But I didn't. And that's why I'm writing this down, my hands still shaking, trying to make sense of what happened on Route 23 last night. I'd been driving for almost 6 hours straight, heading back from a client meeting in Pittsburgh to my house in rural Ohio. The digital clock on my dashboard read 11:43 p.m. My eyes burned from staring at the dark road, and my lower back ached from sitting too long in the driver's seat of my Honda Civic. The heater hummed, fighting against the October chill that seeped through the car's frame. Route 23 stretched empty in front of me, a narrow 2-lane road cutting through dense woods. No streetlights out here, just my headlights pushing against the darkness. The trees pressed close to the road, their branches reaching over like grasping fingers. I hadn't seen another car in at least 40 minutes. I reached for my coffee cup, finding it empty. My throat felt dry. The radio crackled with static. Out here the signal came and went, more static than music. I clicked it off, leaving just the sound of tires on asphalt and the engine's steady drone. That's when I saw it. A figure standing motionless on the gravel shoulder, maybe 50 yards ahead. My headlights swept across it as the road curved slightly left. At first glance, it looked like a person, about 6 feet tall, wearing what seemed to be dark clothes. But something felt wrong about how it stood there, too still, like a photograph of a person rather than an actual human being. I eased off the gas, more out of reflex than conscious thought. Out here, a stranded motorist wasn't uncommon. My speed dropped from 60 to 40. The figure grew larger in my windshield. 30 miles per hour. 20. The details should have become clearer, but they didn't. The headlights hit it straight on now. I was maybe 20 feet away, crawling past at 15 miles per hour. The figure stood perfectly still. It wore what looked like a dark coat that hung to its knees, but the fabric didn't move in the wind that rustled the roadside grass. Its arms hung at its sides, too long, the fingers extending past where knees should be. But its face, that's what made my stomach clench and my hands go cold on the steering wheel. It didn't have one. Where features should have been, there was just darkness. Not shadow, not a hood, not a mask. Just an absence, like someone had erased that part of reality. The headlights illuminated its clothes, the general shape of a head, but that blank space where a face should be seemed to absorb the light completely. I pressed the brake pedal. The car slowed to a crawl. Every instinct screamed at me to floor it, to get away, but some horrible fascination kept me there. The thing stood less than 10 feet from my driver's side window now. It didn't move, didn't turn to look at me. Just stood there, facing the road ahead. That horrible blank void where its face should be. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The engine idled, surprisingly loud in the silence. I couldn't take my eyes off it. The darkness where its face should be seemed to pulse, to deepen like a well with no bottom. Then it moved. Not like a person moves. Fluid. Natural. It jerked, like a glitch in a video. 1 second it faced the road. The next, its entire body had rotated 90 degrees to face my car. No turning motion, no steps. Just an instant change in position. I felt the scream build in my throat. My foot found the gas pedal and I slammed it down. The engine roared. The car lurched forward. In my side mirror, I saw it move again. Another jerky, impossible motion. Now it stood in the middle of the road behind me. My rear lights lit it up red. That faceless head tilted at an angle no human neck could achieve. I pushed the car faster. 60. 70. The engine whined in protest. Trees blurred past. In my rearview mirror, the figure stood smaller and smaller, still in the middle of the road, still turned toward my retreating car. My hands shook so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. The road curved and wound through the forest. I took the turns too fast, tires squealing. Each time I checked the mirror, the figure was gone. Just empty road behind me. After maybe 5 minutes of driving like this, I started to breathe again. My grip on the steering wheel loosened slightly. Whatever that thing was, I'd left it behind. The mirror showed only darkness. I slowed down to a more reasonable speed, not wanting to end up wrapped around a tree. My heart still pounded against my ribs. The digital clock read 11:52 p.m. Only 9 minutes had passed since I first saw the figure. It felt like hours. The radio suddenly came to life, making me jump. Static burst from the speakers, though I'd turned it off earlier. I jabbed the power button. The static continued, growing louder. The dashboard lights flickered. I looked up at the rearview mirror again. It sat in my back seat. The scream tore out of me before I could stop it. The car swerved as my arms jerked involuntarily. I fought for control, tires skidding on the asphalt. Through it all, the thing remained perfectly still. That blank void of a face pointed at the back of my head. I yanked the wheel hard, sending the car into a controlled skid. Brakes squealed. The car spun once, twice, came to rest facing the wrong way on the road. I didn't think, didn't plan, just threw the door open and launched myself out onto the asphalt. I ran. The woods were right there, dark trees offering hiding places. But as my feet hit the gravel shoulder, I realized that was stupid. The thing was behind me in the dark, and I had no flashlight, no way to see where I was going. The car's headlights provided the only illumination, throwing long shadows through the trees. I spun around, backing away from the car. The back seat looked empty now. The static still blared from the radio, unnaturally loud in the quiet night. Movement caught my eye. It stood by the trunk of my car. No walking, no stepping. It had simply appeared there. That blank face pointed at me. The arms hung wrong, too long, fingers nearly touching the ground. I backed away faster, stumbling on the uneven shoulder. The thing jerked forward, Not walking, not moving through the space between us, but appearing a few feet closer with each glitch-like motion. Like a slideshow of someone approaching, but with all the in-between frames removed. My back hit a tree. Rough bark pressed through my shirt. The figure stood 10 feet away now. Static roared from the car's speakers, rising in pitch until it hurt my ears. The headlights flickered rapidly, strobing the scene like a broken film projector. The thing's head tilted again, too far until it was nearly horizontal. That void of a face pointed at me. The static from the radio reached a piercing shriek. I closed my eyes, pressed my hands over my ears. My legs gave out and I slid down the tree trunk to the ground. The sound bored into my skull even through my covered ears. The strobing lights penetrated my closed eyelids. Then silence. I waited, shaking, eyes squeezed shut. Nothing happened. No sound except my ragged breathing and the normal nighttime noises of the forest. No light except the steady glow of my car's headlights through my eyelids. Slowly, I opened my eyes. The road was empty. My car sat where I'd left it, engine still running, driver's door open. No figure, no static. Just crickets chirping and a light breeze rustling leaves. I stayed there for several minutes, back pressed against the tree, waiting for the thing to reappear. It didn't. Eventually, my breathing steadied. My legs felt solid enough to stand. I approached the car cautiously, ready to run if that blank face appeared again. Nothing moved except shadows cast by the headlights swaying in the wind. The radio was silent, though I hadn't touched it. The back seat was empty. I slid behind the wheel, pulled the door shut, and locked it. My hands still trembled as I put the car in drive. I checked every mirror obsessively as I turned the car around and continued down the road, going well over the speed limit despite the danger of the curves. I drove the remaining 2 hours home without stopping. Every shadow by the road made me flinch. Every piece of static on the radio made my stomach clench. But I didn't see the figure again. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the sky was starting to lighten with pre-dawn gray. I sat there for a long time, engine off, staring at nothing. My mind kept trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Fatigue, stress, an elaborate hallucination brought on by too much coffee and too little sleep. But I know what I saw. That absence of a face, those impossible movements, the wrongness of it all burned into my memory with perfect clarity. I went inside, double-checking all the locks, closed all the curtains, sat in my living room as the sun came up, unable to sleep. I called in sick to work, spent the day trying to convince myself it hadn't been real. But last night, exactly 24 hours after I first saw it, my radio turned on by itself. Just static at first. Then, underneath the white noise, I heard something else. A sound like breathing, but wrong somehow. Wet, ragged, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I ran to check the windows, and there it stood in my front yard, that blank void of a face pointed up at my window. As I watched, it jerked closer to the house. Closer, closer. I'm writing this now huddled in my bedroom closet. The static is getting louder, the breathing sound too. I can hear it moving through my house, those jerky, impossible movements. Getting closer. It's outside my bedroom door now. The handle is turning. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me. But I know one thing for certain. If you're driving late at night and see a figure standing by the road, don't slow down. Don't stop. Just drive, as fast as you can, and pray it didn't notice you too. The closet door is opening. The first door slammed at 11:42 p.m. I know because I checked my phone when I heard it. I was sitting in my living room trying to focus on some work emails while the storm raged outside. The sound came from upstairs, sharp, definitive, like someone had put their whole weight into closing it. I froze, fingers hovering over my laptop keyboard. My house is old, built in the 1940s, and I live alone since Sarah left 6 months ago. I know every creak, every groan this place makes. This wasn't one of them. I listened, holding my breath. Rain pounded against the windows. Wind howled through the eaves. 10 seconds passed. 20. Just when I started to relax, thinking maybe it was just the storm, another door slammed, this time from the basement. My hands started to shake. I closed my laptop and set it on the coffee table, trying to steady my breathing. The basement door is heavy oak, installed by the previous owner. It doesn't just blow shut. And it had been closed when I came home from work. I always keep it closed because the basement creeps me out. Thunder cracked overhead, making me jump. My t-shirt stuck to my back with cold sweat. I stood up, legs unsteady. The rational part of my brain said I needed to check the house, make sure all the doors and windows were secure. The primitive part of my brain screamed at me to run outside into the storm and not look back. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The power was still on, but I wanted the extra light. My footsteps seemed too loud on the hardwood floor as I walked to the front door. The deadbolt was engaged. I tried the handle, locked tight. Moving to the kitchen, I checked the back door. Also locked. Another slam echoed through the house, this time from upstairs again. My heart jumped into my throat. Sweat ran down my temples. I gripped my phone tighter, knuckles white. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and scared. "Is someone there?" Only the storm answered, wind rattling the windows. I started up the stairs, testing each step carefully. The old wood creaked under my weight. At the top of the stairs, I paused. The second-floor hallway stretched ahead of me, dark except for my phone light. 4 doors led off it: main bedroom, guest room, bathroom, and the small office I never use. All of them were closed. I checked each one methodically, starting with the office. Locked. The guest room, locked. Bathroom, locked. My bedroom, locked. I hadn't locked any of them. I never locked the interior doors. My hands trembled as I pulled out my key ring. I keep spare keys for all the interior doors, a habit from when my nephew used to visit and accidentally lock himself in rooms. The key to my bedroom door stuck for a moment, then turned. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Bed made, curtains drawn, closet door closed. Nothing out of place, no signs of an intruder, no open windows, just the sound of rain against the glass. Slam. I spun around. The sound had come from downstairs. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sweat soaked through my shirt. I checked the other rooms, hands shaking so badly I could barely work the keys. Each one was empty, untouched, windows secure. Whatever was making that sound, it wasn't coming from an actual door being closed. Back in the hallway, I leaned against the wall, trying to slow my breathing. My phone showed 11:51 p.m. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the first slam, but it felt like hours. Slam. Slam. 2 quick impacts, like someone running through the house, slamming doors behind them. One from the kitchen, one from the living room. But I could see down the stairs. No movement, no shadows, no sign of anyone. I had to get out. I'd call the police from my car, let them check the house. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just an old house settling or the storm playing tricks. I started down the stairs, moving as quickly as I dared in the dark. Halfway down, all the doors on the second floor slammed in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The sound was deafening, impossibly loud. I ran. My foot caught on the last step and I stumbled, barely catching myself on the wall. Behind me, doors kept slamming, the impacts coming faster and faster, like an angry percussion line. I reached for the front door handle. It wouldn't turn. The key wouldn't work either. It was like the lock was filled with cement. Slam, right behind me. I felt the air move. The back door. I sprinted through the living room, into the kitchen. The slamming followed, getting closer, like something was chasing me door by door through the house. The back door was stuck too. I yanked on the handle hard enough to hurt my wrist. Nothing. All the doors in the house were slamming now, an endless cacophony of impacts. The noise was physical, beating against my eardrums. I dropped my phone, pressed my hands against my ears, but it didn't help. The basement door flew open. Cold air rushed up the stairs, carrying the smell of wet earth and decay. The slamming stopped. I stood frozen in the kitchen, ears ringing in the sudden silence. The basement gaped in front of me, a well of absolute darkness. My phone lay on the floor, flashlight pointing at the ceiling. A creaking sound echoed up from below, slow, deliberate, like someone climbing the stairs. I backed away until I hit the counter. The creaking continued. Fourth step from the bottom, it always squeaked. Third step, second step. My muscles locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only watch the darkness of the basement doorway as the creaking reached the top step. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the whole house. The impact knocked me out of my paralysis. I ran. I don't remember consciously choosing a direction. I just ran, through the kitchen, through the living room, up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Behind me, the slamming started again, following my path. I reached my bedroom, slammed the door shut, and turned the lock. My hands shook so badly I could barely do it. I backed away from the door, breath coming in ragged gasps. The slamming stopped. Rain drummed against the windows. Wind moaned around the eaves. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears I almost missed the first creak. It came from my closet. A slow wooden groan, like weight being shifted. Then another. And another. The closet door was closed. I knew it was closed. I'd checked it just minutes ago. But now, as I stared at it, it began to move. Not much. Just a fraction of an inch. Enough to create a thin line of deeper darkness along its edge. Another creak. The door moved again, a little wider. I couldn't look away. My body was ice cold, covered in sweat. My lungs wouldn't work properly. Each breath was a shallow gasp that didn't bring enough air. The line of darkness widened. Inside the closet was completely black, darker than any natural shadow. No light reflected off the clothes I knew were hanging there. No shapes or outlines visible. Just void. The door kept opening, slow and steady. Each creak felt like a physical touch on my skin. The darkness seemed to leak out, spreading across the floor. When the gap was about 6 inches wide, the creaking stopped. The door hung there, partially open, like an invitation, or like something was about to come out. I saw movement in that darkness, not shapes exactly. More like the darkness itself was moving, churning, reaching. The bedroom door behind me exploded inward. The force knocked me forward toward the closet. I caught myself on the bed frame, fingers digging into the wood. All the doors in the house began slamming again, faster than before, a deafening rhythm that shook the walls. The closet door started moving again, opening wider, the darkness reaching for me. I ran, out of the bedroom, down the hall, taking the stairs so fast I nearly fell. The slamming followed, getting closer with each impact. The darkness from the closet seemed to chase me, bleeding out of every doorway I passed. I hit the front door at full speed, expecting it to be locked like before. Instead, it flew open. I stumbled onto the front porch, into the pouring rain. Behind me, one final slam shook the house. Then silence. I stood in the storm, gasping for air, clothes soaking through instantly. Lightning flashed, illuminating the house. Every window was dark. The front door hung open, showing nothing but blackness inside. I backed away to the street. Another lightning flash. The house looked normal, just an old 2-story home in the rain. But I could feel it watching me. I got in my car and drove to a hotel. Called the police from there. They checked the house the next morning and found nothing wrong. All the doors worked normally. Nothing in the closet. No signs of intruders or damage. I put the house up for sale that day. Stayed in the hotel until it sold 2 months later, taking a massive loss just to be rid of it. I didn't care. Sometimes I drive past the house just to check. There's a young family living there now. They seem happy. No problems. But I never drive past after dark. And when I hear a door slam anywhere, I freeze. Listen for the next one. Wait to see if the darkness starts leaking out. I keep all the doors in my apartment open now. Every single one. They can't slam if they're open. But sometimes late at night I hear creaking from my closet. And I wonder if the darkness followed me, if it's just waiting for the right storm to try again. So I keep the lights on, and I wait, and I listen to the doors. My wife Sarah died 3 months ago. I found her grandfather's clock in the attic yesterday. The problem is I never put it there. That clock sat in our living room for 23 years, right next to the fireplace. I saw it every morning when I came down for coffee, until yesterday. I first noticed something was wrong when I walked downstairs at 6:30 a.m. The morning light came through the windows like always, but something felt off about the living room. I stood there for a full minute, coffee cup in hand, staring at the empty spot by the fireplace. The rectangular patch of unfaded wallpaper showed where the clock had been. I put down my coffee and checked behind the couch, thinking maybe it fell. Nothing. I looked in the dining room, the study, even the kitchen. No clock. I live alone now, and nobody else has keys to the house except my daughter Emma, who lives 2 states away. The clock wasn't just any timepiece. It was a Jameson and Brooks grandfather clock from 1887, passed down through Sarah's family. Heavy mahogany case, brass pendulum, intricate carvings on the hood. Sarah's grandfather gave it to us as a wedding present. She loved that clock. I couldn't just lose it. I called Emma right away. "Have you been to the house recently?" I asked when she picked up. "No, Dad. Not since Mom's funeral." "Why?" "The clock is missing. Your great-grandfather's clock." "What do you mean, missing?" "That thing weighs like 200 pounds. "I know. It's just gone." "Did someone break in?" I walked through the house again while on the phone. No broken windows, no forced doors. Everything else is exactly where it should be. "Maybe you moved it and forgot. You haven't been sleeping well since Mom." "I didn't move it, Emma. I wouldn't forget something like that." After hanging up, I did another sweep of the house. That's when I noticed the attic door was slightly ajar. The doors in the upstairs hallway ceiling with a pull-down ladder. I never go up there. Sarah used to store Christmas decorations and old photo albums in the attic, but I haven't touched it since she died. I pulled the ladder down. Dust fell in my face. The wooden steps creaked as I climbed up. The attic air was thick and hot, even in the morning. Sheets of sunlight cut through the small windows at each end, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. And there it was. The clock stood against the far wall, between stacked boxes and old furniture, just standing there like it had always been there. My hands shook as I walked toward it. The floorboards groaned under my feet. I touched the clock's case. Thick dust came off on my fingers. That didn't make sense. The clock had been clean yesterday morning. I opened the clock's front panel. The pendulum hung motionless. The weights were still. According to the clock face, it was 3:47. The second hand didn't move. "How the hell did you get up here?" I said out loud. My voice sounded strange in the stuffy attic air. Moving that clock up the narrow attic stairs would take at least 2 strong people. I'm 61 years old with a bad back. I couldn't have done it alone, even if I somehow blacked out and tried. I went back downstairs and called the police. Officer Martinez arrived 20 minutes later. Young guy, probably in his late 20s. He took notes while I explained the situation. "So nothing else is missing?" he asked. "Just the clock moved?" "Yes." From the living room to the attic. He walked through the house, checking windows and doors. Found no signs of forced entry. Went up to the attic and examined the clock. "There are no scratches on the floor," he said when he came back down. "If someone dragged that clock up the stairs, there would be marks." "Exactly. It's impossible." Officer Martinez gave me a look I recognized. The same look people give when they think you're losing it. "Mr. Harrison," he said, "you live alone now, correct?" "Yes." "And you're sure you didn't move the clock yourself? Maybe late at night?" "I'm sure." He wrote something in his notebook. "Have you been under any unusual stress lately?" "My wife died 3 months ago, but I'm not imagining this." I understand, sir. Why don't you call us again if anything else strange happens? Or if you notice any signs of break-in? After he left, I sat in the living room staring at the empty spot by the fireplace. The unfaded wallpaper bothered me. It shouldn't be unfaded. If the clock had been there for 23 years, the wall behind it should be a different color than the exposed parts. I got up and examined the wall closer. The rectangular patch was exactly the same color as the surrounding wallpaper. No difference at all. My head started to hurt. I needed fresh air. I went for a walk around the neighborhood, trying to clear my mind. When I came back an hour later, I went straight to the attic. The clock was still there. I opened the panel again and checked the mechanism. Everything looked normal, just stopped. I tried to wind it, but the key wouldn't turn. I spent the rest of the day in my home office trying to work. I'm a freelance technical writer, currently working on a manual for industrial cooling systems. I couldn't focus. Every few minutes, I found myself straining to hear any sounds from the attic. Around 6 p.m., I heard it, a single clear chime from upstairs. I ran up the attic ladder. The clock face still showed 3:47. The pendulum hadn't moved. But I know what I heard. I stayed up there for an hour, watching the clock. Nothing happened. No movement. No sound. Eventually, my stomach growling forced me back downstairs to make dinner. I heated up a frozen lasagna and ate at the kitchen table, scrolling through news on my phone, trying to act normal. At 9:15 p.m., another chime from upstairs. This time I didn't run up. I walked slowly to the attic ladder, phone flashlight on. Climbed the steps one at a time. The clock face showed 3:47, pendulum still, dust undisturbed. I pulled a folding chair from behind some boxes and set it up facing the clock. If something was going to happen, I wanted to see it. Hours passed. The attic got cold. I checked my phone. 11:52 p.m. My back ached from the chair. Just as I was thinking about giving up, the temperature dropped even more. I could see my breath. At exactly midnight, the clock chimed again. But this time, I saw something impossible. The second hand moved, just for a moment. It twitched from 47 seconds to 48, then stopped. I jumped up, heart pounding. Opened the clock panel. The pendulum hung motionless, but the air inside the case felt ice cold. "Sarah?" I whispered. Nothing. I touched the pendulum. The brass was so cold it nearly stuck to my finger. I pulled back quickly. Then I noticed something on the inside of the case. Small scratches in the wood. Recent scratches. They formed letters. I leaned closer, shining my phone light. The scratches spelled, "Help me." My legs went weak. I sat back in the chair hard. The scratches hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. More scratches appeared as I watched, like invisible claws carving into the wood. Not dead. "Sarah?" I said again, louder. "Is that you?" The temperature dropped even more. Frost formed on the clock's glass face. Through the frosted glass, the second hand twitched again. 48 to 49. New scratches appeared. Trapped. Where? How can I help you? The scratches came faster now. Funeral home basement, wake up. My hands shook so bad I almost dropped my phone. Sarah's funeral had been at Marshall and Sons Funeral Home downtown. We had the viewing in their basement chapel. You're in the funeral home basement? Yes, cold dark help. The second hand twitched to 50. I don't understand. We buried you. I saw them close the casket. Mistake not dead. Wake up ice crystals formed in my beard. The cold hurt my lungs. You're in a coma? They buried you alive? Yes, hurry. The second hand moved to 51. My mind raced. If Sarah was alive, trapped in her coffin? But it had been 3 months. She couldn't survive that long. Unless... When is this happening? Are you sending this message from the past? Viewing night still time, hurry. The viewing had been 3 months ago, the night before the funeral. Was I somehow getting messages from that night? The second hand twitched to 52. How do I know this is real? How do I know it's you? First date. Blue dress coffee spill laughed. My heart stopped. Our first date, 25 years ago. Sarah wore a blue dress. I spilled coffee all over myself. Instead of being embarrassed, she laughed. Said it was the moment she knew she'd marry me. We never told anyone that story. Oh God, it's really you. Help me please, hurry. The second hand moved to 53. I ran down the attic steps, grabbed my car keys. The funeral home was 20 minutes away. If this was real, if somehow I was getting messages from the past, I drove 80 in a 45 zone. Got to Marshall & Sons at 12:27 a.m. Dark windows, locked doors. I pounded on the front entrance. A light came on inside. A night watchman approached the glass doors. "We're closed," he said through the door. I pulled out my wallet, grabbed all the cash. "Please, my wife, the viewing tomorrow. I need to check something. It's an emergency." He looked at the cash, looked at my face, must have seen something there. He opened the door. 10 minutes, he said, taking the money. I ran down to the basement chapel. Sarah's closed casket sat at the front, surrounded by flowers. The viewing wasn't until tomorrow, today, whatever, 9 a.m. "Please," I said to the watchman, "open it. I'll pay you more." He shook his head. "Can't do that, sir. Against policy." I grabbed his shoulders. "She's alive. In a coma, maybe. Please." He must have heard the desperation in my voice. After a long moment, he sighed and took out his keys. The casket creaked open. Sarah lay there in her blue dress, pale. Still, I touched her hand. Cold, but... "She's warm," I said. "Under the cold. She's warm." The watchman pressed 2 fingers to her neck. His eyes went wide. "Holy shit," he said. "There's a pulse." Everything after that was a blur. Ambulance, hospital, emergency room. Doctors found a faint heartbeat, said she was in a deep coma, some rare condition that mimicked death. They worked on her all night. I sat in the waiting room shaking, watching the second hand on the wall clock tick past 3:47. At 6:23 a.m., a doctor came out. "Mr. Harrison, your wife is awake." I ran to her room. Sarah lay in the hospital bed, pale but alive, breathing, eyes open. "The clock," she whispered when she saw me. "Did you get my message?" I took her hand. "Warm now?" "Yes." "But how?" I could hear everything at the funeral home. Couldn't move, couldn't speak, just screamed inside my head. Then I saw the clock in the corner. Grandfather's clock. I focused on it so hard. Somehow I reached through time. Found it in our house. Had to move it somewhere you'd notice. The attic. Yes. Used everything I had left to warn you. I kissed her hand. "You're safe now. You're alive." She smiled weakly. "What time is it?" I checked my phone. 6:25 a.m. "Good," she said. "We made it." Made it? The funeral was scheduled for 7 a.m. They would have buried me in less than an hour. I held her hand tighter. We sat in silence, watching the sun rise through the hospital window. 3 days later, Sarah came home. The clock was back in the living room, ticking normally. Neither of us knows how it got down from the attic. The scratches inside the case were gone. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still feel cold air around the clock. And at exactly 3:47 a.m., the second hand hesitates for just a moment between 47 and 48 seconds. Like it's remembering. I don't mind. That hesitation saved Sarah's life. Brought her back to me. Now when I hear the clock chime, I don't think about time passing. I think about time bending, just enough to let love break through. Sarah's grandfather's clock still keeps perfect time. Except for that 1 second every night when it pauses to remember the night it helped death lose its grip. The night it gave us a second chance. I first noticed it 3 days after moving in. Just a small thing. The shadow of my kitchen table looked wrong. Not dramatically wrong, just off. Like it was angled slightly different from where the morning sun should have cast it. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, it seemed normal. I blamed it on being tired from unpacking and didn't think much more about it. I got this rental house cheap, which should have been my first warning. But I was desperate for a place after my divorce, and the real estate market in this area is brutal. The house sits at the end of a quiet street in an older neighborhood. 2 stories, red brick, probably built in the 1940s. Nothing special to look at, but solid. A little worn around the edges, sure, but what rental isn't? The landlord seemed eager to get someone in quickly. He rushed through the showing and paperwork so fast, I barely had time to inspect everything properly. The first week went okay. I focused on unpacking and settling in, trying to establish some kind of routine in my new single life. During the day, everything felt normal. But as each evening approached, small things started catching my attention. The shadows in the corners of rooms seemed deeper than they should be. When I walked past doorways, the darkness within empty rooms appeared to shift, like something had just moved out of sight. At first, I dismissed these as tricks of my eyes adjusting to a new space. Houses make weird shadows. That's just how it is. Then the cold spots started. I'd walk through certain areas of the house and hit patches of air that were 10-15 degrees colder than everywhere else. The first time it happened was in the upstairs hallway. I stepped out of my bedroom and felt like I'd walked into a freezer. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and I could see my breath fog in front of my face. But 5 steps later, the temperature was normal again. I called an HVAC guy to check the heating system. He found nothing wrong, said the airflow and temperature readings were perfectly normal throughout the house. I didn't mention the cold spots, didn't want him thinking I was crazy. The feeling of being watched started gradually, just occasional prickles on the back of my neck when I was alone in a room. The sense that if I turned around quickly enough, I'd catch something ducking out of sight. My eyes started playing tricks on me, or at least, that's what I told myself. Shadows that shouldn't be there. Dark shapes in my peripheral vision that vanished when I looked directly at them. After 2 weeks, I started avoiding certain parts of the house. The spare bedroom upstairs was the worst. Every time I walked past its open door, the darkness inside seemed to pulse and writhe. The air flowing out of that room felt heavy and cold, carrying a musty smell like old paper and dust. I started keeping the door closed. The basement was another no-go zone. The shadows down there were wrong in ways I can't properly explain. They didn't line up with the light sources. They moved when they shouldn't. Sometimes they seemed to reach toward me when I went down to do laundry. I started taking my clothes to a laundromat instead. One night, about a month after moving in, I woke up at 3 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway, the shadows cast by my nightlight stretched and twisted along the walls. I forced myself to stare straight ahead, ignoring the way the darkness seemed to curl and reach for me as I passed. In the bathroom, I kept my eyes down while washing my hands. I'd learned not to look in mirrors at night, but as I reached for the towel, movement in the mirror caught my eye. I looked up reflexively. My reflection wasn't alone. Behind me stood a dark shape, human-sized but wrong in its proportions. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. It had no features I could make out, just deeper darkness in roughly human form. As I stared, frozen, it tilted what might have been its head like a curious dog. I ran, sprinted back to my bedroom, slammed the door, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told myself it had been a dream or sleep paralysis, just my mind playing tricks in the dark. But I knew better. After that night, things escalated quickly. The shadows became bolder, moving openly even in daylight. They gathered in corners and doorways, spreading like ink stains across walls and ceilings. The cold spots multiplied and intensified. Whole rooms became frigid and unusable. I started spending as much time as possible out of the house. I'd leave for work early and come home late, dreading what I might find when I opened the door. But I couldn't afford to break my lease and move again so soon. I was stuck. One evening, I came home to find all the lights in the house on, lights I distinctly remembered turning off that morning. As I stood in the entryway, they began clicking off one by one, starting upstairs and working their way down. Click, click, click. Like something was moving through the house, hitting each switch. I ran back to my car and spent the night in a motel. The next day, I went to the county records office. I had to know if anything had happened in that house, anything that might explain what I was experiencing. The clerk helped me search through property records and old newspapers. The house had been built in 1943. Nothing unusual in its early history, just a series of ordinary families living ordinary lives. But starting in the 1970s, a pattern emerged. No one stayed in the house longer than 6 months. Tenants and owners alike moved out abruptly, often breaking leases or selling at a loss. A newspaper article from 1975 caught my eye. A family had disappeared from the house. Parents and 2 children vanished without a trace. Police found no signs of forced entry or struggle. Their car was in the driveway, keys on the kitchen counter, dinner half-eaten on the table. They were never found. The article mentioned something else. Complaints the family had made to police in the weeks before their disappearance. They reported strange noises, unexplained cold spots, and shadows that moved on their own. The police dismissed it as imagination or pranks. I read until the office closed, then sat in my car for a long time thinking. I couldn't stay in that house, but I couldn't afford to lose my security deposit and first month's rent either. I needed evidence, something to show the landlord, something to prove I wasn't breaking the lease without cause. That night, I set up my phone to record video in the living room while I slept. I pointed it toward the corners where the shadows gathered thickest. Then I went upstairs to my bedroom, locked the door, and tried to sleep with all the lights on. Around midnight, scratching sounds woke me. They came from inside the walls. Long, slow scrapes like fingernails on wood. The sounds moved through the walls, circling my room. My bed began to feel cold, the chill seeping up through the mattress into my bones. The scratching stopped directly behind my headboard. In the silence that followed, I heard breathing. Slow, raspy inhales and exhales that didn't match my own terrified gasps. The air grew so cold my teeth chattered. Something touched the back of my neck, a long, cold finger tracing my spine. I leaped out of bed and ran for the door. The lock turned under my shaking hands and I stumbled into the hallway. The shadows had changed. They covered the walls now, moving and flowing like oil. As I watched, shapes began to form in the darkness. Hands, faces, writhing bodies, all formed of deeper shadow within shadow. They reached for me with grasping fingers. I ran downstairs, the shadows flowing after me like a dark tide. In the living room, my phone still recorded, its small screen glowing. I grabbed it and ran for the front door. The shadows surged forward, trying to cut me off. I felt cold hands grasp at my clothes, icy fingers brush my skin. I burst out of the house into the cool night air. Behind me, dark shapes pressed against the windows, watching. I got in my car and drove away, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I spent the rest of the night in a 24-hour diner, drinking coffee and trying to stop shaking. When dawn came, I checked the video on my phone. Most of it showed an empty, ordinary living room. But around midnight, the shadows began to move. They flowed across walls and ceiling, gathering into shapes that made my skin crawl. Near the end, just before I ran downstairs, dark figures stepped out of the walls. Tall, thin shapes that moved with jerky, inhuman motions. I took the video to my landlord that morning. He watched it without expression, then sighed and pulled out a folder. Inside were similar videos and photos from previous tenants. Shadows that moved, dark figures in doorways, cold spots recorded on thermal cameras. "Why didn't you warn me?" I demanded. He shrugged. "Would you have believed me? Would you have rented the place if I told you it was haunted?" He let me break the lease without penalty. I moved out that day, leaving most of my furniture behind. I couldn't bear to bring anything from that house into a new place. I drove by the house a week later. A "for rent" sign stood in the yard and all the windows were dark. As I watched, a shadow moved past one of the upstairs windows. A tall, thin shape that paused to look down at me. I drove away and never went back. Sometimes I dream about that house. In the dreams, I'm walking through dark rooms while shadows reach for me with cold hands. I hear scratching in the walls and breathing in empty spaces. I wake up shivering, checking the corners of my bedroom for moving shadows. I don't know what lived in that house. I don't want to know. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder about that family that disappeared in 1975. I wonder if they're still there, trapped in the shadows, reaching out with dark hands toward anyone who ventures too close. The house is still there, still renting to new tenants who don't stay long. I've thought about warning them, but who would believe such a story? Who would believe that shadows can move, that darkness can reach out and touch you, that empty rooms can breathe? I know the truth now. Shadows aren't just the absence of light. Sometimes there's something else entirely, something that watches and waits and hungers, something that reaches out with cold hands in the dark. I keep all my lights on now, day and night. I check every shadow, every dark corner. And sometimes when I catch movement in the corner of my eye, I wonder if something followed me from that house. A piece of living darkness that waits for the right moment to reach out and pull me back into those writhing shadows. But those are just thoughts that come in the dark hours before dawn. In daylight, I tell myself it was all in my head. The house is just a house. Shadows are just shadows, and the dark can't reach out and touch you. I almost believe it. Almost. But I still don't trust mirrors at night, and I never ever turn off all the lights. I screwed up. I really screwed up. Before all this happened, I was just a normal guy who didn't believe in supernatural stuff. Now, I'm sitting in my car outside a 24-hour diner at 3 a.m., my hands still shaking as I try to write this down. I need to tell someone what happened. Maybe then someone will believe me. Maybe then I'll believe it myself. It started 3 days ago. I was scrolling through streaming services, bored on a Tuesday night when I found this documentary about haunted places in New England. Historic hauntings. America's most terrifying locations. Or something like that. I watched it while eating leftover Chinese food, laughing at all the eyewitness accounts and blurry footage of dust particles that the show tried to pass off as orbs. The documentary featured this old mansion in Massachusetts where people claim to hear children laughing at night, see shadows moving on their own, and feel cold spots in the middle of summer. They interviewed this middle-aged woman who swore she saw a full-body apparition of a Victorian-era girl in a white dress. She was crying as she told the story, but I just rolled my eyes. After it ended, I posted on Facebook. Just watched another ghost documentary. Sorry folks, but spirits don't exist. It's all just squeaky floorboards and overactive imaginations. Show me actual proof, and I'll eat my words. A few friends commented with ghost emojis. Someone shared a story about their haunted apartment. I replied with laughing faces and went to bed around midnight. That's when things started to change. I woke up around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway of my one-bedroom apartment, I heard what sounded like whispering coming from the living room. It was faint, like someone talking through a wall, but my apartment shares no walls with neighbors. I'm on the top floor, corner unit. I stopped walking and held my breath. The whispers continued for about 5 seconds, then stopped. I told myself it was probably just the wind outside or the building settling. Old buildings make weird noises all the time, right? I used the bathroom and went back to bed. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a soft thud from the kitchen, like something small had fallen off a counter. I almost got up to check, but I was too tired. I'd look in the morning. When I woke up, everything in the kitchen was exactly where it should be. Nothing on the floor, nothing out of place. I got ready for work, had my coffee, and forgot about the weird noises from the night before. That evening I ordered pizza and watched TV. Around 9 p.m. I noticed my coffee mug on the kitchen counter had moved about 6 inches from where I'd left it that morning. I stared at it for a good minute, trying to remember if I'd touched it at all during the day. I hadn't. "You're being paranoid," I said out loud to myself. Maybe the vibrations from the upstairs neighbor's washing machine made it slide. I picked up the mug and put it in the dishwasher. When I turned around, the TV remote had shifted on the coffee table, rotating about 45 degrees from its previous position. I watched it happen. There was no vibration, no wind, no logical explanation. Just the remote turning by itself. My heart started beating faster. I walked over and grabbed the remote, gripping it tight. The plastic felt ice cold, even though my apartment was a comfortable 72 degrees. "This isn't happening," I said. "I'm tired. I'm seeing things." I turned off the TV and decided to go to bed early. As I lay there in the dark, I heard the whispering again. This time it was clearer, coming from the corner of my bedroom. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like multiple voices having a conversation. I pulled the covers up to my chin, my whole body tense. The voices continued for about a minute, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was worse somehow. I lay there perfectly still, straining to hear anything. My bedroom door was open and I could see the darkness of the hallway beyond. That's when I felt it, a presence. Something was in the room with me. I couldn't see anything, but I felt the air get heavier, colder. The hair on my arms stood up. My breath came out in visible puffs like I was outside in winter. The presence moved. I felt it pass by my bed like someone walking past, but without footsteps. The cold spot moved with it. When it reached the foot of my bed, it stopped. I couldn't move. My whole body was frozen in fear. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but I just lay there, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. The pressure in the room increased, like the air itself was being compressed. My ears popped. The presence moved again, this time coming up alongside the bed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, like someone sitting down next to me. I squeezed my eyes shut. "This isn't real," I whispered. "This isn't real." Something cold touched my arm. Not like a hand or any solid object, more like a patch of freezing air that had weight to it. I jerked away, finally breaking free from my paralysis. I scrambled out of bed, hitting the floor hard. I crawled to the wall and slapped at the light switch. The room was empty. The cold spot was gone. The pressure had returned to normal. But on my arm, where the cold thing had touched me, there were 3 red marks, like someone had pressed their fingers against my skin. I ran out of the apartment, grabbed my laptop and car keys, and drove to the nearest 24-hour diner. I've been here for the past hour, typing this up, trying to make sense of what happened. But things didn't end there. This was just the beginning. The next day I called in sick to work. I couldn't face going back to the apartment, but I couldn't stay at the diner forever. Around noon I drove home, telling myself I'd been imagining things. The marks on my arm had faded, leaving no evidence of what had happened. I opened my apartment door slowly, half expecting to find the place trashed. Everything looked normal. Sunlight streamed through the windows, making the place look ordinary and harmless. I walked through each room, checking closets and corners. Nothing was out of place. "See," I said to myself. "You let that stupid documentary get to you. Everything's fine." I took a shower, made lunch, and tried to act normal. I even posted on Facebook again. Weird night. Maybe I should lay off the ghost documentaries before bed. A few friends commented that I was letting my imagination run wild. Around 4 p.m., I was sitting on the couch working on my laptop when I heard a crash from the kitchen. I jumped up and ran to check. A glass had fallen from the cabinet and shattered on the floor. The cabinet door was wide open, even though I hadn't opened it all day. As I cleaned up the glass, all the cabinet doors suddenly swung open at once, like someone had run down the line pushing each one. The sound of wood banging against wood echoed through the kitchen. I dropped the dustpan, glass shards scattering across the floor. "Stop it!" I shouted. "This isn't funny." The cabinet doors slammed shut in sequence, one after another. Bang, 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 bang. I ran to the living room, grabbing my phone. Who was I going to call? The police? What would I tell them? That my cabinet doors were moving by themselves? The temperature dropped again. I watched as my breath formed clouds in front of my face. The whispers started, louder this time, coming from all around me. I still couldn't make out words, but the voices sounded angry. My laptop screen went black, then turned back on, opening dozens of windows at once. Words appeared in a text document. You said we don't exist. We heard you, now you'll see. The document deleted itself before I could take a picture. My laptop shut down completely. I ran for the front door, but it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but something was holding it shut. I pulled harder, using both hands, putting all my weight into it. The door didn't budge. Behind me, something knocked over the floor lamp. It crashed to the ground, the bulb shattering. More objects began to move. Books flew off shelves. Pictures fell off walls. The TV remote shot across the room like it had been thrown. I ran to my bedroom, slamming the door shut. I pressed my back against it, breathing hard. The air got colder, colder than before. So cold it hurt to breathe. The presence was back, stronger now. I felt it moving around the room, circling me. The whispers grew louder, turning into harsh sounds that might have been laughter. Something grabbed my shoulder. This time it wasn't just a cold spot. I felt distinct pressure points, like fingers digging into my skin. I screamed and dove for the bed, crawling across it to the other side. The presence followed. I felt it looming over me, pressing down on me. My whole body felt heavy, like gravity had doubled. I could barely lift my arms. The whispers became clearer. I could almost make out words. Showed him. Believes now. Not enough. Make him understand. The pressure increased until I could barely breathe. Black spots appeared in my vision. I was going to pass out. Just before I lost consciousness, everything stopped. The pressure lifted. The cold vanished. The whispers went silent. I lay there gasping for air, afraid to move. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. Finally, I got up on shaky legs and looked around the room. The bedroom was a mess. Clothes had been pulled from drawers, books and papers were scattered everywhere. My phone lay on the floor, its screen cracked. I walked through the rest of the apartment. The living room and kitchen were in similar states of chaos. But the front door opened easily now, like it had never been stuck. I grabbed some clothes, my damaged phone and laptop, and left. I drove to a hotel 20 miles away and checked in for the night. I'm writing this from the hotel room now, trying to decide what to do next. I can't go back to that apartment. I don't know what those things are, ghosts, spirits, demons, whatever. But they're real. They're real, and they're angry, and they wanted to prove me wrong. Well, congratulations. You proved me wrong. I believe now. I believe in all of it. But here's the thing that really terrifies me. Even at the hotel, 20 miles away, I still feel like I'm being watched. The air still gets cold sometimes. I still hear whispers when everything is quiet. I don't think they're done with me. I don't think they'll ever be done with me. Because now I know they're real and they know that I know. Last night, around 2 a.m., I woke up to find my laptop open. A new document was on the screen with 3 words. We're still here. I'm checking out of the hotel today. I don't know where I'll go. Maybe I'll stay with friends, or maybe I'll just keep driving. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never doubt the existence of spirits again. To anyone reading this, be careful what you say about things you don't understand. Some things are better left unquestioned. Some beliefs are better left unchallenged. Because sometimes when you demand proof of the supernatural decides to give you exactly what you asked for. I hear the whispers now, even as I type this. They're getting louder. The air is getting colder. I have to go. They're coming. The first time I heard the footsteps, I was watching TV at 11:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. They came from the basement, clear, heavy steps on concrete. I muted the TV and listened. The footsteps moved slowly, deliberately, from one end of the basement to the other. Then they stopped. I live alone in this old 2-story house in suburban Massachusetts. The previous owner died here 6 months ago. Heart attack in his sleep, nothing suspicious. I bought it at a good price, moved in 4 months ago. The basement door has 2 deadbolts. I always keep them locked. That first night I didn't go down to check. I told myself it was the house settling, or the water heater, or the furnace. Old houses make noise. But I still sat there for an hour, TV muted, straining to hear more. Nothing came. The next night, same time, the footsteps started again. Slow, heavy, moving in the same pattern across the basement floor. I got up from the couch, my heart pounding against my ribs. The basement door was at the end of the kitchen. Both deadbolts were still locked. I put my ear against the door. The steps continued for another minute, then stopped. This happened 5 nights in a row. Always at 11:30 p.m. Always the same pattern of footsteps. Always lasting exactly 3 minutes. I started recording them on my phone, comparing the recordings. The timing was identical each night. I couldn't sleep. I installed a security camera in the basement, pointing at the area where the footsteps seemed loudest. The footage showed nothing but empty space. On the 6th night, I was ready. I had my Louisville Slugger baseball bat, a heavy Maglite flashlight, and my phone ready to call 911. At 11:25 p.m., I unlocked both deadbolts and waited by the basement door. My palms were sweating on the bat handle. My throat felt dry. 11:30 p.m. The footsteps started. I yanked open the door and hit the light switch. The bare bulb flickered to life, illuminating the wooden stairs. The footsteps continued below, unaffected by my presence. I started down, testing each step before putting my full weight on it. The wooden stairs creaked under me, but the other footsteps kept their steady pace. Reaching the bottom, I swept my flashlight beam across the basement. Concrete floor, stone foundation walls, copper water pipes running along the ceiling. The washing machine and dryer against one wall. The furnace in the corner. The footsteps were louder now, but I still couldn't see anyone. Then my flashlight beam caught something on the floor. Muddy footprints. They formed a path across the basement, matching exactly where I'd been hearing the steps. But they weren't appearing in real time with the sounds. They were already there, dried into the concrete. Size 12 boots, by the look of them. The same size the previous owner had worn, according to his daughter when she came to collect his belongings. The footsteps kept moving, but the prints stayed fixed in place. I followed them with my flashlight. They led straight to the back door, a heavy steel door with a deadbolt leading out to the backyard. The deadbolt was still locked. The door hadn't been opened in months. I could tell from the undisturbed dust on the threshold. The footsteps reached the door, then stopped. My flashlight showed more details in the mud prints. They didn't just lead to the door, they came from the door too, overlapping in places, as if someone had walked from the door, across the basement, then back to the door. But the door was locked from the inside. Had been the whole time. I stood there for a long time, bat ready, flashlight trained on those footprints. The basement was silent now except for the hum of the furnace. I checked the door again. Locked tight, dust undisturbed. I took pictures of the footprints with my phone. Then I went back upstairs, double-locked the basement door, and called a locksmith to change every lock in the house the next day. That didn't help. The footsteps continued every night at 11:30. I started sleeping at my brother's house, but I'd come back during the day to check on things. The muddy prints were always there, unchanged. I tried cleaning them with bleach and a wire brush. They came back the next day. I had 3 different contractors look at the basement. They all said the same thing. Just old stains in the concrete, nothing to worry about. After 2 weeks of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I set up 4 more security cameras in the basement. I bought a high-end digital audio recorder and left it running. I installed motion sensors and infrared detectors. I even scattered flour on the floor to catch new footprints. Nothing showed up on any of the equipment. The cameras recorded empty space. The audio recorder caught the footsteps, but they had a strange quality, like they were coming from very far away or underwater. The motion sensors never triggered. The flower remained undisturbed. I started researching the house's history. The previous owner, Bill Matthews, had lived here alone for 30 years after his wife died. Heart attack in his bed, the police report said. Natural causes. But his daughter Sarah told me something different when she came to get the last of his stuff. Dad was acting strange those last few months, she said. He kept talking about noises in the basement. Said he heard someone walking around down there every night. We thought it was just his mind going. The doctor said it was probably early dementia. Did he ever check the basement? I asked. Oh yeah, dozens of times. Never found anything. But the weird thing was, she hesitated. The morning they found him, his feet were covered in mud, like he'd been walking around outside. But all the doors were locked from the inside. The police figured he must have tracked it in the day before and just didn't clean it up. I didn't tell her about what I'd been hearing, but I kept digging into the house's history. Before Bill Matthews, a family named Cooper lived here for 20 years. Before them, the Sullivan family. And before them, going back to when the house was built in 1908, the original owner, Frank Tanner. The local historical society had files on Tanner. He was a carpenter who built the house himself. Lived here with his wife and 3 kids. One night in 1911, he went down to the basement to check on a noise. Never came back up. They found the basement door locked from the inside, but no sign of Tanner. His family moved out a week later. The police investigation found nothing except some muddy footprints on the basement floor. I sat with this information for a few days, listening to the footsteps each night. They never changed their pattern, never reacted to anything I did. Just the same slow walk from the back door across the basement and back again. Last night I tried something different. At 11:25 p.m. I went down to the basement with just my flashlight. No bat, no phone. I stood in the middle of those muddy footprints and waited. 11:30 p.m. came. The footsteps started, but this time they sounded different, closer, more solid. I felt a cold draft on my neck. The footsteps were right behind me now. I turned around slowly, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second I saw something, a tall figure in old work clothes covered in mud. Then my flashlight flickered and died. The footsteps stopped. I stood completely still in the darkness, barely breathing. A hand touched my shoulder, cold, heavy, rough with calluses. A voice spoke right next to my ear, so quiet I almost missed it. You hear them too? I ran. Up the stairs, through the kitchen, out the front door. I didn't stop until I reached my car. As I sat there shaking, trying to catch my breath, I looked back at the house. A light was on in the basement window. A figure stood there, just a shadow against the light. It raised one hand like it was waving goodbye. I drove to a hotel and checked in for the night. In the morning, I called a real estate agent. The house is on the market now. I'm selling it for way below what I paid. I just want to be done with it. But there's something I haven't told the agent, something I can't put in the listing. Every night at 11:30, my phone rings. When I answer, I hear footsteps. And underneath them, getting clearer each time, I hear voices. Multiple voices, all asking the same question. You hear them too? The footprints in my phone's photo gallery are changing. Each day there are more of them. Different sizes, different patterns. And in the latest picture taken yesterday, they don't just lead to the back door anymore. They lead through it. The door is still locked from the inside. I still have the only key. But somehow, those footprints keep multiplying, keep changing, keep leading through that locked door, bringing something back with them each night. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened, why I left, why I can't go back. The house is still for sale. The basement door is still locked. And every night at 11:30, in basements and empty rooms across the city, people are starting to hear footsteps. Check your basement door. Make sure it's locked. But remember, sometimes the lock is what keeps things in, not out. And sometimes when you hear footsteps in the dark, the worst thing isn't that someone's there. It's that they're inviting you to follow. I keep telling myself there has to be a rational explanation for what happened at the Desert Palms Motel 3 nights ago. The police didn't believe me. The motel manager didn't believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure I believe myself anymore. But I know what I saw, and I need to write it down before I start doubting my own memories. It started around 2 a.m. I was staying in room 237 on the second floor of this rundown motel just off Interstate 40 in Arizona. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight from Los Angeles, heading to Oklahoma City for my sister's wedding. The exhaustion had finally hit me hard enough that I knew I needed to stop. The Desert Palms wasn't my first choice. It wasn't even my fifth choice. But when you're dead tired and the next town is 90 miles away, you take what you can get. The place had seen better days, probably sometime back in the 1970s. The vinyl chairs in the lobby were cracked, the carpet was worn thin, and everything had that musty smell of old cigarette smoke that never quite goes away. I remember the night clerk barely looking up from his phone as he handed me the key card. Just another tired traveler passing through. The room itself was basic. Queen bed, bathroom, small TV mounted on the wall, and a window overlooking the parking lot. I didn't even bother unpacking. Just kicked off my shoes, set my phone alarm for 8 a.m. and collapsed onto the bed fully clothed. The next thing I knew, I was awake. Not the gradual kind of awake where you drift up from sleep. I mean instantly, completely awake, like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. My heart was already racing, though I didn't know why. The digital clock on the nightstand showed 2:17 a.m. in harsh red numbers. The room was dark except for a thin strip of light coming under the door from the hallway. Those motion sensor lights were supposed to help guests see their way around at night. Right then, they were the only reason I noticed something was wrong. I lay there perfectly still, trying to figure out what had woken me. The air conditioning hummed. A truck rumbled past on the interstate. But there was something else. A sound so faint I almost thought I was imagining it. A soft scraping like someone dragging their fingers along the wall outside my door. I sat up slowly, my t-shirt damp with sweat despite the AC. The scraping stopped. Then I saw it. A shadow moving across that strip of light under my door. Someone was in the hallway, standing right outside my room. My first thought was that it was probably just another guest heading to the ice machine or vending machines. But at 2 a.m.? And why would they stop right outside my door? The shadow didn't move. Whoever it was, they were just standing there. I got out of bed, my bare feet silent on the thin carpet. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the shadow shifted slightly. I walked to the door, my mouth dry. The peephole was useless. These old motels had them set so high that all I could see was darkness. But the shadow was still there, blocking part of the light from beneath the door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to get back in bed, to call the front desk, to do anything except open that door. But I had to know. I pulled the door open fast, ready to confront whoever was out there. The hallway lights flickered on at the movement, flooding the space with harsh fluorescent light. And there, at the end of the corridor, stood a figure. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and completely still. The thing that hit me first was the color, a deep, unnatural red that seemed to absorb the fluorescent light rather than reflect it. Not like someone wearing red clothes, more like someone had dipped a person in red paint, coating every inch of them in that same flat color. The figure stood with its back to me, facing the emergency exit at the end of the hall. It didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't acknowledge my presence at all. Just stood there, perfectly motionless, like a statue someone had placed in the middle of the hallway. "Hey," I called out, my voice sounding strange and thin in the empty corridor. "What are you doing?" No response, no movement, nothing. I stepped out of my room, leaving the door propped open with my foot. The carpet felt rough under my bare feet as I took another step forward. The motion sensors kept triggering, lights flickering on ahead of me as I moved down the hallway. "Listen, buddy, this isn't funny. If you're drunk or something, I can call the front desk to help you find your room." Still nothing. I was about 20 feet away now, close enough to see more details. The figure was completely hairless, its skin smooth and uniform in that deep red color. Its arms hung straight down at its sides, fingers abnormally long and thin. I stopped. Something was very wrong here. The longer I looked at it, the more wrong it seemed. The proportions weren't quite right. The arms too long, the neck too thin, the shoulders too angular. "I'm going to call security," I said, taking a step backward. That's when it moved. The motion was so fast I almost missed it. 1 second it was facing away from me, the next it had turned its head 180 degrees to look at me, the neck twisting in a way that human bodies can't move. I couldn't see a face. Where features should have been, there was just smooth red surface like a mannequin. But I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it. I ran. I didn't think, didn't hesitate, just turned and sprinted back to my room. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling with the lock and the security chain with shaking hands. The lights in the hallway were still on. I could see them under the door. I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to hear any sound of movement outside. Nothing. Just the hum of the AC and my own ragged breathing. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and dialed the front desk. It rang 6 times before someone picked up. "Front desk," the night clerk's bored voice came through. "There's someone in the hallway outside my room," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Or something. I need you to call security right now." "Sir, we don't have security on staff at night. Is someone causing a disturbance?" "Yes, there's this person. They're just standing there. They're not normal. You need to come check it out." I heard him sigh. "I'll come up and take a look." "Which room?" 237, please hurry." "On my way." I kept watching that strip of light under the door while I waited. The hallway lights should have turned off by now. They were on a timer, usually going dark after 30 seconds without movement. But they stayed on. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I was about to call the front desk again when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs at the far end of the hall. "Hello?" The clerk's voice called out. "Anyone up here?" I opened my door carefully, peering out. The clerk stood at the end of the hallway where the red figure had been, looking around with obvious annoyance. He was young, maybe early 20s, wearing a wrinkled uniform shirt. "Did you see anyone?" I asked. He shook his head. "Hallway's empty. Check the stairwell, too." "Nobody here." "But it was just here. Tall, red, standing right where you are now." He gave me the look I'm now very familiar with, the one that says he's dealing with either a drunk or a crazy person. "Sir, I've been watching the security cameras all night. Nobody's been up here except you." "Check the cameras again. It was here less than 15 minutes ago." He pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, then turned it to show me. The screen showed a grainy feed of the hallway. "Empty. Camera's been recording all night," he said. "No one's been here. Maybe you were having a bad dream." It wasn't a dream. I was wide awake. I saw it. He shrugged. "Well, there's nothing here now. Try to get some sleep, sir. Let me know if you need anything else." I watched him walk back to the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. The lights finally clicked off behind him, leaving just the usual dim glow from the emergency exits. Back in my room, I pushed a chair under the doorknob and sat on the bed, staring at the door. I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep, just sat there watching until sunrise started to filter through the thin curtains. When morning finally came, I checked out immediately. The day clerk was different from the night one, and I didn't bother trying to explain why I was leaving early. I just wanted to get out of there. I spent the next few hours in my car, parked at a diner down the road, using their Wi-Fi to research the motel. I found nothing unusual in its history. No murders, no mysterious disappearances, nothing that would explain what I'd seen. I called the police too, though I'm not sure why. They took my statement, but I could tell they weren't taking it seriously. Just another weird story from another weird traveler passing through. That was 3 days ago. I made it to Oklahoma City for the wedding, though I didn't tell my family what happened. They've got enough reasons to worry about my mental health already. But here's the thing that keeps eating at me. I went back to the motel yesterday. I had to know. Had to see it in the daylight. Everything looked normal. just a shabby roadside motel slowly decaying in the Arizona sun. I talked to the manager this time, an older man who'd owned the place for 20 years. He'd never heard any strange stories about the second floor, never had any complaints about red figures in the hallway. But as I was leaving, he said something that made my blood run cold. Funny thing though, the motion sensor lights on that floor haven't worked right since Tuesday night. They just stay on all the time now. Electrician's coming out next week to look at them. Tuesday night, the night I was there. I drove away after that and haven't been back. Don't plan to ever go back. But I keep thinking about those lights still burning in that empty hallway, still waiting for something to move. The rational part of my brain tells me there has to be an explanation. Maybe it was exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank. Maybe I really was dreaming, though I know I wasn't. But then I remember the way it turned its head, the impossible angle of its neck, the smooth, blank surface where a face should have been. And I know that whatever I saw that night, it wasn't something that can be explained by rational thought. I'm writing this all down now because I need someone else to know what happened. The police have my statement filed away somewhere, probably in a folder marked Crazy Tourist Stories. The motel staff think I'm just another drunk or drug user who saw things that weren't there, but I know what I saw. And sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I think about those motion sensor lights, still burning in that hallway, still detecting movement, still sensing something that shouldn't be there. I drive a lot for work, spend a lot of nights in motels and hotels across the country, but I don't stay in roadside motels anymore. And I never ever look out into the hallway when I hear noises in the middle of the night. Because sometimes, when I'm lying awake in another anonymous room in another anonymous city, I wonder about that red figure. I wonder if it's still there in that hallway at the Desert Palms, standing motionless under those always burning lights. Or worse, I wonder if it's somewhere else now, standing in another hallway, waiting for someone else to open their door in the middle of the night. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd gotten just a little closer that night, if I'd reached out to touch it, if I'd waited to see what it would do next. Some questions, I've learned, are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left unopened. And some figures in dark hallways are better left uninvestigated. The wedding was nice, by the way. My sister looked beautiful. The cake was good. Life goes on, normal and predictable, exactly the way it should be. But sometimes, just sometimes, I catch myself looking for motion sensor lights in hallways, looking for that splash of red in the corner of my eye. And sometimes, very late at night when the world is quiet and still, I think I hear something. A soft scraping sound like fingers dragging along a wall. When that happens, I turn up the TV or the radio or whatever noise I can find to drown it out. Because I know now that there are things in this world that don't make sense. Things that can't be explained or understood or rationalized away. Things that shouldn't exist but do. And sometimes those things stand in motel hallways at 2 a.m., waiting for someone to open their door. The crunch of leaves under my boots was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of the forest. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The woods seemed to be holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. If only I had known then what was coming, I would have turned back and never set foot in those cursed woods again. I've always been an avid hiker, priding myself on tackling the most challenging trails. This particular evening, I had decided to push myself, determined to reach the summit of Mount Hollow before nightfall. It was a foolish goal, but my stubborn nature wouldn't let me quit. As I pressed on, the trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead like gnarled fingers. The trail, once clear and well marked, had become overgrown and difficult to follow. I checked my watch, 7:30 p.m. Dusk was settling in, and I knew I should turn back, but something compelled me to keep going. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the fading light, a shadow playing on my tired eyes. But as I squinted into the gloom, the figure became clearer. A man was standing about 50 yards ahead, just off the trail. He was unnaturally still, like a statue carved from the very shadows of the forest. I called out, "Hello, are you okay?" No response, not even a twitch. Curiosity overrode my caution, and I took a few steps closer. That's when I noticed his head. It was wrong, too small for his body, like a child's head perched atop an adult frame. A chill ran down my spine, and every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to tear my eyes away from the grotesque figure. As I stood there, frozen in a mixture of fascination and horror, the last vestiges of daylight seemed to evaporate, plunging the forest into an inky blackness. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. When I finally managed to switch it on and point it towards the figure, my blood turned to ice. He was gone. Panic seized me. I swung the flashlight wildly, its beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. Trees, bushes, rocks, but no sign of the strange man. Had I imagined it? Was my mind playing tricks on me? A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. There, at the edge of my flashlight's beam, stood another figure, and another, and another. They were emerging from the trees, silent as ghosts, each one bearing that same impossible miniature head. Their bodies were unnaturally elongated, limbs too long and too thin to be human. They moved with a fluid grace that defied physics, gliding rather than walking. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My legs felt like lead, refusing to obey my desperate commands to run. All I could do was watch in paralyzed terror as more of these creatures materialized from the darkness. One of them tilted its tiny head, regarding me with eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian in the flashlight's glow. Its mouth, if you could call it that, was nothing more than a thin, lipless slit that slowly began to stretch into a horrifying parody of a smile. That's when I heard it. A low, melodic humming that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. It started soft, barely audible, but quickly grew in volume and intensity. The other creatures joined in, their voices blending into a discordant chorus that made my skull vibrate. The sound galvanized me into action. Adrenaline surged through my veins, and I turned and ran. I didn't care about the trail anymore. My only thought was escape. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me at every step, but I pushed on, driven by pure animal fear. The humming followed me, growing louder and more frenzied. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The forest behind me was alive with movement. Dozens, no, hundreds, of those things in pursuit. They flowed through the trees like living shadows, their impossible bodies bending and twisting in ways that defied comprehension. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they were on fire. But no matter how fast I moved, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were toying with me, letting me think I had a chance of escape. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any further, I burst through a line of trees and found myself in a small clearing. In the center stood an old, dilapidated cabin. Without hesitation, I sprinted towards it, praying it would offer some kind of sanctuary. The door was hanging off its hinges, and I nearly tore it off completely in my haste to get inside. I slammed it shut behind me, for all the good it would do, and pressed my back against it, gasping for breath. The cabin was a single room, empty save for a rusty old potbelly stove in one corner and a broken chair in another. Moonlight filtered through cracks in the walls, casting long shadows across the floor. For a moment, all was quiet. The humming had stopped, and I could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. Had I lost them? A soft thud on the roof shattered that hope. Another thud, and another. The whole cabin began to shake as dozens of impacts rained down from above. Dust and splinters fell from the ceiling, and I knew it was only a matter of time before the entire structure collapsed. I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on a trapdoor in the floor, partially hidden under a moldy old rug. Without thinking, I lunged for it, yanking it open to reveal a dark hole leading down into the earth. The roof groaned ominously above me. I had no choice. Taking a deep breath, I lowered myself into the hole and pulled the trapdoor shut above me. Darkness enveloped me, absolute and suffocating. I fumbled for my flashlight, praying it hadn't been damaged in my mad dash through the forest. To my relief, it flickered to life, revealing a narrow, earthen tunnel stretching out before me. I began to crawl, the damp soil soaking through my jeans. The sound of splintering wood above told me the cabin had finally given way. I pressed on, ignoring the claustrophobic panic clawing at the edges of my mind. How long I crawled through that tunnel, I couldn't say. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the oppressive darkness. My world narrowed to the small circle of light from my flashlight and the scrape of my hands and knees against the rough earth. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, the tunnel began to slope upward. Hope surged through me as I saw a faint glimmer of light ahead. With renewed energy, I scrambled towards it. I emerged into a small cave, moonlight streaming in through an opening about 10 feet above me. Freedom was so close I could taste it. But as I stood up, brushing dirt from my clothes, a sound froze me in place. That haunting, melodic hum. Slowly, I turned around. There, lining the walls of the cave, stood dozens of the creatures. They were perfectly still, their tiny heads all turned towards me in unison. In the moonlight, I could see them clearly for the first time, and I almost wished I couldn't. Their skin was a sickly, pale gray, stretched tight over elongated frames. Where their eyes should have been were only smooth, blank expanses of flesh. The humming was coming from their mouths, if you could call them that, which opened and closed with mechanical precision. I backed away, pressing myself against the cave wall. There was nowhere left to run. The creature in the center took a step forward, its movements fluid and unnatural. It raised one impossibly long arm, pointing a skeletal finger directly at me. The humming crescendoed, building to a fever pitch that made my head spin and my vision blur. Just as I thought my skull would split open from the sound, it stopped. The sudden silence was almost as deafening as the noise had been. The creature lowered its arm, and to my horror, its blank face began to change. The skin rippled and shifted, forming features where there had been none before. In a matter of seconds, I found myself staring at an exact replica of my own face, down to the last freckle and scar. It opened its mouth, my mouth, and spoke in a voice that was mine, yet not mine. "Join us." The other creatures began to change as well, their featureless faces morphing into copies of my own. Soon, I was surrounded by a sea of my own faces, all staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Join us," they chanted in unison, their voices a twisted echo of my own. "Become one with the forest. Become one with us." I felt something inside me begin to change, a creeping numbness spreading through my body. My limbs began to elongate, my skin stretching painfully. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. As my vision began to fade, the last thing I saw was my own face, multiplied 100 times over, smiling at me with inhuman glee. I don't know how long I've been here in these woods. Time has lost all meaning. Sometimes, I catch glimpses of hikers on the trail, and I feel an overwhelming urge to warn them, to tell them to turn back before it's too late. But all I can do is stand here, perfectly still, and wait for the sun to set. For when darkness falls, we emerge from the trees, seeking new souls to join our eternal dance in the forest of the damned. So if you're ever hiking in these woods and you see a strange figure with a too small head standing motionless among the trees, run, run, and don't look back. For we are always watching, always waiting, and we are always hungry for new brothers and sisters to join our haunting chorus. The first time I heard the clicking, I thought it was just my imagination. A trick of the wind, perhaps, or the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. But as I continued my evening walk with Max, my loyal German shepherd, the sound grew more persistent, more deliberate. It wasn't until I saw the first glint of reflected light in Max's eyes that I realized we weren't alone on this moonlit trail. I've always been a night owl, finding solace in the quiet hours when the rest of the world sleeps. Our nightly walks had become a ritual, a way to clear my head after long days spent hunched over my laptop, working on my latest novel. The wooded trail near our house was usually deserted at this hour, which suited me just fine. Tonight, though, something felt different. The air was heavy, oppressive, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Max, usually eager to explore every bush and tree, stuck close to my side, his ears pricked forward and alert. The clicking sound came again, louder this time. It reminded me of the noise cicadas make, but wrong somehow. Too rhythmic, too purposeful. I pulled out my phone and switched on its flashlight, sweeping the beam across the path ahead. That's when I saw them. At first, I couldn't process what I was seeing. The trail ahead was moving, undulating like a living carpet. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I realized with growing horror that the ground was covered in spiders. Not just any spiders, but monstrous arachnids the size of dinner plates, their segmented legs clicking against the hard-packed earth as they scuttled towards us. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Max let out a low growl, his hackles rising. The spiders, disturbed by the sudden light, began to scatter, some climbing up the trunks of nearby trees, others disappearing into the underbrush. But for every spider that retreated, two more seemed to take its place, pouring onto the trail from the darkness beyond. "Max, heal," I whispered, my voice trembling. We needed to get out of here, to turn around and run back the way we came. But as I started to back away, I heard more clicking behind us. Slowly, dreading what I might see, I turned and shone the light back down the trail. More spiders. We were surrounded. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I needed to think, to find a way out of this nightmare. The spiders hadn't attacked yet, but they were steadily closing in, forming a tightening circle around us. That's when I remembered the pepper spray I always carried in my pocket, a precaution against potential human attackers. Would it work on spiders? I had no idea, but it was the only weapon I had. With shaking hands, I pulled out the small canister. "Max, stay close," I murmured. And then I sprayed a wide arc in front of us, creating a barrier of stinging mist. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The spiders caught in the spray began to thrash wildly, their legs flailing as they emitted high-pitched keening noises I hadn't known spiders could make. The sound sent chills down my spine, but it had created a gap in their ranks. "Now, Max, run!" I shouted, and we bolted through the opening. I could feel the crunch of spider bodies beneath my feet, hear their clicks and screeches as we barreled through their swarm. Max ran ahead, clearing a path, while I followed close behind, spraying pepper spray in wide arcs to keep the creatures at bay. We ran blindly through the woods, veering off the trail in our desperation to escape. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me at every step. But the terror of what pursued us drove me on. The clicking sounds followed, sometimes fading, only to grow louder again as the swarm regrouped and gave chase. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the surreal horror of that night. But eventually, the trees began to thin, and I could see lights ahead. We burst out of the forest and onto a residential street, gasping for breath. For a moment, I thought we were safe. Then I heard the clicking again, saw dark shapes scuttling at the edge of the tree line. They weren't giving up. "Help!" I screamed, my voice hoarse and desperate. "Somebody, please help us." Porch lights flicked on up and down the street. I saw curtains twitch as curious faces peered out at the commotion. But no one came out. No one opened their doors to the wild-eyed woman and her dog, pursued by horrors they couldn't see. The spiders were advancing now, pouring out of the woods and onto the asphalt. In the stark light of the street lamps, I could see them clearly for the first time. Their bodies were a mottled brown and black, blending perfectly with the forest floor. 8 eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence on each of their hideous faces, and their mandibles. God, their mandibles were massive, dripping with some viscous fluid that sizzled when it hit the pavement. Max barked furiously, snapping at any spider that came too close. But there were too many. For every one he drove back, 3 more took its place. We were being herded, I realized with growing dread, herded back towards the woods. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Sirens. Someone must have called the police. Help was coming. But would it arrive in time? The spiders seemed to sense the approaching threat. Their clicks grew more frenzied, their movements more aggressive. One lunged at Max, latching onto his hind leg. He yelped in pain, trying to shake it off. "No!" I screamed, kicking at the monster. My foot connected, and I felt its exoskeleton crack beneath my shoe. It fell away, green ichor oozing from its broken body. The police car rounded the corner, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The spiders closest to the street retreated, scuttling back towards the shadows. But those behind us pressed forward, more determined than ever to drag us back into their domain. The car screeched to a halt, and 2 officers jumped out, guns drawn. Their eyes widened as they took in the scene before them. "What the hell?" one of them muttered. "Help us," I cried. "Please, they're everywhere." The officers advanced cautiously, their flashlights joining mine in illuminating the horde of monstrous arachnids. I saw doubt and disbelief war with the evidence of their own eyes. "This is impossible," the second officer said, her voice shaking slightly. "Spiders don't get this big." As if to prove her wrong, one of the largest spiders I'd seen yet darted forward with terrifying speed. The officer fired, the gunshot deafeningly loud in the quiet street. The spider's body exploded, showering the pavement with chunks of chitin and that strange green fluid. The sound of the gunshot seemed to break some sort of spell. Lights were coming on in every house now, and I could hear shouts and screams as people finally saw what was happening. More sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. The spiders, perhaps realizing their opportunity was slipping away, surged forward in one last desperate attack. I saw one leap impossibly high, aiming for the male officer's face. Without thinking, I swung my arm, pepper spray at the ready. The spray caught the spider in midair, and it fell writhing to the ground. "Fall back," the female officer shouted. "Get in the car, now." Max and I didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled into the back of the police cruiser, the officers diving into the front seats a moment later. As we peeled away from the curb, I looked back to see the swarm of spiders retreating into the woods, melting away into the shadows as quickly as they had appeared. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, medical examinations, and disbelief. Max's leg was treated for the spider bite, while I was checked for shock and any injuries I might have missed in the adrenaline-fueled escape. The police took my statement, though I could tell they were struggling to believe what they'd seen with their own eyes. By the time dawn broke, the woods had been cordoned off and teams of scientists and government officials were swarming the area. They found evidence of the spiders, shed exoskeletons, strange webbing, and the bodies of the ones we'd killed. But of living specimens, there was no sign. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Weeks passed, and life slowly returned to normal. Or as normal as it could be after such an experience. The official explanation was that the spiders were a previously unknown species, driven from their natural habitat by deforestation or climate change. It was a neat, tidy explanation that allowed people to sleep at night. But I knew the truth. I had seen the intelligence in those gleaming eyes, felt the purposefulness of their attack. These weren't just animals acting on instinct. They were hunting us, testing us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, waiting. I don't go for walks at night anymore. Max and I stick to well-lit areas, never venturing near the woods after dark. But sometimes, when the house is quiet and the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I swear I can hear it. That soft, menacing click, click, click. And I wonder, with a shiver of dread, when they'll come for us again. The acrid smell of smoke still clung to my nostrils as I stared at the severed deer leg lying at the foot of our tent. My hands shook as I reached for my phone to wake Sarah. This wasn't a gift. It was a warning. It had all started 3 days ago when Sarah and I decided to take a camping trip to celebrate our anniversary. We'd been together for 5 years, and the last 2 had been rough. Between her grueling residency at the hospital and my startup's constant demands, we barely had time for each other anymore. This trip was supposed to fix that all, to remind us why we fell in love in the first place. We chose a remote spot in the Cascade Mountains, far from cell service and the pressures of our daily lives. The first day was perfect. We hiked, laughed, and reconnected in ways we hadn't in months. As the sun set, we built a campfire and toasted marshmallows, feeling like teenagers again. That night, curled up in our sleeping bags, I heard it, a soft rustling outside our tent. Probably just a raccoon. Sarah murmured sleepily when I mentioned it. I nodded, but something about the sound had set me on edge. It was too deliberate, too measured to be an animal foraging for food. The next morning, we awoke to find a small pile of acorns arranged neatly in front of our tent. "Ah, how cute," Sarah cooed. "And the forest critters left us breakfast." I forced a smile, but my unease from the night before returned. The acorns were placed too precisely, forming a perfect circle. No animal I knew of did that. We spent the day exploring a nearby waterfall, and for a while, I forgot about the strange occurrence. But as we hiked back to our campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves seemed to follow us. That night, the rustling returned, louder this time. I lay awake for hours, straining my ears, but whatever was out there remained just out of sight. The third morning brought another gift, a collection of wildflowers, their stems snapped rather than picked, arranged in an intricate pattern outside our tent. Sarah was delighted, but I felt a chill run down my spine. This was no animal's doing. "Maybe we should pack up and head home early," I suggested, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. Sarah looked at me, concern etched on her face. "Is everything okay, Jake? You've been on edge since we got here." I hesitated, not wanting to worry her unnecessarily. "It's nothing, just a weird feeling, that's all." She squeezed my hand. "If you're sure. But let's stay one more night, okay? We drove all this way, and I'm really enjoying our time together." I nodded, unable to resist her hopeful smile. But as we hiked that day, I made sure to keep Sarah close, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. That night, the sounds outside our tent were unmistakable, heavy footsteps circling us, pausing occasionally as if listening. I clutched our only weapon, a small camping knife, and feeling woefully unprepared. "Jake," Sarah whispered, fear finally creeping into her voice. "What's out there?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but whatever it is, it's been watching us since we got here." We huddled together, barely breathing, as the footsteps continued their rounds. Eventually, they faded into the distance, but neither of us slept a wink that night. Which brings us to this morning, and the severed deer leg lying in a pool of congealing blood outside our tent. Sarah's eyes widened in horror as she took in the grisly scene. "We need to leave. Now." I nodded, already starting to break down the tent. We packed in record time, constantly glancing over our shoulders. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, as if the entire forest had eyes trained on us. As we shouldered our backpacks, a twig snapped loudly in the underbrush. We froze, staring at the spot where the sound had come from. For a moment, I thought I saw something. A flash of pale skin, a glint of feral eyes. But it was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. Run, I whispered, grabbing Sarah's hand. We took off down the trail, our heavy packs bouncing painfully against our backs. The sound of pursuit was immediate, crashing through the underbrush, gaining on us with inhuman speed. Sarah stumbled, crying out in pain. I hauled her to her feet, urging her on. We're almost there, I lied, having no idea how far we were from the trailhead. A howl rose behind us, a sound so filled with hunger and rage that it chilled me to my core. It was answered by more howls, coming from all around us. We were surrounded. The river, Sarah gasped, pointing ahead. Maybe we can lose them in the water. It was our only chance. We veered off the trail, crashing through the undergrowth towards the sound of rushing water. The river came into view, its waters swollen from recent rains. Without hesitation, we plunged in. The icy water stole my breath, but fear drove me on. We swam with the current, letting it carry us downstream and away from our pursuers. As we rounded a bend, I risked a glance back. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. Standing on the bank were 3 figures, but they were like no humans I'd ever seen. Their bodies were emaciated, skin stretched tight over elongated limbs. Matted hair hung in tangles around faces that were more animal than human. But it was their eyes that terrified me most, glowing with an otherworldly hunger, fixed on us as we were swept away. We managed to drag ourselves out of the river a mile downstream, shivering and exhausted. But we didn't dare stop. We stumbled through the forest, jumping at every sound, certain that those things were still after us. It was nearly dark when we finally reached the trailhead. Our car sat there, a beautiful sight of normality in the midst of our nightmare. We threw our packs in the trunk and peeled out of there, tires spinning on the gravel. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw those glowing eyes watching us from the tree line. But then we rounded a corner, and the forest was lost from view. We drove in silence for a long time, both of us trying to process what had happened. It wasn't until we were back in cell service range that Sarah spoke. "We need to report this," she said, her voice shaky. "Whatever those things were, they're dangerous. Other campers could be at risk." I nodded, but a part of me knew it would be useless. Who would believe our story? We had no proof, no evidence of what we'd seen, and a bigger part of me just wanted to forget, to pretend it had never happened. We did file a report with the park rangers, carefully omitting the more unbelievable aspects of our encounter. They promised to investigate, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. To them, we were just another couple spooked by the woods. In the weeks that followed, we tried to move on. We threw ourselves into work, avoiding any mention of our camping trip. But the nightmares persisted. Visions of glowing eyes and severed limbs, of being hunted through endless dark forests. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself researching the area where we'd camped. Most of what I found was typical tourist information, but buried in an old forum thread, I discovered something chilling. There were stories, stretching back decades, of hikers going missing in those woods, of strange sounds in the night and unexplained gifts left at campsites. Some blamed it on a lost tribe, others on some unknown species of predator. But the details were eerily familiar. I showed Sarah, and I saw the same realization dawn in her eyes. We weren't the first to encounter those things, and we likely wouldn't be the last. We've talked about going to the media, about trying to warn people, but who would believe us? We'd be laughed off as crazies or attention seekers, so we stay silent, carrying the weight of our knowledge. But every time I see a news report about another missing hiker, I wonder, and every time I smell wood smoke or hear a twig snap in the darkness, I'm back there, running for my life through those endless woods. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I find myself wondering if we truly escaped, or if those things are still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to reclaim their prey. One thing I know for certain, I'll never set foot in those woods again. Some gifts are better left unopened, some mysteries better left unsolved, and some predators are best left undisturbed in the dark heart of the forest. The crackle of the campfire couldn't drown out the whisper in my head. "You're not alone." I'd been hearing it for days now, a constant reminder that something out there was watching, waiting, hunting me. As I huddled closer to the flames, I knew that tomorrow would bring another desperate attempt to lose my unseen pursuer. But deep down, I feared it was already too late. It all started 5 days ago. I'm an experienced solo hiker, used to spending weeks in the wilderness with nothing but my backpack and my thoughts for company. This trip was supposed to be a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup and some trouble at work. Little did I know it would turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. The first 2 days were uneventful. I made good progress along the trail, enjoying the solitude and the breathtaking views of the mountain range. On the third morning, I woke up feeling off. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense that something had changed overnight. As I packed up my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to rationalize it, probably just some wildlife curious about the human intruder. But as I hiked that day, the feeling intensified. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snapping twig made me jump. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The forest, usually so peaceful, seemed alive with menace. I dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every sound. Just before dawn, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic crunching of leaves, like footsteps circling my tent. My heart pounded as I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. The steps completed a full circle and then faded away into the pre-dawn silence. When I finally worked up the courage to unzip my tent and peek out, there was no sign of anyone or anything. But right in front of my tent flap was a small pile of pine cones, arranged in a perfect triangle. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that some animal had dropped them there. But deep down, I knew better. This was deliberate. This was a message. I broke camp in record time and hit the trail hard, pushing myself to cover more ground than I had originally planned. All day, the feeling of being watched persisted. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. But whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. As the sun began to set, I realized I had a problem. In my haste to put distance between myself and whatever was following me, I had veered off my planned route. I was in a part of the wilderness I didn't recognize, with no idea how to get back to familiar terrain. I found a small clearing to set up camp, choosing a spot with good visibility in all directions. As I ate my dinner of trail mix and beef jerky, I tried to come up with a plan. In the morning, I decided I would backtrack to where I'd gone off course. It would cost me a day, but it was better than getting more lost. That night was the worst yet. The feeling of being watched was so intense it was almost a physical sensation, like icy fingers trailing down my spine. I lay awake for hours, my hand clutching the small canister of bear spray that was my only weapon. Just as exhaustion was finally overtaking me, I heard it again, those soft, deliberate footsteps. This time, they didn't circle my tent. They came right up to it, pausing right outside the thin fabric wall by my head. I held my breath, my whole body rigid with fear. There was a soft scratching sound, and then the footsteps retreated. It wasn't until morning that I saw what my nocturnal visitor had left. A crude stick figure, about a foot tall, stuck into the ground beside my tent. That was when I knew for certain this was no animal. Something intelligent, something that wanted me to know it was there, was stalking me through this wilderness. I abandoned all pretense of following my original hiking plan. My only goal now was to get out of these woods as quickly as possible. I headed downhill, figuring it would eventually lead me to a road or a town, but it soon became clear that my pursuer had other ideas. Whenever I thought I was making good progress, I'd find my path blocked by a fallen tree that hadn't been there minutes before, or a sudden rock slide that forced me to detour. Each obstacle drove me further off course, deeper into unfamiliar territory. By the fourth night, I was exhausted, scared, and hopelessly lost. I made camp in a small grove of trees, too tired to even bother with my tent. As I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the stars peeking through the canopy, I heard the footsteps again. But this time, they were joined by something else, a low, guttural humming. The sound raised the hair on the back of my neck. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, not quite human, not quite animal. It circled my camp, always just out of sight, for what felt like hours. I clutched my bear spray, eyes wide in the darkness, certain that at any moment, my stalker would finally reveal itself. But it never did. As suddenly as it had started, the humming stopped, and the forest fell silent. When dawn broke, I found another gift, a crude circle of stones around my sleeping bag, with a small pile of fresh berries in the center. The message was clear. I could have been killed in my sleep, but instead, I was being fed, I was being toyed with. And that brings me to tonight, my fifth night in this never-ending nightmare. I'm sitting by my campfire, jumping at every shadow, every sound. I've been walking all day, but I have no idea if I'm any closer to civilization. My food is running low, and I'm not sure how much longer I can keep going. But giving up isn't an option. Whatever's out there, whatever wants me, I can't let it win. I have to keep moving, keep fighting, keep hoping that somehow I'll find my way out of these woods. As the fire dies down to embers, I hear it again, that soft crunching of leaves. But this time, it's not circling, it's coming closer. My hand tightens on the bear spray as a figure emerges from the darkness at the edge of my camp. For a moment, I think it's human. It's roughly the right shape and size. But as it steps into the fading firelight, I realize how wrong I am. Its body is emaciated, skin stretched tight over an elongated frame. Patchy fur covers parts of its body, while other areas are hairless and scarred. Its face is a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with sunken eyes that glow faintly in the dim light. It cocks its head, regarding me with an unsettling intelligence. Then, to my horror, it speaks. "You've led us on quite a chase," it says, its voice a rasping whisper. "But the game is over now. It's time to come home." As it takes another step forward, I hear more movement in the woods around me. More figures emerge, each as twisted and horrifying as the first. I'm surrounded. In that moment, I realize the terrible truth. I was never meant to escape these woods. This was never about the hunt. It was about recruitment. These things, whatever they are, want to make me one of them. As they close in, I make a desperate choice. I spray the bear spray in a wide arc, creating a temporary barrier of stinging mist. In the confusion, I snatch up my backpack and run, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction or stealth. I can hear them behind me, their inhuman shrieks echoing through the trees. I run until my lungs burn and my legs feel like they're on fire. But I don't stop. I can't stop. I don't know how long I've been running or where I am. The trees all look the same in the darkness, but I know one thing for certain: I can't let them catch me. I won't become one of them, so I keep running, even as I hear them getting closer. I run, and I pray that somewhere ahead, there's a way out of these endless woods. I run, because the alternative is too horrifying to contemplate. And as I run, I make a vow to myself. If I survive this, if I somehow make it back to civilization, I'll warn others. I'll tell them about the things that lurk in the deep woods, the creatures that were once human but are now something else entirely. I'll make sure no one else ever has to experience the terror of being hunted, day after day, by an unseen predator. But first, I have to survive. I have to escape. And so I run, deeper into the night, with the sound of inhuman footsteps close behind. The moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. We thought we were alone, just four stupid teenagers looking for a thrill. But as the chanting grew louder and the flickering firelight danced between the trees, I realized with growing horror that we had stumbled into something far more sinister than we could have ever imagined. It was supposed to be a simple night of rebellion. My best friend Jake had the brilliant idea of sneaking out to explore the old Johnson property, a sprawling woodland estate that had been abandoned for years. Local legends spoke of ghosts, cult activity, and all sorts of spooky nonsense that we, in our infinite teenage wisdom, found irresistible. So there we were, Jake, his girlfriend Lily, my crush Sarah, and me, armed with nothing but our phone flashlights and an unhealthy dose of overconfidence. We scaled the rusty gate and entered the forbidden grounds. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. We wandered through overgrown paths, giggling nervously at every creaking branch and rustling leaf. Jake tried to scare us with exaggerated ghost stories, while Lily rolled her eyes and pretended not to be scared. Sarah stayed close to me, which I didn't mind one bit. It wasn't until we were deep in the heart of the property that things started to feel off. The air grew thick and heavy, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The usual nighttime sounds, crickets, owls, the rustle of small animals, fell silent. Even Jake's incessant chatter died down, as we all sensed that something wasn't right. That's when we saw the first flicker of light through the trees. "What's that?" Sarah whispered, gripping my arm tightly. "Probably just some other kids," Jake said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. "Come on, let's check it out." Every instinct told me to turn back, to grab Sarah's hand and run as fast as we could back to the safety of our homes. But peer pressure is a powerful thing, and I didn't want to look like a coward in front of her. So I swallowed my fear and followed Jake deeper into the woods. As we got closer, we could hear voices. Low, rhythmic chanting that sent chills down my spine. The flickering light resolved into a bonfire, casting twisted shadows on the surrounding trees. And around that fire, I'll never forget what I saw next. A circle of robed figures, their faces hidden by dark hoods, swayed in time to the chanting. In the center of the circle stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I prayed wasn't blood. We crouched behind a thick clump of bushes, too terrified to move or speak. I could feel Sarah trembling next to me, hear Lily's sharp intake of breath. Even Jake, for once in his life, was struck speechless. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied, more. One of the robed figures stepped forward, raising a wicked-looking dagger high above their head. In that moment, I was certain we were about to witness a human sacrifice. But then everything went to hell. Lily, overcome by fear or revulsion, let out a strangled cry. The chanting stopped abruptly, and every hooded head turned in our direction. "Run!" Jake yelled, grabbing Lily's hand and bolting. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed Sarah's hand and we took off, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. All that mattered was putting as much distance between us and that nightmarish scene as possible. I could hear shouts behind us, the crashing of multiple people pursuing through the woods. My lungs burned and branches whipped at my face, but terror drove me on. Sarah stumbled, and I hauled her to her feet, practically dragging her along. "We have to split up," Jake called from somewhere to my left. "Meet back at the gate." It was a terrible idea, but in the chaos of the moment, it seemed to make sense. Jake and Lily veered off to the right, while Sarah and I continued straight ahead. The sounds of pursuit seemed to fade, but I didn't dare slow down. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, finally collapsing behind a fallen tree, gasping for breath. What was that?" Sarah panted, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we need to get out of here. Now." We oriented ourselves as best we could and started making our way towards where we thought the gate should be. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us freezing in terror, certain we were about to be discovered. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we saw the moonlight glinting off the metal of the gate. Relief flooded through me. We had made it. But as we approached, my heart sank. Jake and Lily were nowhere to be seen. "We can't leave them," Sarah said, voicing my thoughts. I nodded grimly. "We'll wait 5 more minutes. If they don't show up." I didn't need to finish the sentence. We both knew we couldn't stay here much longer. Those 5 minutes were the longest of my life. Every second felt like an eternity as we strained our ears for any sign of our friends. The forest seemed to press in around us, full of hidden threats and unseen eyes. Just as I was about to suggest we leave, we heard it, the sound of someone running towards us. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by icy dread as I realized it was only one set of footsteps. Lily burst out of the darkness, her face streaked with tears and blood. "They got Jake," she sobbed. "We have to go now." I wanted to argue, to insist we go back for him. But one look at Lily's terror-stricken face told me all I needed to know. Whatever had happened to Jake, we couldn't help him now. We scrambled over the gate and ran to where we had hidden our bikes. As we pedaled furiously down the dark country road, I kept expecting to hear the sounds of pursuit, to see robed figures emerging from the shadows. But there was nothing but the sound of our labored breathing and the crunch of gravel under our tires. We didn't stop until we reached my house, the closest of our homes. We burst through the door, startling my parents awake. Through tears and gasping breaths, we tried to explain what had happened. Of course, they didn't believe us. How could they? It sounded insane, like something out of a bad horror movie. They called the police, reported Jake missing, but I could see the skepticism in the officers' eyes as we recounted our story. Days passed. Search parties combed the Johnson property but found nothing. No evidence of cult activity, no sign of Jake. It was as if that night had never happened. Lily withdrew into herself, barely speaking to anyone. Sarah avoided me, as if my presence was a reminder of that terrifying night. And me. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those robed figures, heard that chilling chant. A week after that night, I received a text from an unknown number. My blood ran cold as I read the message. "We're always watching. You can't hide forever." I deleted the message, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was true. Whatever we had stumbled upon that night, it wasn't over. They were out there, waiting, watching. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear that chant again carried on the wind. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just the trauma playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know the truth. We weren't supposed to escape that night, and sooner or later, they'll come for us again. All I can do is wait, and wonder which of us will be next. So if you're ever tempted to go exploring in the woods at night, to seek out the thrill of the unknown, take it from me. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, because once you've seen what lurks in the shadows, you can never unsee it, and you can never truly escape. The first howl pierced the night like a knife, freezing the blood in my veins. I'd heard wolves before, but this was different. As the sound echoed through the dark forest, I knew with chilling certainty that whatever made that noise was no ordinary wolf, and it was hunting me. I never should have come to these woods alone, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. My name's Alex, and I've always been an avid hiker and outdoorsman. Growing up in Montana, I spent more time in the wilderness than I did in civilization. I prided myself on my survival skills, on being able to navigate any terrain and handle any situation. That pride would be my downfall. It was supposed to be a routine weekend trip, a chance to test out some new gear before a longer expedition I had planned for next month. I chose a remote area in the Bitterroot National Forest, a place I'd been to a few times before but never fully explored. The plan was to hike in Friday afternoon, spend 2 nights camping, and hike out Sunday. The first day went smoothly. I made good time on the trail, enjoying the solitude and the crisp autumn air. As the sun began to set, I found a suitable clearing and set up camp. I built a small fire, heated up some freeze-dried stroganoff, and settled in for the night. That's when things started to feel off. It began with a sense of unease, a prickling at the back of my neck like I was being watched. I told myself it was nothing, just the usual hyper-awareness that comes with being alone in the wilderness. But as the night wore on, the feeling intensified. The forest, usually alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, fell eerily silent. Even the crackling of my campfire seemed muted, as if the very air was holding its breath. I found myself straining my ears, trying to catch any sound that might explain the oppressive silence. Just as I was about to give up and try to get some sleep, I heard it. A twig snapping somewhere in the darkness beyond my firelight. I sat up straight, my hand instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at my belt. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. "Is someone there?" No response, just another snap. Closer this time, followed by a low, rumbling growl that was definitely not from any bear or mountain lion I'd ever encountered. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding. Whatever was out there, it was big, and it was getting closer. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam around the edges of my camp, half expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing, just endless dark trees. That's when the first howl came, the one I mentioned earlier. It started low, almost subsonic, before rising to a pitch that set my teeth on edge. It was joined by another, then another, until the air was filled with an otherworldly chorus that chilled me to my core. I didn't wait to see what was making those sounds. I grabbed my backpack, kicked dirt over my fire, and ran. Looking back, I know how stupid that was. Running in a panic through an unfamiliar forest at night is a recipe for disaster. But in that moment, blind terror overrode all common sense and survival training. All I knew was that I had to get away from those howls. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I had no idea where I was going. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and whatever was back there as possible. How long I ran, I couldn't say. Time lost all meaning in the darkness and the fear. But eventually, my lungs burning and legs shaking, I had to stop. I leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, and tried to get my bearings. The howls had stopped, or at least I could no longer hear them. But the silence that replaced them was almost worse. I fumbled for my compass, hoping to at least figure out which direction I'd been running. But as the needle spun wildly, never settling on a direction, I realized with growing dread that something was very, very wrong. A twig snapped behind me and I whirled around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something, a flash of gray fur, a glint of yellow eyes, before it darted out of sight. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "Marnie, what do you want?" A low chuckle answered me, a sound that was almost human but not quite. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, surrounding me. "We want you, Alex," a gravelly voice said from the shadows. "We've been waiting for someone like you for a very long time." Ice flooded my veins. How did it know my name? And what did it mean? Someone like me? I didn't stick around to find out. I took off running again. No destination in mind, just a desperate need to escape. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being herded, driven in a specific direction by unseen forces. As I burst through a thick patch of underbrush, I found myself in a small clearing. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, their surfaces covered in strange, swirling symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. And surrounding the circle were the creatures. They were wolf-like in shape, but much larger than any wolf I'd ever seen. Their fur was a mottled gray and black, hanging in matted clumps from bodies that seemed too thin, too angular to be natural. But it was their eyes that truly terrified me. Glowing yellow orbs filled with an intelligence that was terrifyingly human. I stood frozen, trapped between fear and disbelief. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't exist outside of movies and nightmares. The largest of the creatures, a massive beast with a scar running down its muzzle, stepped forward. As I watched in horror, its body began to change. Bones cracked and reformed, fur receded, until a man stood before me, naked, wild-looking, with those same yellow eyes. "Welcome, Alex," he said, his voice the same gravelly tone I'd heard in the woods. "We've been expecting you." What are you?" I managed to stammer. He smiled, revealing teeth that were still too sharp, too animal to be human. "We are the guardians of these woods, the keepers of ancient secrets, and now you will join us." "No," I said, backing away. "No, this isn't real. This can't be happening." "Oh, but it is," he said, advancing on me. "You humans have forgotten the old ways, forgotten the price that must be paid to walk in these wild places, but we remember, and we will teach you." The other creatures, werewolves, I realized with a jolt of terror, began to close in around me. I looked for an escape route, but there was nowhere to run. I was surrounded. As the leader reached for me, his hands already beginning to transform back into claws, I did the only thing I could think of. I screamed. I screamed until my throat was raw, until black spots danced at the edges of my vision. And then, miraculously, I heard another sound. A helicopter. Search and rescue. In my blind panic, I must have activated the emergency beacon on my satellite communicator. The werewolves snarled in frustration, their heads turning toward the sound of approaching rescue. In that moment of distraction, I saw my chance. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my life, towards the sound of salvation. I don't remember much of what happened next. I have vague memories of bursting out of the tree line, of blinding searchlights and concerned voices. I babbled about werewolves and stone circles, but of course, no one believed me. They put it down to dehydration and exposure, a bad case of getting spooked in the woods. It's been months since that night, and I haven't set foot in the wilderness since. I tell myself it was all a hallucination, a trick of fear and exhaustion. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full, I swear I can hear distant howls, and I know, deep in my bones, that they're still out there, waiting, watching. So if you ever find yourself alone in the deep woods, and you hear a howl that sounds a little too human, run. Run, and don't look back, because some things in this world are better left undiscovered, some hunts better left unfinished, and some nights in the forest, some nights you don't come back from at all. The rain fell in sheets, drenching me to the bone. But the old man's suit remained perfectly dry. As he stood there, unnaturally still on the muddy trail, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Something was very, very wrong, and I was about to find out just how deep this rabbit hole went. I'm an avid hiker, always seeking out new trails and challenges. That's what brought me to this remote path in the Cascade Mountains on a dreary autumn day. The forecast had called for light showers, but as I drove to the trailhead, the sky opened up. I almost turned back, but stubbornness got the better of me. I'd driven 2 hours to get here. I wasn't going to let a little rain stop me. The first hour of the hike was miserable but uneventful. The trail wound through dense forest, the canopy offering little protection from the downpour. My boots squelched with every step, and water ran in rivulets down my face. But I pressed on, telling myself the view at the summit would be worth it. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw him, an elderly man, probably in his late 70s or early 80s, standing stock still about 50 yards ahead. He wore a crisp black suit, a red bow tie, and polished dress shoes, an outfit more suited to a fancy restaurant than a muddy mountain trail. But it wasn't just his inappropriate attire that set alarm bells ringing in my head. It was the fact that despite the torrential rain, he was completely, impossibly dry. I blinked hard, sure I must be seeing things, but when I opened my eyes, he was still there, as dry as a bone in the middle of a downpour. "Hello?" I called out, my voice nearly drowned by the rain. "Are you okay, sir?" No response. He didn't even seem to breathe. I took a few cautious steps forward. As I got closer, I could make out more details. His skin was pale, almost translucent, with liver spots dotting his exposed hands and face. Wispy white hair was combed over a balding pate, and his eyes. I couldn't quite make them out, but something about them seemed off. When I was about 20 feet away, he suddenly snapped to life, like a wind-up toy that had been activated. His head turned towards me with an unnatural smoothness, and I found myself staring into eyes that were completely, utterly black. "Hello, my dear," he said, his voice incongruously cheerful. "I seem to have lost my way. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but a lifetime of social conditioning kicked in. Sure," I heard myself say. "Where are you trying to go?" He smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp. "Oh, just down the mountain, but I'm afraid I've gotten quite turned around. Perhaps you could show me the way." I hesitated. The rational part of my brain was throwing up red flag after red flag, but another part was intrigued. How was he staying dry? Why was he up here dressed like that? And those eyes? "I can point you in the right direction," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The trailhead is about an hour back that way." I gestured down the path I'd come from. "Oh no, my dear," he said, taking a step closer. "I'm afraid I'll need you to guide me personally. You see, my eyesight isn't what it used to be." As he moved, I noticed something else odd. Despite the muddy trail, his shoes left no prints. "I'm sorry," I said, backing away slowly, "but I'm heading up to the summit. Good luck finding your way down." I turned to go, my heart pounding, but before I could take 2 steps, he was suddenly in front of me, moving faster than should have been possible for a man his age, or any human for that matter. "I'm afraid I must insist," he said, his voice losing its cheerful tone. "You see, I've been waiting a very long time for someone like you to come along." I tried to sidestep him, but he matched my movement with that same unnatural speed. "What do you mean, someone like me?" I asked, stalling for time as I looked for an escape route. He tilted his head, regarding me with those pitch-black eyes. "Someone alone, someone no one will miss for a while, someone who can help me get home." As he spoke, his face began to change. The skin seemed to melt, revealing something underneath that was decidedly not human. I caught a glimpse of gray, scaly flesh before I turned and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, abandoning the trail in my desperation to get away. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me, but terror drove me on. I could hear him behind me, moving through the woods with an ease that defied his apparent age and attire. "You can't run forever, my dear," his voice called out, somehow right next to my ear despite him being behind me. "I've waited centuries for this chance. A few more minutes won't matter." Centuries? What the hell was I dealing with here? I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Just as I was about to collapse, I burst out of the tree line and found myself at the edge of a cliff. Far below, a river rushed over jagged rocks. It was at least a 100-foot drop, certain death if I jumped. I turned to face my pursuer, ready to fight if I had to. But the old man, or whatever he was nowhere to be seen. The woods were silent, save for the pounding rain and my own ragged breathing. For a long moment, I stood there, muscles tensed, waiting for him to appear, but nothing happened. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was this some sort of stress-induced hallucination? Just as I was starting to think I'd lost my mind, I heard his voice again, this time a whisper on the wind. "Until next time, my dear. And there will be a next time." I didn't wait around to see if he'd make good on that promise. I ran back to the trail, and then down the mountain, not stopping until I reached my car. As I drove away, hands shaking on the steering wheel, I tried to make sense of what had happened. In the days and weeks that followed, I told myself it was just an elaborate trick of the mind. Stress, fatigue, and the gloomy weather had combined to create a terrifying, but ultimately imaginary experience. I almost believed it, but then the dreams started. Night after night, I found myself back on that rain-soaked trail, facing the old man with the black eyes. Sometimes he caught me, his human disguise melting away to reveal something ancient and horrifying. Other times, I managed to escape, only to wake up in a cold sweat, certain he was standing at the foot of my bed. I haven't been hiking since that day. I can't bring myself to set foot on a trail, even in broad daylight with plenty of people around. Because I know, deep in my bones, that he's out there, waiting, watching. And one day, when I least expect it, I'll turn a corner and he'll be there, ready to finish what he started. So if you're ever hiking in the mountains and you come across an old man in a suit, standing dry in the middle of a rainstorm, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. And pray that you're faster than whatever's wearing that human skin. Because some things in this world are older and stranger than we can imagine. And sometimes, they get hungry for a taste of our reality. I was lucky to escape once. I don't think I'll be so fortunate if there's a next time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to check the locks on my doors and windows. Again, you can never be too careful when you've caught the attention of something that should not exist in our world. Sleep tight, and remember, sometimes the monsters are real, and they're wearing our faces. The moment the old man's eyes met mine, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. His gaze held a hunger that chilled me to the bone, and as he beckoned us deeper into the woods, I realized we weren't following him to help. We were being led into a trap. It had started as a routine hike, just another weekend adventure for my best friend, Jakes, and me. We'd been exploring the backwoods of the Appalachian Mountains for years, always seeking out new trails and hidden wonders. This particular day, we decided to venture off the marked paths, confident in our abilities to navigate the wilderness. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, a gentle breeze rustling through the colorful leaves. We'd been hiking for hours, joking and chatting, when we first heard the call for help. It was faint, barely audible over the sound of a nearby stream, but unmistakable. A man's voice, tinged with desperation. "Help! Is anyone there?" Jake and I exchanged glances. We'd been trained in wilderness first aid and had helped lost hikers before. Without hesitation, we veered off our planned route, following the sound of the voice. As we pushed through dense underbrush, the calls grew louder. Finally, we emerged into a small clearing. There, leaning against a gnarled old oak tree, was an elderly man. He looked to be in his late 70s, with wispy white hair and deeply lined face. His clothes were oddly formal for a hike, a tweed jacket, pressed slacks, and what looked like dress shoes. But what struck me most were his eyes. Even from a distance, they seemed too bright, too alert for someone supposedly in distress. "Oh, thank goodness," the old man said, his voice suddenly strong and clear. "I thought I'd be stuck out here forever." Jake, always the more outgoing of us, stepped forward. "Are you all right, sir? Are you hurt?" The old man waved a hand dismissively. No, just lost. These old legs aren't what they used to be, and I'm afraid I've gotten myself quite turned around." Something about his demeanor set me on edge. He didn't seem injured or even particularly tired. And those eyes, they never stopped moving, darting between Jake and me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "We can help you back to the trailhead," I offered, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. "It's probably about 2 hours back the way we came." The old man's face fell. "Oh dear, I'm not sure I can manage such a long walk, but I know there's a ranger station much closer. If you could just help me there, I'd be ever so grateful." Jake and I exchanged glances. We hadn't seen any signs of a ranger station, but it was possible we'd missed it, and if it meant getting this unsettling old man to safety quicker, it seemed worth a try. "All right," Jake said. "Lead the way, and we'll help you along." The old man's face split into a wide grin, revealing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. "Excellent. It's just this way, not far at all." As we set off, following the old man deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were making a huge mistake. The forest seemed to grow denser, the light dimming despite it being early afternoon. The cheerful bird song that had accompanied our earlier hike faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence. "I don't like this," I whispered to Jake as we walked. "Something feels off." He nodded, his earlier enthusiasm replaced by caution. "I know what you mean. Let's just get him to the station and get out of here." But as we walked, the promised ranger station never materialized. The old man led us down game trails and through thickets, moving with a speed and sureness that belied his apparent frailty. Every time we asked how much further, he'd gesture vaguely ahead and say, "Not far now, just a bit more." An hour passed, then 2. The forest grew darker and more forbidding. Strange shapes seemed to flit at the edges of my vision, gone when I turned to look. The air grew thick and heavy, carrying a musty, rotting scent. Finally, Jake called a halt. "Look, sir, I think we're lost. Maybe we should turn back and try to find the main trail." The old man turned to face us, and I had to stifle a gasp. His face had changed subtly, the lines deeper, the skin almost gray, and his eyes, they glowed with an inner light that was definitely not human. "Oh, we're not lost at all," he said, his voice dropping to a growl. "In fact, we're exactly where we need to be." As if on cue, howls erupted from the woods around us. Dark shapes moved in the undergrowth, circling us. I caught glimpses of matted fur, of yellowed fangs and glowing eyes. What is this?" I stammered, pressing my back against Jake's. The old man's grin widened impossibly, splitting his face almost in half. "This, my young friends, is a hunting ground, and you are the prey." His body began to change, twisting and elongating. Clothes tore as fur sprouted across his skin. In moments, where the old man had stood was now a monstrous wolf-like creature, easily 7 feet tall on its hind legs. "Run," Jake whispered, his voice tight with terror. We bolted, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction. All that mattered was getting away from the horror behind us. Howls filled the air, and I could hear heavy bodies pursuing us through the woods. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Just as I thought we couldn't go on, we burst out of the tree line and found ourselves at the edge of a steep ravine. At the bottom, maybe 50 feet down, a river rushed over jagged rocks. "We have to jump," Jake said, his eyes wild with fear and adrenaline. I looked at the raging water below, then back at the woods where inhuman shapes were closing in. "We'll die if we jump from this height." "We'll die for sure if we don't," he countered. He was right. I nodded, took his hand, and together we leaped into the void. The impact with the water was like hitting concrete. The cold shocked the breath from my lungs, and for a moment, I was sure I was going to drown. But survival instinct kicked in, and I clawed my way to the surface. Jake was a few feet away, sputtering and gasping. We locked eyes, sharing a moment of relief that we'd survived the fall. But our reprieve was short-lived. A howl from above drew our attention. The werewolf, for that's what I now knew it to be, stood at the edge of the ravine, its monstrous form silhouetted against the darkening sky. For a moment, I thought it would jump after us. Instead, it threw back its head and let out a bone-chilling howl. The sound echoed off the ravine walls, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature was gone. We let the current carry us downstream, too exhausted to do more than keep our heads above water. Eventually, we managed to drag ourselves onto a rocky bank, shivering and shell-shocked. What was that thing?" Jake asked, his voice hoarse. I shook my head, unable to find words to describe the horror we'd just escaped. It took us hours to find our way back to civilization, stumbling through the woods in wet clothes, jumping at every sound. When we finally reached a road and flagged down a passing car, the kindly older couple who stopped looked at us like we were madmen. We told the police a sanitized version of events, that we'd gotten lost and fallen into the river while trying to find our way back. They scolded us for going off trail but seemed relieved we were okay. No one believed our mumblings about monstrous old men and werewolves. It's been years since that day, but the memory haunts me still. Jake and I don't talk about it much, but I know he feels it too. The lingering fear, the knowledge that something ancient and evil lurks in those woods. Sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can hear that old man's voice calling out for help. And I wonder, with a chill down my spine, how many other unsuspecting hikers have been lured into his trap. How many weren't as lucky as we were. So if you're ever hiking in the deep woods and you hear a call for help, think twice before you follow. Because sometimes, the real monster isn't the one that bares its fangs. It's the one that wears a friendly face and asks for your help. And remember, not all who wander in the woods are lost. Some are exactly where they want to be, waiting for their next victim to stumble into their grasp. The dying embers of my campfire cast a feeble glow, barely illuminating the dense forest around me. I was drifting off to sleep when a twig snapped nearby, jolting me awake. My blood ran cold as I saw him, a stranger, silently watching me from the edge of the clearing. In that moment, I realized that in the vast wilderness, I was no longer alone. I've always been a solitary camper. There's something about the solitude of the forest that speaks to my soul. The quiet rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the gentle babbling of a nearby stream. These sounds are more comforting to me than any city noise could ever be. That's why I often find myself in remote corners of national forests, far from designated campgrounds and other humans. This particular trip was no different. I had hiked deep into the Chattahoochee National Forest, setting up camp in a small clearing I'd discovered on a previous expedition. The day had been perfect, warm sunshine filtering through the canopy, a cool breeze keeping the bugs at bay. I'd spent hours exploring the surrounding area, cataloging plant species and watching for wildlife. As night fell, I made a small fire, cooked my dinner, and settled in with a good book. It must have been close to midnight when I finally put the book down and crawled into my tent. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, casting just enough light to see the immediate area around my campsite. I was almost asleep when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a twig snapping under someone's foot. My eyes flew open, suddenly wide awake. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a long moment, there was nothing but the usual nighttime forest sounds. Then I heard it again, the soft crunch of leaves, like someone trying to move quietly but not quite succeeding. Slowly, carefully, I unzipped my tent just enough to peek out. At first, I saw nothing but shadows. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw him. A man was standing at the edge of my campsite, just beyond the fading circle of firelight. He was tall and thin, wearing dark clothes that seemed to blend into the forest behind him. But it was his stillness that unnerved me the most. He stood perfectly motionless, like a statue, staring directly at my tent. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure he must be able to hear it. Who was he? What was he doing out here, miles from any trail? And why was he just watching me? I weighed my options. I could call out to him, ask if he needed help, but something in my gut warned me against revealing that I was awake. I could try to sneak away, but in the dark forest, he'd have the advantage. My best bet, I decided, was to stay put and hope he'd move on. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. The stranger remained motionless, his gaze never wavering from my tent. I was starting to wonder if I was hallucinating, if the isolation had finally gotten to me, when he suddenly moved. It wasn't the normal movement of a person shifting their weight or stretching. One moment he was standing still, the next he was crouched by my dying fire, his face illuminated by the faint glow of the embers. In that brief moment of illumination, I saw his face clearly. It was gaunt, almost skeletal, with deep-set eyes that reflected the firelight like a cat's. His mouth was set in a thin, humorless line. But it was his eyes that truly terrified me. They were completely, utterly devoid of emotion. Not angry, not curious, just empty. As quickly as he had moved to the fire, he was back at the edge of the clearing. I blinked. Sure, I must have dozed off and dreamed the whole thing. But no, he was still there, watching, waiting. For what? I didn't know. And I didn't want to find out. Moving as quietly as I could, I reached for my phone. No signal, of course. I was miles from the nearest cell tower. My hand brushed against something else in my pack, the small canister of bear spray I always carried. I grabbed it, feeling slightly more secure with a weapon in hand. That's when I heard his voice. "I know you're awake," he said, his tone conversational, as if we were chatting over coffee instead of in the middle of a dark forest. "Why don't you come out so we can talk properly?" I froze, my breath catching in my throat. How long had he known I was watching him? "No need to be afraid," he continued when I didn't respond. "I'm just a fellow traveler, looking for some company." Something in his voice sent chills down my spine. It was too smooth, too practiced, like he'd said these words many times before. "I'm fine in here, thanks," I managed to croak out, my voice shaky. "Maybe you should move on to the next campsite." He chuckled, a sound devoid of any real mirth. "Oh, but there is no next campsite, not for miles and miles. It's just you and me out here." The way he said it made it clear that he knew exactly how isolated we were. I tightened my grip on the bear spray, my mind racing. Could I make a run for it? Did I remember the way back to the trail in the dark? Before I could decide, he moved again. One moment he was at the edge of the clearing. The next he was right outside my tent. I could see his shadow looming over me, hear his breathing. "Last chance," he said, his voice now a low growl. "Come out, or I'm coming in." In that moment, terror gave way to something else, a primal, desperate need to survive. Without thinking, I unzipped the tent and sprayed the bear mace directly at where I thought his face would be. He screamed, an inhuman sound of pain and rage. I didn't wait to see the effects. I burst out of the tent, shouldering past him, and ran blindly into the forest. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear him behind me, his movements unnaturally fast and quiet for someone who'd just been maced. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. But the sounds of pursuit never faded. Just as I thought I couldn't go on, I saw a glimmer of light ahead. A road. A house. I didn't care. Anything was better than this nightmarish chase through the dark woods. I burst out of the tree line and found myself on a small country road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I waved my arms frantically, relief flooding through me as the car slowed to a stop. An older couple peered out at me, their faces a mixture of concern and wariness. "Are you all right, son?" the man asked. I turned to look back at the woods, expecting to see my pursuer emerging from the trees. But there was nothing there. Just the dark, silent forest. I think so," I stammered, "Can you give me a ride to the nearest town? Please." They agreed, though I could tell they were hesitant to let a wild-eyed, disheveled stranger into their car. As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see the gaunt-faced man standing in the middle of the road, watching us drive away. But there was nothing, just empty road and dark forest. I never went back for my gear, never reported what happened to the rangers or the police. Who would believe me? A mysterious man appearing and disappearing in the woods, moving with impossible speed. I'd sound crazy. It's been years since that night, but I still have nightmares about it. In my dreams, I'm back in that tent, listening to the stranger's footsteps circling me. Sometimes I wake up sure that I can hear his voice, calling me to come out and talk. I don't go camping alone anymore. In fact, I rarely go into the woods at all, because now I know the truth that most people never have to face. When you're alone in the wilderness, you're never really alone. There are things out there, watching and waiting, and sometimes they get hungry for company. The trees all looked the same. Every direction I turned, it was an endless sea of green and brown, mocking me with their uniformity. I'd been hiking these woods for 30 years, but now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized with growing dread that I was hopelessly, inexplicably lost. My name's Jack, and I've always prided myself on my outdoor skills. I grew up in these mountains, spending more time on trails than I did in classrooms. By the time I was a teenager, I could navigate the backcountry blindfolded, or so I thought. This particular hike was supposed to be routine, a day trip to my favorite fishing spot, a secluded lake nestled high in the mountains. I'd made this trek countless times before, in all seasons and weather conditions. It was a challenging route, off the main trails and requiring some bushwhacking, but nothing I couldn't handle. The day started perfectly. Clear skies, a cool breeze, and the promise of fat trout waiting at the end of the trail. I made good time on the ascent, my legs easily finding the familiar rhythm of the climb. By midday, I was at the lake, casting my line into the crystal clear water. It wasn't until I started to pack up for the return journey that things began to feel off. The air seemed to thicken, taking on an oppressive quality that had nothing to do with the weather. As I shouldered my pack and turned to head back down the mountain, a chill ran down my spine. Something was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. The trail looked the same as it always had, winding its way through dense forest and over rocky outcroppings. But as I walked, a nagging sense of unease grew in the pit of my stomach. The landmarks I expected to see weren't where they should be. Familiar rock formations seemed to have shifted. Trees I'd used as waypoints were missing or in the wrong places. At first, I chalked it up to fatigue or maybe a lapse in memory. But as the afternoon wore on and I failed to reach checkpoints I knew should be there, panic began to set in. I was lost. Me, the guy who could navigate these mountains in his sleep, was completely and utterly turned around. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar anymore. Every clearing, every stand of trees, every babbling brook looked identical. It was as if the forest itself had rearranged while I wasn't looking, creating an endless maze with no exit. As the light began to fade, I made the decision to set up camp for the night. It went against everything I'd ever learned about wilderness survival. If you're lost, you keep moving. You find high ground. You look for water sources that might lead to civilization. But some instinct, some primal part of my brain, screamed at me to stop, to hunker down and wait for morning. I found a small clearing and quickly set up my tent. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves seemed amplified, sinister. More than once, I whirled around, certain I'd catch a glimpse of whatever was stalking me. But there was never anything there. Just more trees, more sameness, stretching out in every direction. That night was the longest of my life. I lay awake in my tent, straining my ears for any sound out of the ordinary. The normal nighttime forest sounds, the hoot of an owl, the chirp of crickets, were conspicuously absent. The woods were eerily silent, as if holding their breath. Just before dawn, I heard it, a low, rhythmic chanting, so faint I thought I might be imagining it. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, rising and falling like waves on a shore. I wanted to peek out of my tent, to try and locate the source of the sound, but fear kept me paralyzed in my sleeping bag. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, the chanting faded away. I emerged from my tent, half expecting to find myself surrounded by something, but there was nothing, just more trees, more green, more sameness. I packed up quickly, determined to find my way out. I picked a direction at random and started walking, figuring that if I kept going straight, I'd eventually hit a trail or a road or something that would lead me back to civilization. Hours passed. The sun climbed high in the sky, then began its descent. And still, I walked. My water ran out. My legs burned with exertion, but the forest remained unchanged, an endless green labyrinth that seemed to shift and rearrange itself when I wasn't looking. As night began to fall again, despair set in. I was no closer to finding my way out than I had been the day before. In fact, I was convinced that despite walking all day, I had somehow ended up exactly where I started. That's when I saw it, a flicker of light through the trees. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a campfire, or a ranger station, or even just another lost hiker. Anything would be better than this solitude. I moved towards the light, pushing through thick underbrush. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a fire or a flashlight. It was softer, more diffuse, like moonlight, except the moon wasn't out yet. I burst through a line of trees into a small clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of standing stones, each about 7 feet tall. They looked ancient, covered in moss and strange, swirling symbols I didn't recognize, and they were glowing, emitting a soft, pulsing light that illuminated the clearing. As I stood there, transfixed, the chanting I'd heard the night before started up again. It seemed to be coming from the stones themselves, growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. That's when I noticed the figures. Shadowy forms, barely visible in the strange light, moving between the stones. They weren't quite human, too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. As I watched, frozen in terror, one of them turned towards me. I caught a glimpse of glowing eyes and a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth before I turned and ran. I crashed through the forest, blind with panic. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. The chanting followed me, growing louder and more frenzied. I could hear movement in the woods around me, swift and purposeful, closing in from all sides. Just as I thought my legs would give out, I burst out of the tree line and onto a paved road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the gathering darkness. I waved my arms frantically, relief flooding through me as the car slowed to a stop. The driver, an older man with a kindly face, rolled down his window. "You all right, son?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I turned to look back at the forest, expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the trees. But there was nothing there. No glowing stones, no shadowy figures, just the dark, silent woods. I think I'm lost," I managed to stammer out. The man smiled sympathetically. "Hop in. I'll give you a ride to town." As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see those glowing eyes watching us from the tree line. But there was nothing, just empty road and dark forest. It wasn't until we reached the town that I realized how far off course I'd gotten. I was over 50 miles from where I should have been, on the completely opposite side of the mountain range. It should have been impossible for me to have hiked that far in just 2 days. I never told anyone the full story of what happened in those woods. Who would believe me? But I've never gone back to those mountains. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I can hear that chanting again, calling me back. And I wonder, with a chill down my spine, what would have happened if I'd stepped into that stone circle. So if you're ever hiking in the deep woods and you find yourself suddenly, inexplicably lost, be careful. Because sometimes, the forest has plans of its own, and not everyone who wanders off the trail finds their way back. The scream that erupted from the figure on the trail wasn't human. As it charged towards us, my friend Sarah's hand found mine, and in that moment, I knew our late-night hike had become a fight for survival. It was supposed to be an adventure, a way to break up the monotony of our summer break. Sarah and I had been best friends since middle school, bonded by our love of the outdoors and our tendency to seek out the unusual. When we heard about the local legend of the Midnight Wanderer, a spectral figure said to haunt the Black Ridge Trail after dark, we couldn't resist the challenge. "Come on, Alex," Sarah had said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It'll be fun. We'll prove once and for all that it's just a stupid story." I should have known better. Growing up in a small town nestled against the Appalachian Mountains, I'd heard plenty of tales about things that lurked in the woods. But at 18, flushed with the invincibility of youth, those warnings seemed like relics of a more superstitious time. So there we were, creeping along the Black Ridge Trail well past midnight, our way lit only by the pale glow of the full moon and the bobbing beams of our flashlights. The forest was alive with night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the whisper of wind through the leaves. "This is kind of creepy," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah grinned, though I could see a hint of nervousness in her eyes. "Don't tell me you're scared, Alex. It's just a forest." But it didn't feel like just a forest. There was a heaviness to the air, a sense of watchfulness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified in the stillness of the night. We'd been hiking for about an hour when we reached the old stone bridge that marked the halfway point of the trail. Legend had it that this was where the Midnight Wanderer was most often seen, a tall, unnaturally still figure standing in the middle of the bridge. Sarah and I paused at the edge of the clearing, our flashlights playing over the weathered stones of the bridge. It stood empty and silent, bathed in moonlight. "See?" Sarah said, her voice a mix of relief and disappointment. "No ghost, just an old brr." Her words cut off abruptly as a figure stepped out from behind a tree on the far side of the bridge. At first glance, it looked like a man, tall and lean, dressed in dark clothes. But as it moved into the moonlight, we could see that something was terribly wrong. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, like a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. Its head lolled at an impossible angle, swaying with each step, and its face, in the harsh beam of our flashlights, we could see that where features should have been, there was only smooth, featureless skin. For a long moment, we all stood frozen. Sarah and I rooted to the spot in terror, the figure swaying gently in the middle of the bridge. Then it turned its blank face towards us and let out that bone-chilling scream. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand and yanking her back the way we'd come. We crashed through the underbrush, all attempts at stealth forgotten. I could hear it behind us, its uneven footsteps and that awful, inhuman shrieking growing closer with each passing second. Sarah stumbled, nearly pulling me down with her. I hauled her to her feet, risking a glance back. The thing was barely 10 feet behind us, its arms outstretched, fingers elongated into cruel-looking claws. "Come on," I urged, my voice cracking with fear. "We're almost to the trailhead." But we weren't. We'd wandered far off the main trail in our panic, and now we were lost in a part of the forest I didn't recognize. The trees seemed to press in around us, branches reaching out like grasping hands to snag our clothes and hair. Just as I thought we couldn't run any further, we burst into a small clearing. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, their surfaces covered in strange, swirling symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Without thinking, I pulled Sarah into the circle. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air changed. The sounds of pursuit cut off abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. We turned, expecting to see our pursuer bursting into the clearing, but there was nothing there, just the dark, silent forest. What was that thing? Sarah gasped, her voice shaking. I shook my head, unable to find words to describe the horror we'd just escaped. I don't know, but I don't think it was human. As the adrenaline began to fade, I became aware of our surroundings. The stone circle we stood in radiated a strange energy, making the air feel thick and heavy. The symbols carved into the stone seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them, shifting and rearranging themselves. Alex, Sarah said, her voice tight with fear, I don't think we should be in here. I nodded, suddenly sure that she was right. Whatever this place was, it wasn't meant for us. But as we turned to leave, we found our path blocked. Figures stood between each of the standing stones, surrounding us. They were tall and thin, with elongated limbs and faces that were somehow both animal and human. Their eyes glowed with an inner light, fixed on us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. One of them stepped forward, its movements fluid and graceful in a way that seemed utterly alien. When it spoke, its voice was like the rustling of dry leaves. You have entered the sacred circle, it said. The price must be paid. Sarah's hand found mine again, squeezing so tight it hurt. What price? She whispered. The creature's mouth stretched into something that might have been a smile on a human face. On its features, it was terrifying. One of you must stay, it said, to join our hunt. Understanding dawned, cold and horrifying. The thing that had chased us. The Midnight Wanderer. It had once been human, hadn't it? Someone who had stumbled into this circle. Just like us. No, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We're leaving. Both of us. The creature's eyes narrowed. You cannot leave. The circle has chosen. One stays, or neither leaves. I looked at Sarah, saw the terror in her eyes, and made a decision. Take me, I said. Let her go. Alex, no, Sarah cried, but I squeezed her hand, silencing her. The creature tilted its head, considering. Then it nodded. The choice is made, it said. She may go. Before I could react, two of the figures grabbed Sarah, dragging her towards the edge of the circle. She fought and screamed, reaching for me, but their grip was implacable. I'll come back for you, she yelled as they pushed her beyond the stones. I promise, Alex. I'll find a way. And then she was gone, swallowed up by the dark forest. I turned back to the creature, fear warring with anger in my chest. What happens now? I asked. Its not smile widened. Now, it said, you become one of us. As it reached for me with long, inhuman fingers, I closed my eyes. I thought of Sarah, hoped she'd make it out safely, and I prayed that she'd forget her promise, because the forest was no place for humans after dark. Not anymore. The last thing I remember is a searing pain, like my very essence was being rewritten. And then, nothing. I don't know how long it's been. Time has no meaning here in the circle. But sometimes, on nights when the moon is full and unwary hikers venture onto the Black Ridge Trail, I feel a stirring, a hunger, and I step out of the circle, my new form jerky and unnatural, to begin the hunt. So if you're ever hiking in these woods at night and you see a tall, unnaturally still figure on the trail ahead, run, and don't look back. Because I can't stop myself anymore, and the circle always demands its price. The windows were eyes, staring at me through the darkness. I stood frozen on the porch, key in hand, as the realization hit me. The cabin I'd been house-sitting for the past week was no longer empty. Something was inside, waiting for me. I never should have taken this job. But when my cousin Mark asked if I could watch his place while he and his wife went on a second honeymoon, I jumped at the chance. A week alone in a beautiful cabin in the woods, away from the stress of my city job and my failing relationship. It sounded like paradise. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I hiked the nearby trails, read books by the fireplace, and enjoyed the peaceful solitude. The cabin was rustic but comfortable, with large windows that let in plenty of natural light during the day and offered stunning views of the surrounding forest. It wasn't until the fourth night that things started to feel off. I woke up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sure I'd heard something moving around downstairs. But when I gathered the courage to investigate, I found nothing out of place. I chalked it up to unfamiliar house noises and went back to bed. The next day, I noticed small things that didn't seem quite right. A book I was sure I'd left on the coffee table was back on the shelf. The throw blanket on the couch was folded differently than I remembered leaving it. Little things, easy to dismiss, but they added up to a creeping sense of unease. That night, I definitely heard footsteps. Soft, careful steps moving from room to room downstairs. I lay in bed, paralyzed with fear, listening as they moved closer to the stairs. Just as I thought they were about to start climbing, they retreated. By the time dawn broke and I finally worked up the nerve to go downstairs, there was no sign anyone had been there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an animal that had found its way in somehow. Or maybe the stress and solitude were getting to me, making me imagine things. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I called Mark, trying to keep the panic out of my voice as I casually asked if anyone else had a key to the place. He assured me that only he and his wife had keys, and they were both with them on their trip. When he asked if everything was okay, I lied and said everything was fine. I didn't want to ruin their vacation over what was probably nothing, but it wasn't nothing. That night, the footsteps came again, louder this time, and they were accompanied by something else. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone drumming their fingers on a table. It moved from room to room, always staying just out of sight, just around the corner. I didn't sleep at all that night. As soon as the sun came up, I packed a bag and left, telling myself I'd just go into town for the day to clear my head. But as I drove down the winding mountain road, a weight lifted off my chest. I spent the day in a small cafe, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. As evening approached, I knew I had to go back. I couldn't just abandon my responsibility to Mark. Plus, all my things were still there. So, steeling my nerves, I drove back up to the cabin as the sun was setting, which brings me to now, standing on the porch, key in hand, staring at the windows that seemed to stare back. The lights were off. I was sure I'd left at least the porch light on, but I could swear I saw movement inside. A shadow passing by the living room window, too tall and thin to be human. My hand shook as I inserted the key into the lock. I told myself I was being ridiculous. There was nothing in there. I'd go in, turn on all the lights, and laugh at how scared I'd been over nothing. The door swung open with a creak that seemed obscenely loud in the quiet night. The interior of the cabin was pitch black. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers scrabbling against the wall. Click. Nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, pulling out my phone to use as a flashlight. The beam of light swept across the living room, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. The furniture was all in place, no sign of an intruder. I let out a shaky laugh, relief flooding through me. That's when I heard it. A soft tapping sound, coming from upstairs. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. My relief evaporated instantly, replaced by icy terror. I stood frozen, listening as the tapping grew louder, more insistent. It was moving, I realized, coming down the stairs. I should have run. Should have bolted out the door and driven away as fast as I could, but fear rooted me to the spot. I could only watch, my phone's light trained on the base of the stairs, as the tapping got closer and closer. A foot appeared on the bottom step, long and pale with toes that looked more like claws. Then another. Slowly, deliberately, the thing descended the stairs. In the harsh light of my phone, I saw it clearly. It was humanoid, but stretched and distorted, like a person's reflection in a funhouse mirror. Its limbs were too long, its joints bending at unnatural angles. Its skin was a sickly gray color, pulled tight over an emaciated frame. But it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, featureless skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a blank expanse of gray. As it reached the bottom of the stairs, its head swiveled towards me. Though it had no eyes, I felt seen, examined, dissected by its gaze. It cocked its head to one side, an almost curious gesture that made it seem even more alien. Then, impossibly, a seam appeared in the smooth skin of its face. It split open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. From the depths of that horrifying maw came a sound. Not quite a laugh, not quite a scream, but something in between. I ran. Dropping my phone, I bolted for the door. I could hear it behind me, its unnatural limbs allowing it to cover ground faster than should be possible. Just as I reached the porch, I felt something brush against my back. Long, cold fingers, just missing their grip. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. As I fumbled with the keys, I looked back at the cabin. The thing stood in the doorway, its eyeless face turned towards me. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one long-fingered hand and waved. I peeled out of there so fast I'm surprised I didn't leave tire marks. I drove straight through the night, not stopping until I was 2 states away. I called Mark the next day, babbling some excuse about a family emergency. He was understanding, said he'd get someone else to check on the place. I never told him what really happened. Who would believe me? Sometimes I'm not sure I believe it myself. But on quiet nights, when the wind whistles just right, I swear I can hear that tapping again. Tap, tap, tap. And I know with bone-deep certainty that somewhere out there, in that cabin in the woods, something is waiting, watching, and one day, it might decide to come looking for me. So if you're ever asked to house-sit a remote cabin, think twice, because you never know what might be waiting for you in the dark. And some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The symbols carved into the ancient stones pulsed with an eerie blue light, casting long shadows across the forest floor. As I stood there, transfixed by their otherworldly glow, I realized with growing horror that I had stumbled upon something far beyond my understanding, something that was never meant to be discovered by mortal eyes. My name is Liam, and I'm an archaeology student specializing in pre-Columbian Native American cultures. When I first heard rumors of strange stone carvings deep in the Ozark Mountains, I was skeptical but intrigued. Local legends spoke of a hidden valley where the old magic still lingered, protected by spirits that didn't take kindly to intruders. Of course, I didn't believe in magic or spirits. I was a man of science, after all. But the possibility of uncovering a previously unknown Native American site was too tempting to resist. So, armed with topographical maps, a backpack full of supplies, and more enthusiasm than common sense, I set out into the wilderness. The first 2 days of my expedition were uneventful. I hiked through dense forests and climbed steep ridges, following the vague directions I'd gleaned from old trail guides and local folklore. By the 3rd day, I was beginning to think the whole trip had been a waste of time. Then, as the sun was setting on the 3rd evening, I saw it, a narrow gap between 2 towering cliffs, barely visible through the thick underbrush. It matched the description I'd been given of the entrance to the Spirit Valley. My heart raced with excitement as I pushed through the foliage and squeezed through the rocky passage. The valley beyond took my breath away. It was like stepping into another world. Mist clung to the ground, swirling around ancient trees that seemed to whisper with every breeze. In the center of the valley stood a circle of standing stones, each easily 20 feet tall and covered in intricate carvings. As an archaeologist, I should have been ecstatic. This was the find of a lifetime, something that could rewrite our understanding of pre-Columbian cultures in North America. But as I approached the stone circle, a sense of unease settled over me. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I set up camp just outside the circle, planning to start documenting the site at first light. As night fell, the forest around me grew unnaturally quiet. No crickets chirped, no owls hooted. It was as if the entire valley was holding its breath. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound, a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I unzipped my tent and peered out, my blood running cold at what I saw. The carvings on the stones were glowing, pulsing with a soft blue light that cast eerie shadows across the misty ground. And there, moving between the stones, were figures. They were tall and thin, with elongated limbs that moved with an inhuman grace. Their faces, when I caught glimpses of them, were an unsettling blend of human and animal features. I watched, paralyzed with a mixture of fear and fascination, as these beings performed what could only be described as a ritual. They danced and chanted, their voices rising and falling in a language I'd never heard before. The glowing symbols on the stones seemed to respond to their movements, flaring brighter at certain points in the ceremony. Suddenly, one of the figures stopped and turned, looking directly at me. Its eyes glowed with the same blue light as the stones, and I felt a presence push against my mind, alien and ancient. "Watcher," a voice echoed in my head. "You do not belong here." I tried to speak, to apologize, to explain, but no words came out. The being tilted its head, regarding me with what felt like curiosity. "You seek knowledge," it continued, "but some truths are not meant for your kind. Leave this place while you still can." The pressure in my head increased, and I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the alien presence in my mind. Images flashed before my eyes, civilizations rising and falling, creatures that defied description, vast expanses of space and time that my human brain could barely comprehend. When I came to, the sun was rising. The stone circle stood silent and still, no trace of the glowing symbols or the strange beings. For a moment, I wondered if it had all been a vivid dream. But as I packed up my camp with shaking hands, I knew deep in my bones that what I'd witnessed was real. I practically ran out of the valley, not stopping until I was back in familiar territory. As I hiked back to civilization, I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Part of me wanted to tell the world, to share this incredible discovery. But a larger part, the part that still echoed with the alien presence I'd encountered, knew that some secrets were better left buried. In the years since that night, I've struggled with what I experienced. I abandoned my archaeology studies, unable to reconcile my scientific training with what I now knew to be true. I've pored over ancient texts and obscure folklore, searching for any mention of the beings I encountered or the power contained in those stones. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full, I swear I can hear that chanting again, calling me back to the hidden valley. And sometimes, in my dreams, I see those glowing eyes and hear that otherworldly voice. Some truths are not meant for your kind. I've never gone back to that valley, and I've never told anyone the full story of what I saw. Who would believe me? But I know it's out there, hidden away in the depths of the wilderness, a place where the veil between worlds is thin, where ancient magic still holds sway, and where beings beyond our comprehension still walk. So if you're ever hiking in the remote wilderness and you come across a hidden valley with standing stones, think twice before you enter. Some discoveries come with a price, and some knowledge, once gained, can never be unlearned. As for me, I'll keep searching for answers, knowing I may never fully understand what I experienced that night. But one thing I know for certain, the world is far stranger and more mysterious than we can imagine. And sometimes the unknown is better left unexplored. The sound of twigs snapping and leaves rustling grew louder, closing in from all sides. My heart raced as I realized the awful truth. I wasn't being chased by one creature, but by many. And in the pitch-black forest, with only the feeble beam of my dying flashlight to guide me, I knew my chances of escape were dwindling by the second. It was supposed to be a simple shortcut. I'd done it 100 times before, cutting through the woods behind my house to get home after my late shift at the diner. Sure, it was a little creepy at night, but it saved me a good 20 minutes of walking along the winding country roads. Plus, I knew these woods like the back of my hand, or so I thought. My name's Sarah, and I've lived in this small, rural town my whole life. The forest has always been a part of my world, a place of adventure during the day and quiet mystery at night. But never, in all my years, had I experienced anything like this. It started normally enough. I left work around 11 p.m., waving goodbye to my coworkers as I set off down the familiar path that led into the woods. The night was cool and clear, a full moon peeking through the canopy of leaves overhead. I hummed to myself as I walked, my flashlight bobbing in front of me, illuminating the well-worn trail. About halfway through my usual route, I noticed something odd. The forest seemed quieter than usual. Normally, even at night, you could hear the chirp of crickets, the hoot of owls, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But tonight, there was nothing. Just an eerie, oppressive silence that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I picked up my pace, suddenly eager to be out of the woods and back in the safety of my home. That's when I heard it, a twig snapping loudly somewhere off to my left. I froze, my flashlight beam darting to the source of the sound. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. Something big. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silent forest. "Is someone there?" No response. Just another snap. Closer this time, followed by a low, rumbling growl that was definitely not from any animal I knew. That's when I ran. All thoughts of the path forgotten, I crashed through the underbrush. My only goal to put as much distance between myself and whatever was behind me as possible. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me at every step, but terror drove me on. As I ran, I became aware of more sounds of pursuit, not just from behind me, but from the sides as well. Whatever was chasing me, there was more than one, and they were fast, much faster than me. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear them getting closer, their heavy breathing and the sound of their passage through the woods growing louder with each passing second. Just as I thought I couldn't go on any longer, my flashlight flickered and died. I was plunged into near total darkness, the faint moonlight barely penetrating the dense canopy above. Panic threatened to overwhelm me as I stumbled forward, now blind and lost in a forest that had suddenly become terrifyingly unfamiliar. That's when I tripped. My foot caught on a root or a rock, I couldn't tell which, and I went down hard, the breath knocked out of me as I hit the forest floor. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and gasping for air. The sounds of pursuit grew closer, and I knew with a sickening certainty that this was it. Whatever was chasing me was about to catch up. As I struggled to my feet, my hand brushed against something smooth and cold. Stone. I felt around and realized I was at the base of a large boulder. Without thinking, I began to climb, using what little strength I had left to haul myself up its rough surface. I reached the top just as the first of my pursuers burst into the small clearing below. In the faint moonlight, I could finally see what had been chasing me. and the sight nearly stopped my heart. They were wrong. That's the only way I can describe them. Vaguely humanoid in shape, but too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Their skin was a mottled gray, and where their faces should have been, there were only smooth, featureless expanses of flesh. They moved with an unnatural grace, circling the boulder where I crouched. I could feel their attention on me, even though they had no eyes that I could see. One of them reached out a long, spindly arm, its fingers nearly brushing my foot. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the far side of the boulder's top. Just as I thought all hope was lost, I heard a new sound. A horn, deep and resonant, echoing through the forest. The creatures below me froze, their heads turning in unison towards the source of the sound. The horn sounded again, closer this time, and with it came the sound of hoofbeats, growing louder by the second. The creatures began to retreat, melting back into the shadows of the forest with inhuman speed. Moments later, a group of riders burst into the clearing. They were dressed strangely, in what looked like ancient armor, carrying spears and swords that glinted in the moonlight. At their head rode a figure that seemed to glow with an inner light, a crown of antlers adorning their head. The lead rider dismounted and approached the boulder. As they drew closer, I saw that it was a woman, her face both beautiful and terrifying in its otherworldly perfection. "Child," she said, her voice like music and thunder combined, "you have strayed into a realm not meant for mortal feet. Come, we must return you to your world before the wild hunt claims you for their own." Too shocked and exhausted to argue, I let her help me down from the boulder. She lifted me onto her horse as if I weighed nothing, and we set off through the forest at a pace that seemed impossible given the dense undergrowth. As we rode, the forest around us seemed to blur and shift. Trees that had been familiar all my life took on strange, twisted shapes. I caught glimpses of impossible things in the shadows, eyes gleaming from hollow trees, flowers that glowed and pulsed like living things, creatures that defied description flitting just at the edge of my vision. Finally, we emerged from the tree line, and I found myself staring at the back of my own house. It felt like we'd been riding for hours, but the position of the moon suggested that barely any time had passed at all. The woman helped me down from her horse. "Remember," she said, her eyes boring into mine, "the veil between worlds grows thin on nights like these. Stay to the paths you know, and do not venture into the deep woods after dark. For there are things that dwell in the shadows that hunger for mortal souls." Before I could respond, she and her strange company were gone, melting back into the forest as if they'd never been there at all. I stumbled into my house, my mind reeling from what I'd experienced. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself it had all been a dream or a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But deep down, I knew the truth. The woods I'd known all my life were not what they seemed. There was another world hidden just beyond the veil of our reality, a world of ancient magics and terrifying creatures. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, that veil grows thin enough for unwary travelers to slip through. I still live in this town, still work at the diner, but I never take that shortcut through the woods anymore, no matter how late my shift runs. And on full moon nights, when the air is heavy with possibility, I make sure my doors are locked and my curtains drawn. Because now I know the truth. The monsters in the shadows are real. And sometimes, they come hunting in our world. The chanting grew louder, echoing through the trees as I frantically tried to stuff my sleeping bag into my backpack. My hands shook uncontrollably, fumbling with zippers and straps. I knew I had to get out of there fast, but the strange symbols carved into the trees around my campsite seemed to be watching me, pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly glow. I never should have come to these woods alone. But when you're a freelance writer desperate for your next big story, You sometimes make questionable decisions. That's how I, Jake Harrison, found myself camping in the heart of the Ozark Mountains, chasing rumors of an ancient Native American ritual site. It had started innocently enough. I'd heard whispers in the nearby town of strange lights in the forest, of hikers going missing only to return days later with no memory of where they'd been. The locals called it the Spirit Woods and warned outsiders to stay away. But to me, it sounded like the perfect material for a gripping article that could revive my floundering career. Armed with a backpack, a tent, and more optimism than common sense, I set out into the wilderness. The first 2 days were uneventful, filled with endless hiking and fruitless searching. I was beginning to think the whole trip was a waste of time, when, on the third evening, I stumbled upon something extraordinary. It was a small clearing, perfectly circular, surrounded by ancient oak trees. What caught my eye were the symbols carved into the bark of each tree, intricate spirals and angular shapes that didn't resemble any Native American imagery I'd ever seen. At the center of the clearing stood a flat stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I prayed wasn't blood. Excitement overrode my initial unease. I set up camp at the edge of the clearing, eager to examine the site more closely in the morning light. As night fell, an oppressive silence settled over the woods. No crickets chirped, no owls hooted. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound, a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I unzipped my tent and peered out, my blood running cold at what I saw. The symbols on the trees were glowing with a pale, bluish light. And there, moving between the trees, were figures. They were tall and thin, with elongated limbs that moved with an inhuman grace. Their faces, when I caught glimpses of them, were an unsettling blend of human and animal features. I watched, paralyzed with a mixture of fear and fascination, as these beings performed what could only be described as a ritual. They danced and chanted, their voices rising and falling in a language I'd never heard before. The glowing symbols on the trees seemed to pulse in time with their movements. Suddenly, one of the figures stopped and turned, looking directly at me. Its eyes glowed with the same eerie light as the tree symbols, and I felt a presence push against my mind, alien and ancient. "Watcher," a voice echoed in my head. "You do not belong here." That's when I started packing, desperate to get as far away from this place as possible. But in my panic, everything seemed to go wrong. My fingers felt clumsy and uncooperative, and no matter how I tried, I couldn't seem to get my gear packed quickly enough. The chanting grew louder, and I could feel the beings moving closer to my tent. The air grew thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Just as I finally managed to get my backpack closed, a long-fingered hand thrust through the tent fabric, reaching for me. I screamed and bolted, leaving half my gear behind. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. But no matter how fast I ran, I could hear them behind me, their inhuman voices calling out in that strange, ancient language. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I burst out of the tree line and onto a dirt road. A pair of headlights approached, and I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't just another hallucination. The truck screeched to a halt, and an old man leaned out the window, his face a mixture of concern and wariness. "You all right, son?" he called out. I turned to look back at the forest, expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the trees, but there was nothing there, just the dark, silent woods. I think so," I stammered, my voice shaky. "Can you give me a ride to town?" The old man nodded, though I could see the doubt in his eyes. As we drove away, I kept looking back, half expecting to see those glowing eyes watching us from the tree line, but there was nothing. It wasn't until we reached the town that I realized how far I'd run. I was miles from where I'd set up camp, in a completely different part of the forest. The old man dropped me off at a small motel, refusing any payment and giving me a long, searching look before he drove away. That night, as I lay in the lumpy motel bed, I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Part of me wanted to go back, to document everything and break the story of a lifetime. But a larger part, the part that still echoed with that alien presence I'd encountered, knew that some stories were better left untold. In the days that followed, I heard whispers around town. Other campers had gone missing in those woods, only to return days later with no memory of where they'd been. Some came back changed, their eyes holding a haunted look that never quite faded. I left town as soon as I could, abandoning my half-finished article and any dreams of reviving my writing career. Some truths, I realized, were not meant to be shared. Some mysteries were better left unsolved. But even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of that night. Sometimes, in my dreams, I hear that chanting again. I see those glowing symbols and feel that alien presence pushing against my mind, and I wake up in a cold sweat, grateful for the mundane safety of my small apartment, far from any dark and ancient forests. I never went camping again after that night, never ventured into any woods alone, because now I know the truth. There are things out there, hidden in the wild places of the world, that defy our understanding. Things that were old when humanity was young, and that will still be there long after we're gone. So if you're ever hiking in remote woods and you come across a clearing with strange symbols carved into the trees, turn back. No story, no discovery, is worth the price of crossing paths with what dwells in those shadowed places. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, some truths better left unknown. As for me, I'll stick to the safety of the city, where the only things that go bump in the night are my neighbors and the occasional stray cat. Because I've seen what lurks in the deep woods, and once you've glimpsed that other world, you can never truly forget it or feel completely safe in the dark again. A blink. That's all it took. One moment, the figure was a distant silhouette on the far ridge. The next, it stood mere yards away, its inhuman eyes boring into mine. As I scrambled backwards, my mind reeling, I realized with growing horror that whatever this thing was, it defied the laws of nature, and I was its prey. My name is Maya, and I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. Growing up in Colorado, I spent more weekends on mountain trails than I did in shopping malls. But nothing in my years of outdoor adventure could have prepared me for what I encountered on that fateful day in the San Juan Mountains. It was supposed to be a solo day hike, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup and some trouble at work. I chose a challenging but familiar trail, one that wound its way up to a stunning viewpoint overlooking a vast alpine valley. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, clear blue skies, and the aspens putting on a dazzling show of gold and orange. I made good time on the ascent, my muscles falling into the familiar rhythm of the climb. As I neared the summit, a sense of accomplishment washed over me. This was why I loved hiking: the physical challenge, the solitude, the connection with nature. I felt more like myself than I had in months. Reaching the viewpoint, I paused to catch my breath and take in the panorama before me. The valley stretched out below, a patchwork of dark evergreens and brilliant fall colors. In the distance, snow-capped peaks pierced the sky. I pulled out my water bottle and snapped a few photos with my phone, reveling in the moment. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a dark spot on the opposite ridge, maybe half a mile away. I squinted, trying to make out details. Was it a fellow hiker? A large animal? Something about its shape seemed off. I pulled out my small binoculars for a better look. Through the lenses, I could see that the figure was roughly humanoid, but too tall and thin to be a person. Its limbs were unnaturally long, and its skin seemed to shift and ripple, as if it couldn't quite decide on a solid form. A chill ran down my spine. What was I looking at? Some kind of optical illusion, a trick of the light? I lowered the binoculars, intending to rub my eyes and look again. But in that split second, that single blink, everything changed. The figure was no longer on the distant ridge. It stood not 20 feet away from me, its form even more unsettling up close. Its body was a mass of shifting shadows, vaguely human-shaped but constantly in motion. Where its face should have been, there were only two glowing points of light, like stars plucked from the night sky. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't exist outside of nightmares and horror movies. The being took a step forward, moving with a fluid grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. Its eyes never left mine, and I felt a pressure building in my head, like something was trying to push its way into my thoughts. What? What are you? I managed to stammer, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture. When it spoke, its voice seemed to bypass my ears entirely, resonating directly in my mind. "We are the Watchers," it said, the words carrying a weight of age and otherness that made me dizzy. "We have walked these mountains since before your kind learned to stand upright. And you, little one, have strayed into our domain." I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there frozen in terror. But my body wouldn't respond. It was as if the creature's gaze had turned me to stone. "Please," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. "I didn't mean to trespass. I'll leave right away." The being made a sound that might have been laughter, but it held no warmth or humor. "Leave? Oh no, little one. You cannot unsee what has been seen. You cannot unknow what you now know." It reached out one impossibly long arm, shadowy fingers stretching towards my face. I flinched, expecting a cold or slimy touch. Instead, where its hand made contact with my skin, I felt a jolt of electricity. Images flooded my mind, vast, incomprehensible vistas of time and space, creatures that defied description, civilizations rising and falling in the blink of an eye. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the onslaught of information. Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to process even a fraction of what I was seeing. "Enough," I gasped. "Please, it's too much." The vision stopped abruptly, leaving me panting and disoriented. When I looked up, the being had retreated a few steps, regarding me with what almost seemed like curiosity. "You are stronger than most," it said. "Perhaps there is more to your kind than we thought." I struggled to my feet, my legs shaky. What happens now?" I asked, dreading the answer. The creature was silent for a long moment. Then, to my surprise, it began to fade, becoming translucent and insubstantial. "Now, you return to your world," it said, its voice growing fainter. "But know this, you carry a piece of our reality with you now. The veil between worlds has been lifted, and you will see things that others cannot. Use this gift wisely, for knowledge is both a blessing and a curse." With that, it vanished completely, leaving me alone on the mountaintop. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Part of me wanted to believe it had all been some kind of altitude-induced hallucination, but the images I had seen, the knowledge that had been imparted, it was all still there, seared into my memory. The hike back down the mountain was a blur. I moved on autopilot, my mind still reeling from the encounter. By the time I reached my car, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange that seemed almost painfully vivid. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to resume my normal life. But things were different. I would catch glimpses of impossible things out of the corner of my eye, shadows moving against the wind, creatures that vanished when I turned to look at them directly. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I would feel that pressure in my head again, as if the being was trying to communicate with me across vast distances. I never told anyone about what happened on that mountain. Who would believe me? But I knew, with bone-deep certainty, that my encounter with the Watcher had changed me irrevocably. I had been given a glimpse behind the curtain of reality, and there was no going back. Now, years later, I still hike those mountains, but I do so with a newfound respect and caution. I know that there are things out there, ancient and powerful beings that exist just beyond the edge of our perception. And sometimes, if the conditions are just right, they allow themselves to be seen. So if you're ever hiking in the high country and you spot a strange figure on a distant ridge, think twice before you look too closely. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some boundaries better left uncrossed. Because once you've seen beyond the veil, you can never truly unsee it, and the knowledge you gain may come at a price higher than you're willing to pay. As for me, I'll keep exploring the mountains, carrying the weight of what I've learned, and I'll wonder, with each step, what other secrets these ancient peaks might be hiding, and what might happen the next time I blink at the wrong moment. The echo of my friend's voice bounced off the canyon walls, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Help me!" it cried, but as I spun around trying to pinpoint its source, a chilling realization crept over me. Whatever was calling out wasn't Tom, and I was no longer alone in these woods. I've always been an avid hiker, but this trip was different. My best friend Tom and I had decided to tackle a challenging backcountry trail in the Adirondacks, pushing ourselves further into the wilderness than we'd ever gone before. We were both experienced outdoorsmen, or so we thought, and the idea of spending a week off the grid was exhilarating. The first few days were everything we'd hoped for. Grueling hikes rewarded with breathtaking vistas, peaceful nights under star-filled skies, and the deep satisfaction that comes from self-reliance in the wild. We fell into an easy rhythm, Tom taking the lead with his superior navigation skills while I handled most of the camp setup and cooking. It was on the fourth day that things started to go wrong. We'd planned to reach a particular campsite by nightfall, but a series of small setbacks, a missed turn, a harder than expected climb, a brief afternoon thunderstorm, had put us behind schedule. As the sun began to set, we realized we were still a good 2 hours from our intended destination. "We should find a spot to camp soon," I said, eyeing the darkening sky warily. "I don't like the idea of hiking these trails in the dark." Tom nodded, squinting at his map. "There's a clearing about half a mile ahead. It's not ideal, but it'll do for the night." We pressed on, our headlamps cutting thin beams through the growing gloom. The forest seemed to close in around us, the familiar daytime sounds giving way to the more ominous noises of night. An owl hooted somewhere nearby, making me jump. "Scared of the dark, Alex?" Tom teased, glancing back at me with a grin. I was about to retort when he suddenly stumbled, crying out in pain. "Shit!" he hissed, dropping to one knee. "You okay?" I asked, hurrying to his side. He grimaced, rubbing his ankle. "Stepped wrong on a root. I think it's just twisted, but it hurts like hell." I helped him to his feet, letting him lean on me as we hobbled the rest of the way to the clearing. It was smaller than we'd hoped, barely big enough for our two-person tent, but it would have to do. As I set up camp, Tom sat with his back against a tree, gingerly examining his ankle. "It's swelling up pretty bad," he said, his voice tight with pain. "I don't think I'll be able to hike on this tomorrow." I felt a knot of anxiety form in my stomach. We were at least 2 days hike from the nearest road, with no cell service. If Tom couldn't walk, "Let's just get some rest," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Maybe it'll be better in the morning." But morning brought no improvement. If anything, Tom's ankle looked worse, swollen and discolored. He could barely put any weight on it. "You need to go for help," he said after we'd exhausted all other options. "There's a ranger station about 15 miles northeast of here. If you push hard, you could make it by nightfall." I didn't like the idea of leaving him alone, but we both knew it was the only choice. I packed a day bag with essentials, leaving Tom with most of our supplies and our satellite emergency beacon, a last resort if things got worse. "I'll be back with help as soon as I can," I promised, giving his shoulder a squeeze before setting off. The day passed in a blur of hard hiking, my mind focused solely on covering ground as quickly as possible. But as afternoon faded into evening, I realized with growing dread that I'd miscalculated. The ranger station was further than we'd thought, and the terrain was more difficult than I'd anticipated. As darkness fell, I knew I had to make a choice. Push on through the night, risking injury on the treacherous trails, or make camp and continue at first light. Reluctantly, I chose the latter, finding a small space just off the trail to hunker down. That's when I heard it, Tom's voice, calling out from the darkness. "Alex, help me!" I shot to my feet, heart pounding. Had he followed me? Had his ankle miraculously healed? "Tom," I called back. "Where are you?" "Over here," his voice replied, seeming to come from my left. But when I turned in that direction, training my headlamp on the trees, there was nothing there. "Tom," I shouted again, panic rising in my throat. This time, his voice came from behind me. "Help me, Alex, I'm hurt." I spun around, but again, there was no sign of him, just endless dark trees. That's when the cold realization set in. This couldn't be Tom. Whatever was out there, whatever was calling to me with my friend's voice, I knew it wasn't human. A twig snapped nearby, and I whirled towards the sound. For a split second, my headlamp illuminated something, a figure, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. But it was gone before I could fully process what I'd seen, melting into the shadows between one blink and the next. "Alex," Tom's voice called again, this time a whisper right next to my ear. "Why did you leave me?" I ran. All thoughts of direction or safety vanished, replaced by blind animal panic. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. But no matter how fast I moved, I could hear it behind me, not running, but gliding, effortlessly keeping pace. I don't know how long I fled. Time lost all meaning in the terror and the darkness. But eventually, my foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, tumbling down a steep embankment. I came to rest at the bottom, dazed and aching, certain that at any moment I would feel cold, inhuman hands grabbing me. But nothing came. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I realized I could no longer hear my pursuer. The forest was silent save for my own ragged breathing. Slowly, painfully, I pulled myself to my feet. My headlamp had been lost in the fall, but the first faint light of dawn was starting to filter through the trees. As my eyes adjusted, I saw that I had landed next to a small stream. Relief washed over me. I knew from our maps that if I followed this stream downstream, it would eventually lead me to a larger river, and from there to civilization. I had a direction, a purpose beyond blind flight. As I began to pick my way along the stream bank, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been a stress-induced hallucination? Some kind of waking nightmare brought on by exhaustion and worry for my friend? But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever I had encountered in those dark woods was real, and ancient, and hungry. It had nearly lured me to my doom, using my own fears and friendship against me. It took me 2 more days of hard travel to reach the ranger station. When I finally stumbled into the clearing, dehydrated and half-starved, the rangers immediately launched a search and rescue operation for Tom. They found him right where I'd left him, his ankle badly infected but otherwise okay. The satellite beacon had malfunctioned, leaving him unable to call for help. When I told him about hearing his voice in the woods, he went pale. "I heard you too," he said quietly, calling out to me from the trees. "I almost crawled out there looking for you, but something told me to stay put." We never spoke about that night again. How could we explain it to others when we barely understood it ourselves? But to this day, I'm careful about hiking after dark. And if I ever hear a familiar voice calling out to me from the shadows of the forest, I know better than to answer. Because sometimes, the most dangerous things in the wilderness are the ones that know our deepest fears and closest bonds, and they're always hungry for new prey. The laughter echoed up from the depths of the well, a child's giggle that sent ice through my veins. I stumbled back, my heart pounding, as the realization hit me. I was miles from civilization, and whatever was down there was definitely not human. I've always been drawn to abandoned places. There's something about the quiet decay, the whispers of lives once lived, that speaks to my soul. As a freelance photographer specializing in urban exploration, I've crawled through countless forgotten buildings and overgrown ruins, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the forests of northern Maine. It started with a tip from a local at a small-town diner. I was passing through on my way to photograph an abandoned logging camp when the old man at the counter struck up a conversation. "You like old places, huh?" he said, eyeing my camera gear. "Ever heard of the Lost Village?" I admitted I hadn't. My interest piqued. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Folks around here don't like to talk about it. Whole town just up and vanished back in the 30s. Left everything behind. Houses, church, even the graveyard. Some say it was a disease. Others blame it on something unnatural." He gave me rough directions, warning me that the site was deep in the woods and hard to find. "Be careful out there," he added as I left. "Some places are best left forgotten." I should have heeded his warning. But the lure of a completely untouched ghost town was too strong to resist. The next morning, I set out into the forest, armed with my camera, a backpack full of supplies, and more excitement than common sense. The hike was grueling. The old logging roads had long since been reclaimed by nature, leaving me to bushwhack through dense underbrush. By late afternoon, I was beginning to think I'd made a mistake. Just as I was about to give up and turn back, I broke through a thicket and found myself on the outskirts of what was unmistakably a town. Time seemed to have stopped here. Weather-beaten houses stood silent, their windows dark and empty. Rusted cars from the 1920s and 30s sat in driveways, slowly being consumed by vegetation. At the center of town stood a small white church, its steeple listing slightly to one side. I spent hours photographing everything, marveling at how perfectly preserved it all was. There were no signs of looting or vandalism. It was as if the entire population had simply vanished in the middle of a normal day. As the sun began to set, I knew I should head back. But the fading light cast such a haunting glow over the abandoned buildings that I couldn't resist staying just a bit longer. I made my way to what looked like the town square, thinking it would make a perfect final shot. That's when I saw the well. It sat in the center of the square, a simple stone structure with a wooden roof. Something about it drew me in. As I approached, I noticed strange symbols carved into the stones. Nothing I recognized, but clearly intentional. I peered over the edge, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The beam didn't reach the bottom, but I could hear the faint trickle of water far below. Thinking it would make an interesting shot, I set up my tripod and leaned in with my camera. That's when I heard it. A giggle, faint but unmistakable, echoing up from the depths. I froze, certain I must have imagined it. But then it came again, louder this time, followed by a child's voice. "Come play with us," it said, its tone playful but with an undercurrent that made my skin crawl. "We've been so lonely." I stumbled back, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, my mind playing tricks on me in this eerie setting. But then a small, pale hand emerged from the well, gripping the edge. It was followed by another, and slowly, a figure began to pull itself up. In the fading twilight, I could see that it had the shape of a child, but something was terribly wrong. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, its skin a sickly gray color. As its head cleared the edge of the well, it turned to face me. Where eyes should have been, there were only empty sockets, glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. Its mouth split into a grin that was far too wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Won't you join us?" it asked, its voice now a rasping whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "We have such games to play." I ran. Blind panic propelled me through the abandoned town, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. I could hear movement all around me, whispers from open doorways, giggles from shadowed alleys, the scrape of something dragging itself across old wooden porches. The forest that had seemed so difficult to navigate earlier now felt like my only salvation. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. But no matter how fast I ran, I could hear them behind me. Not pursuing, exactly, but calling, beckoning. "Come back." Their voices echoed through the trees. "Don't you want to know our secrets? Don't you want to know why we're still here?" I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I burst out of the tree line and onto a dirt road. A pair of headlights approached, and I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't just another trick of whatever darkness lurked in those woods. The truck screeched to a halt, and an old man leaned out the window, his face a mixture of concern and fear. "You okay, son?" he called out. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I turned to look back at the forest, half expecting to see pale, grinning faces watching from between the trees. But there was nothing, just the dark, silent woods. I think I'm lost," I managed to stammer. "Can you give me a ride to town?" The old man nodded, though I could see the doubt in his eyes. As we drove away, I kept looking back, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us go. It wasn't until we reached the town that I realized how far I'd run. I was miles from where I'd parked my car, in a completely different part of the forest. The old man dropped me off at a small motel, refusing any payment and giving me a long, searching look before he drove away. That night, as I lay in the lumpy motel bed, I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Part of me wanted to convince myself it had all been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and an overactive imagination. But I knew, deep in my bones, that it had been real. In the days that followed, I heard whispers around town. Other hikers had gone missing in those woods over the years, only to return days later with no memory of where they'd been. Some came back changed, their eyes holding a haunted look that never quite faded. I left as soon as I could, abandoning my car and most of my equipment. Some things weren't worth going back for. I never wrote about what I saw, never shared the photos I'd taken before my encounter at the well. Some truths are too dangerous to spread. But even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of that day. Sometimes, in my dreams, I hear those childish giggles again. I see those glowing, empty eyes and feel that presence calling to me, trying to draw me back. I never went back to those woods, never did another urban exploration shoot, because now I know the truth. Some places are abandoned for a reason. Some ruins are best left unexplored. And sometimes, the ghosts of the past are all too real and all too hungry for new company. So if you're ever hiking in the deep forests of Maine and you come across an old well in a clearing, don't look too closely, don't listen too hard, and whatever you do, don't answer if something calls your name from the depths. Because once you've glimpsed what lurks in the shadows of forgotten places, you can never truly escape it. The invitation will always be there, waiting for a moment of weakness. And trust me, you don't want to know what games they have to play. The low growl sent shivers down my spine as I realized the truth. This wasn't just a wild animal blocking our path. It was hurting us, deliberately pushing us deeper into the mountains. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, I couldn't shake the feeling that something far worse was waiting for us in the darkness ahead. My name's Sarah, and I've been an avid backpacker for years. This particular trip was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway with my best friend, Lisa, and her boyfriend, Mike. We'd chosen a challenging trail in the Cascade Mountains, known for its stunning views and diverse wildlife. What we didn't know was that we were walking into a nightmare. The first day of our hike was perfect. Clear skies, cool breezes, and the kind of scenery that makes you forget all about the modern world. We made good time, setting up camp in a picturesque meadow as the sun began to set. Around the campfire that night, we laughed and shared stories, blissfully unaware of what the next day would bring. We broke camp early the next morning, eager to reach the summit before afternoon thunderstorms rolled in. About 2 hours into our hike, we rounded a bend in the trail and came face to face with a massive grizzly bear. Time seemed to stop as we stood there, frozen in shock. The bear was huge, easily 8 feet tall when it reared up on its hind legs. Its eyes, small and dark, held an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. "Nobody move," Mike whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "Back away slowly." We began to inch backwards, our hearts pounding, but instead of charging or running away, the bear did something unexpected. It dropped to all fours and began to pace back and forth across the trail, effectively blocking our path forward. "Let's turn back," Lisa suggested. "We can try a different route." It seemed like a sensible plan, so we carefully retreated the way we'd come. But as we hiked back down the trail, we realized the bear was following us. It kept its distance, always just visible through the trees, but unmistakably there. "This isn't normal behavior," I said, worry creeping into my voice. "Bears don't usually stalk people like this." Mike nodded grimly. "Maybe it's sick or injured. We need to find another way around." We veered off the main trail, hoping to loop around and rejoin it further up the mountain. But no matter which direction we took, the bear was always there, growling softly, herding us away from our intended path. As the day wore on, a sense of dread began to settle over us. We were being driven deeper into unfamiliar territory, far from the well-marked trails and our planned route. The forest around us grew denser, darker, the trees pressing in close on either side. "We need to call for help," Lisa said, pulling out her satellite phone. But her face fell as she stared at the screen. "No signal. How is that possible?" A cold knot formed in my stomach. We were using top-of-the-line equipment, specifically chosen for its reliability in remote areas. For it to fail now. The bear's growl grew louder, more insistent. We picked up our pace, no longer even pretending to choose our own path. We were being driven, like cattle, toward some unknown destination. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, we emerged into a small clearing. At its center stood a circle of standing stones, each easily 10 feet tall and covered in strange, swirling symbols. "What the hell?" Mike muttered, staring at the impossible structure. Before any of us could respond, a chorus of howls erupted from the forest around us. The bear, which had been our constant shadow all day, melted back into the trees without a sound. "Wolves," Lisa whispered, her face pale with fear. But as the howls grew closer, I realized they didn't sound quite right. There was something off about the pitch, something almost human. "Get to the stones," I said, a sudden certainty gripping me. "Now." We sprinted across the clearing, reaching the stone circle just as the first of our pursuers burst from the tree line. I nearly screamed at the sight of them. They were wolf-like in shape, but much larger than any natural wolf. Their fur was patchy and matted, hanging off frames that seemed too thin, too angular to be real. But it was their eyes that truly terrified me, glowing with an unnatural intelligence, filled with a hunger that went beyond mere physical need. As the pack circled the stones, I noticed something strange. They never crossed the invisible line created by the circle. It was as if some unseen barrier held them at bay. "What are they?" Lisa whimpered, clinging to Mike's arm. "I don't think they're wolves," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "At least, not anymore." As if in response to my words, the largest of the creatures stepped forward. Before our eyes, its form began to shift and change. Fur receded, limbs elongated, until a man stood before us, naked, wild-looking, with those same glowing eyes. "Welcome," he said, his voice a guttural growl. "We've been waiting for you." "What do you want?" Mike demanded, trying to sound brave despite the terror I could see in his eyes. The man-thing smiled, revealing teeth that were still too sharp, too animal to be human. "We want you to join us, of course. To run with the pack, to feel the thrill of the hunt." "You're insane," Lisa spat. "We're not going anywhere with you." The creature's smile widened. "Oh, but you will. You see, you're already changing. The moment you stepped into these woods, you became part of our world, and there's no going back now." As he spoke, I became aware of a strange sensation coursing through my body. My senses felt sharper, more acute. I could smell the fear rolling off my friends, hear the rapid beating of their hearts, and deep down, in a place I didn't want to acknowledge, I felt a stirring of something wild and hungry. "No," I said, shaking my head to clear it. "This isn't real, it can't be." The man-thing laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, it's very real, and soon you'll embrace it. You'll run with us under the full moon, hunt with us, become one with the forest." I looked at Lisa and Mike, saw the same conflict I felt mirrored in their eyes. Part of me, a growing part, wanted to step out of the circle, to join these creatures in their wild, primal existence, but another part, the part that still clung to my humanity, knew we had to resist. "We're not leaving this circle," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice, "and we're not joining your pack." The man-thing's eyes narrowed. "You don't have a choice. The change has already begun. You can feel it, can't you? The pull of the wild, the hunger for the hunt." He was right. With each passing moment, the urge to give in grew stronger. I could feel my body wanting to change, to shift into something new and terrifying. But as I stood there, teetering on the edge of transformation, I remembered something my grandmother once told me. "In the darkest moments," she'd said, "when it seems like all hope is lost, that's when you must hold on tightest to who you are." I grasped Lisa and Mike's hands, squeezing tight. "We are not animals," I said, my voice growing stronger with each word. "We are human beings, and we choose to remain human." A pulse of energy seemed to emanate from the standing stones, pushing back against the encroaching wildness. The man-thing snarled, taking a step back. "You can't resist forever," he growled. "Sooner or later you'll join us. It's your nature now." But I knew he was wrong. As the night wore on, we huddled together in the center of the stone circle, holding on to our humanity with every ounce of strength we possessed. And when dawn finally broke, the creatures melted away into the forest, leaving us alone and shaken, but still ourselves. We never spoke about what happened that night, not even to each other. How could we explain it to anyone else? But to this day, when the moon is full and I hear a wolf's howl in the distance, I feel that pull again, the call of the wild, the temptation to let go and run free. But I resist, because I know the truth now. There are things in this world beyond our understanding, forces that can change us in ways we can't imagine. And sometimes, the greatest challenge isn't surviving the wilderness, but holding on to our humanity in the face of the unknown. So if you're ever hiking in remote mountains and you encounter a bear that seems too intelligent, too purposeful in its actions, turn back. Because some trails lead to places we're not meant to go, and some transformations once begun can never truly be undone. The camera shutter clicked, capturing the serene forest scene before me. It wasn't until I reviewed the image on my screen that I saw it. A pale, elongated figure lurking in the shadows, its hollow eyes fixed directly on me. My blood ran cold as I realized I'd been unknowingly photographing my own stalker. I've always been passionate about nature photography, There's something magical about capturing the raw beauty of the wilderness, freezing moments of perfect tranquility or explosive action. But that day in the Adirondack Mountains changed everything for me. My name's Alex, and I'd ventured deep into the backcountry for a week-long solo photography expedition. I was chasing the perfect shot, hoping to catch the elusive interplay of mist, morning light, and autumn foliage that the region is famous for. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I woke before dawn each morning, hiking to vantage points I'd scouted the day before. As the sun rose, painting the landscape in ethereal hues, I lost myself in the rhythm of composing shots and adjusting settings. It was on the fourth day that things started to feel off. I'd hiked further than usual, pushing into a part of the forest that felt older, darker somehow. The trees here were gnarled and massive, their branches twisting together overhead to create a canopy that barely let any light through. As I set up my tripod in a small clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a curious deer or maybe a black bear. But there was never anything there, just more trees and shadows. I tried to focus on my work, capturing the play of light filtering through the leaves. But with each shot, the feeling of unease grew stronger. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, I decided to call it quits. I'd gotten some good shots, but the creeping sense of wrongness had ruined my concentration. I packed up my gear and started the long hike back to my campsite. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling in the underbrush, too deliberate to be the wind. I froze, straining my ears. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, I heard it again, closer this time. My heart pounding, I quickened my pace. The rustling followed, always just out of sight. I found myself glancing back every few steps, but the deepening shadows revealed nothing. I practically ran the last half mile to my campsite, my camera gear bouncing painfully against my back. As I burst into the small clearing where I'd pitched my tent, the feeling of being watched intensified. I spun in a circle, my eyes darting from tree to tree, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. With shaking hands, I zipped myself into my tent, grateful for the flimsy barrier between me and whatever was out there. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that my imagination had run wild in the isolation of the deep woods. But as I lay there in the growing darkness, every snapping twig and rustling leaf sounded like footsteps approaching my tent. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with unsettling dreams. I woke before dawn, groggy and on edge. Part of me wanted to pack up and hike out right then, to leave this suddenly menacing forest behind. But the photographer in me couldn't resist one last attempt at capturing the perfect morning shot. I hiked to a ridge I'd scouted earlier in the week, arriving just as the first rays of sunlight began to pierce the morning mist. Despite my lingering unease, I found myself falling into the familiar routine of setting up my equipment. As the sun rose, bathing the valley below in golden light, I lost myself in the viewfinder. I snapped shot after shot, adjusting settings and angles to capture the ever-changing tableau before me. It wasn't until I paused to review some of the images that I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow or lens flare creating an odd shape in the background. But as I zoomed in, my blood ran cold. There, lurking in the shadows between two massive oak trees, was a figure. It was unnaturally tall and thin, its limbs elongated and jointed in ways that seemed impossible. Its skin was a sickly pale color, almost translucent in the early morning light, but it was the face that truly terrified me. Featureless save for two deep, black hollows where eyes should have been, and it was staring directly at the camera, directly at me. I dropped my camera, the expensive equipment clattering against the rocky ground. My eyes darted to the spot where I'd seen the creature, but there was nothing there. Just trees and mist and early morning shadows. With trembling hands, I picked up my camera and flipped through the images I'd taken. The figure was in every shot, always half hidden, always watching. In each successive photo, it was closer, as if it had been slowly creeping up on me while I was distracted by my work. Panic overtook me. I abandoned my tripod and half of my gear, shoving my camera into my backpack and running blindly down the trail. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me, but terror drove me on. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green tunnel of the forest, but eventually, my lungs burning and legs shaking, I burst out onto a dirt road. A battered pickup truck was approaching, and I waved my arms frantically. The truck screeched to a halt, an old man peering out at me with concern. "You all right, son?" he called. "Looks like you've seen a ghost." I turned to look back at the forest, half expecting to see that pale, elongated figure emerging from the trees. But there was nothing, just the dark, silent woods. I think I'm lost," I managed to stammer. "Can you give me a ride to town?" The old man nodded, though I could see the doubt in his eyes. As we drove away, I couldn't stop looking back, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us go. It wasn't until we reached the nearest town that I realized how far I'd run. I was miles from where I'd left my car, in a completely different part of the forest. The old man dropped me off at a small diner, refusing any payment and giving me a long, searching look before he drove away. As I sat in a booth, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee to stop their shaking, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Part of me wanted to believe it had all been a hallucination brought on by isolation and an overactive imagination. But when I finally worked up the courage to look at my camera again, the photos were still there. That impossible figure, drawing closer with each shot. I never went back for the rest of my gear. Some things aren't worth the risk. I never shared those photos either. Never told anyone the full story of what I saw in those woods. Some truths are too dangerous, too reality-altering to spread. But even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of that day. Sometimes, when I'm editing photos late at night, I catch glimpses of impossible shapes lurking in the backgrounds of my shots. Shadows that don't quite match their surroundings. Figures half hidden behind trees that I know weren't there when I took the picture. I don't do nature photography anymore. I stick to well-populated areas, to subjects that don't involve venturing into the deep wilderness. Because now I know the truth. Sometimes, when we point our cameras into the unknown, something looks back, and not everything that watches us from the shadows is content to remain unseen. So if you're ever hiking in the deep woods and you feel that prickling sensation of being watched, trust your instincts. Don't discount that movement you catch out of the corner of your eye. And maybe think twice before you try to capture the perfect shot of that pristine wilderness, because you never know what you might capture instead, or what might be capturing you. The howl that echoed through the forest wasn't a wolf's cry. It was something far more sinister. As the eerie sound morphed into a chilling imitation of human laughter, I realized with growing horror that we weren't alone in these woods, and whatever was out there was toying with us. My name's Jack, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my life. I thought I'd seen it all: treacherous mountain paths, unexpected wildlife encounters, even the occasional dangerous weather situation. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened during that ill-fated camping trip in the Appalachian Mountains. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway with my two best friends, Sarah and Mike. We'd been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the chaos of city life and reconnect with nature. As we set off down the trail that Friday afternoon, our backpacks loaded with supplies and our spirits high, I never could have imagined the nightmare that awaited us. The first day of our hike was picture perfect. The weather was mild, the autumn foliage was stunning, and we made good time on the trail. We set up camp in a small clearing as the sun began to set. gathering around a crackling campfire to roast marshmallows and share stories. It wasn't until well after midnight that things started to feel off. I woke up suddenly, unsure of what had disturbed my sleep. The forest, which had been alive with the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and owls, was now eerily silent. As I lay there in my tent, straining my ears, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, almost like someone whistling a tune. I unzipped the tent flap and peered out into the darkness. The dying embers of our campfire cast a faint, flickering light across the clearing, but I couldn't see anything unusual. Just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, the whistling came again, louder this time. It seemed to be coming from just beyond the tree line. "Guys," I whispered, reaching over to shake Sarah and Mike awake. "Do you hear that?" They stirred groggily, but as soon as they were fully awake, their expressions mirrored my own unease. The whistling had stopped, replaced by what sounded like soft laughter. "What is that?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Before I could respond, a new sound cut through the night, a long, mournful howl that started low and rose to a hair-raising pitch. It was almost, but not quite, like a wolf's cry. There was something off about it, something that sent chills down my spine. "That's no wolf," Mike said, his voice shaking slightly. "It sounds almost human." As if in response to his words, the howl morphed into laughter again, a high, cackling sound that was a grotesque parody of human mirth. It seemed to come from all around us, as if we were surrounded. We huddled together in the tent, too terrified to go outside, but too alert to even think about sleeping. As the night wore on, the sounds continued, an unsettling mix of animal noises and human-like vocalizations. Sometimes it sounded like whispers just outside our tent. Other times, it was like someone, or something, was mimicking our own voices, calling out to each other using our names. When dawn finally broke, we wasted no time in breaking camp. The forest was quiet now, the morning birdsong almost jarringly normal after the terrors of the night. But as we hurriedly packed up our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We set off down the trail at a brisk pace, eager to put as much distance between us and our campsite as possible. But it soon became clear that our ordeal was far from over. As we hiked, the strange noises followed us. They always seemed to come from just out of sight. A rustle in the underbrush, a snapping twig, that same eerie laughter echoing through the trees. Occasionally, we'd catch glimpses of movement in our peripheral vision, but whenever we turned to look, there was nothing there. "What's happening?" Sarah asked, her voice tight with fear. "What's out there?" I shook my head, at a loss for words. Nothing in my years of outdoor experience had prepared me for this. Whatever was stalking us through these woods defied logical explanation. As the day wore on, the encounters grew bolder. At one point, as we paused to consult our map, a rock came sailing out of the forest, landing with a thud just feet from where we stood. When we whirled to face the direction it had come from, we saw nothing but trees and shadows. The sun was starting to set when we reached a fork in the trail. According to our map, the left path led to a ranger station about 5 miles away. The right fork continued deeper into the wilderness. "We should take the left path," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "If we push hard, we can make it to the ranger station before full dark." But as we started down the left-hand trail, an overwhelming sense of wrongness washed over me. The air seemed to thicken, and the shadows between the trees grew deeper, more menacing. That's when we heard it, a perfect imitation of my own voice, coming from the right-hand path. "This way, guys," it called. "The ranger station is this way." Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Jack," she whispered, "that wasn't you, was it?" I shook my head, unable to speak. The thing using my voice called out again, this time mimicking Sarah's high-pitched tones. "Hurry up, we're almost there." Mike took a hesitant step towards the right-hand path. "Maybe we read the map wrong," he said uncertainly. It sounds like we should go this way. No, I shouted, snapping out of my shock. That's not us. Whatever's out there, it's trying to lure us off the trail. As if angered by my outburst, a chorus of howls erupted from the forest around us. They were closer now, much closer, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the underbrush. Run, I yelled, grabbing Sarah and Mike's hands and pulling them down the left-hand path. We ran as we'd never run before, blind panic giving us speed we didn't know we possessed. The sounds of pursuit were all around us, crashing through the trees, that terrible laughter, and always the sound of our own voices calling out to us, pleading with us to stop, to turn back, to join them. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, we burst out of the tree line and into a large clearing. The ranger station stood before us, its windows glowing with warm electric light. We sprinted across the open ground, not daring to look back. As we reached the steps of the station, I risked a glance over my shoulder. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. Figures stood at the edge of the forest, tall, spindly shapes that were almost, but not quite, human. Their bodies seemed to shift and waver, as if they weren't fully solid. But it was their faces that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Blank, featureless expanses broken only by wide, grinning mouths filled with needle-sharp teeth. We crashed through the door of the ranger station, babbling our story to the startled park rangers inside. They were skeptical at first, but something in our wild-eyed terror must have convinced them. They radioed for backup and kept us safely inside until morning. In the light of day, a search of the area revealed nothing unusual. No strange tracks, no evidence of the creatures we'd seen. The rangers chalked it up to an elaborate prank by locals, or maybe a case of mutual hysteria brought on by exhaustion and the isolation of the deep woods. But I know what we experienced was real. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I swear I can still hear that eerie laughter, those mocking imitations of human voices. And I know that somewhere out there in the darkest parts of the forest, something is waiting, watching, hungry for unwary travelers to stumble into its domain. I still hike, still love the outdoors, but I never go into the deep woods alone anymore. And if I ever hear something calling my name from the shadows between the trees, I know better than to answer, because some things that dwell in the wilderness are best left undisturbed, and some voices are best left unanswered.